I'm definitely 14 seconds early. So that, um, before anyone gets started, let me point it out first, right? So it looks like my third eye. It looks like my third eye is opening. I'm pretty sure this is not acne. This is not a pimple. This is my third eye deciding to open because there is no pimple. There is no pimple in the world that is going to be that disrespectful. There is no pimple in the world that would be that disrespectful to come in the center. Literally, there's no pimple. So this is not pimple. I'm sure this is not a pimple. This is my third eye. We're in, I don't know what age we're in. I'm not even going to pretend like I know any of that. But my third eye is opening and I am realizing things like Kylie Jenner. I'm out here realizing things because that's definitely not a pimple. I promise you, I promise you that is not a pimple. That is just my third eye opening. So that is that. Right, just rude. Like I'm sitting here trying to figure out. Look, I'm stressed. I am stressed after last week. Last week was a mess. This week is looking even worse. So it's like it's just not. My mom actually asked, was like complaining. She was like, "Why don't you come home to visit? Why don't you come home to visit?" And the reason I don't come home to visit is because I remember once upon a time as a child, I had really clear skin and it was acne free. And that is because I had no stress in the world. And now I went out in the world and decided to be an adult. FYI, adulting is ghetto. Would not recommend. You guys can have it back. I don't want it. Um, and now I'm stressed. I am stressed, and there is pimples to prove the level of stress that I'm under. So I don't want it, and I can't go home because every time I go home to my mom, I realize that I missed an opportunity to live my best life as a child. I missed an opportunity to be a bum, and I'm regretting it. Now my mom can't cook. Let me stop saying my mom can't cook until she gonna be mad. My mom has learned to cook. Let's say that. But even then, I would have been there to cook the food. So I feel disrespected by adulting. I feel disrespected by the fact that there is pimples on my face now, at least one, very visible. And this is the bad thing. It didn't come here. It didn't come somewhere like random. It like literally said, I'm going to take center stage. This is going to be my show. This is now my face. Like this is not themeless anymore. This is just pimple. This is like who does that? What demon send you? Talking about demon. It is really cold in here. Talking about demon, this ghost in my house has finally decided that we're going to be cordial. So I've not heard any slamming. I've just been hearing creepy noises at night, but I ain't got time. So while you be creepy downstairs, you can do that on your own. Like, you can do that on your own because what I'm not about to do is get up out of bed. I already only get 3 hours of sleep, so I'm not gonna get up out of bed because I hear noise downstairs. It's not gonna happen. So you probably need to find another victim because I'm not scared or not scared. I'm not getting up. I'm not getting up. So do your worst. Actually, don't do your worst. I would like to put out a disclaimer. Nothing I say is to be taken seriously. I'm drunk and carrying life. Let's begin. Yeah, I mean, don't take anything I say seriously. Curry up and eat. You guys are welcome to troll. Someone said, "How are you, Themis?" I am doing great. Sleepless nights, adulting, trying to pay bills, being on top of credit, having a bunch of stuff going off at work, deciding whether or not I want to run off to another country and just decide to leave it alone. Just, just let it all go. My face is a mess, but I am good. I am good. By the grace of God, I am good. That pimple is so disrespectful, though. That is so disrespectful. Like, I was gonna try to see if I can ignore it, and it's fine generally, but like being on camera, all I see is a pimple. And today we're gonna be talking about pretty privilege. So don't drink don't drink it, Themis. It's too hot. We can see the steam. Oh yeah, I can see the steam. It's mud water, and I it is very hot. Someone said put a bandage on it. Oh, I should have done that before I came on. In any case, let's continue. I feel like if I didn't point it out, you guys would. Not me pretending like you can't see it. All right, before we start, actually, did Erica send this to me? I don't know if Erica sent this to me, but Erica definitely sent the topic we're gonna go over somewhat. How is your ghost, the roommate? He or she, them, they, I don't want to misgender. They're fine. They're doing great, apparently. It hasn't been really loud in here at nights. So apparently in the daytime, he or she is upstairs doing what they want to do while I'm downstairs. And then at night when I go up, I hear things happening down here. And I'm like, period. Sounds fun. It sounds fun. Sounds like y'all having a party. Sounds like you invited Casper and everyone else in Ghostbusters to come over for fun, but period, because I'm not scared. So it is what it is. I grew up with a ghost in Jamaica. So all right, let's do it. Theme is that spirit respect your boundaries. Yeah. Look, you have to set standards, boundaries, and expectations with these goals. You have to let them know that we can share space. Y'all are not gonna have me out here being crazy. Period. I love how calm you are. If I were a child, I would not be calm. I've talked to my family about it, and everyone thinks I'm crazy for still being here. But what you're not going to do is drive me out of my home. That's what you're not going to do. I've always wanted to live in a loft, and I have a loft that is pretty amazing, if I do say so myself. And no duppy is going to run me out of this. Absolutely. There will be no running from me. So it's going to be the ghost in me for eternity. I wonder if someone passed away in here. I need to figure out. I need to get the Carfax. All right, wait. Let's go into this, talking about eviction and ghosts, right? So look at this mess. Look at this mess.
Don't trust no Airbnbs. Yeah. Don't trust no Airbnbs. Okay? So, I can't even talk right now. I'm so pissed off. I didn't even know this shit could happen, but this shit is real and this shit is really going on. Goddamn. I call myself trying to find a way to goddamn pay off my mortgage a little better, a little quicker, or whatever. So, I put this ad out or whatever, saying I was looking for someone to sublease one of the rooms in my house or whatever. It was gonna be supposed to be like this real smooth transaction or whatever. Went on vacation or whatever. The person was supposed to be gone 3 days prior to my return. So I'm talking to my housekeeper or whatever, XYZ. She's like, yo, that person is still here in your house. What do you mean they're still in my house? It's supposed to be gone. So when I get back and touch down in the city, this is still here in my house, okay? Refusing to leave. So I I didn't know what to do. I'm used to this shit. So I go down and I do there you go, y'all. Straight to the kitchen. I ain't going nowhere. So deal with it. On top
This has to be a skit. This has to be a skit. This has to be like, there is no way you're going to convince me that this is real. Like, obviously there are by the way, there are squatters' rights, but that's not what this would be. Depending on what state it is, this could become a month-to-month sort of contract, right? Rental agreement, particularly if you didn't set up a sort of a contractual relationship between yourself and the Airbnb person, and whether or not that will be upheld in court. So that's a separate question and concern. Because even so, the eviction process, like in DC, for example, could take over a year, and you cannot do anything about it besides wait for it to run out, right? And if they have any claim, you're just out of luck, right? Eviction process is not simple, at least for the landlord, right? And so I feel her pain. However, I don't feel like this is a matter of, like, I just couldn't deal with this level of disrespect. So I'm pretty sure this is some trolling. I'm pretty sure this is I'm pretty sure this is not real. Like, ain't no way.
her ass just intruded into my home. She disrespected. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I've been trying to do the right way. I done went down there and got the all the paperwork that I need to do to get her ass evicted out my house, whatever. But that shit is a process. I have to go through protocols and all the other stupid legal blase bull. And then I just got the police just left my house, and I'm like, get this out my house. They're like, oh, she's a tenant now. She's a tenant. There's nothing. You and the police, okay? My door. That's all I know. Your door. This is my house. How about you get the out of my house? How about that's what you do? How about you get the out of my house? How about you get the out of my house? How about you get? Stand though. Shit, always my shit. Excuse me. You can record all you want, but I ain't going nowhere. Okay? So deal with it. This is what I'm dealing with, y'all. I'm Airbnb, so don't trust it. Don't do that. Make sure you know exactly who the you let into your house, because it is some freeloading motherfuckers who would just use you. Out my house, and then I call the goddamn police. And, oh, she's a tenant. She's a tenant. There's not no tenant in my house. What you mean? This is supposed to goddamn be gone. That's what she's supposed to be. She's supposed to be gone. The fuck? Is this call the police? Call the police, because I ain't going nowhere. Don't touch that door, or I'm calling the police on you, and they're gonna arrest you. Call it. Did you just? Are you smoking in my house? Are you? This.
Y'all are not. You said to watch something on Netflix and Worst Roommate and stuff. Nope. Nope. I don't believe it. I don't believe this is happening. I refuse to believe this is happening. I refuse. I believe this is an attempt to go viral on social media. There's no way. And the woman would be that disrespectful in the house. Nope. Worst roommate ever. Look, it happens, Steve. Absolutely not. Nope, you're not gonna convince me. Actually, I'm gonna drop only one person come on. I don't know who, any one person. Before we start the actual video, I need you to try to tell me how this is possible, because absolutely no way. And I would not be that calm. Just one person. Please do not repost the link. If you've had that a similar experience or know someone who've had that experience or familiar with it, please let me know, because I do not believe this happens. I don't no. Mm-mm. This is a thing. Whole black landlords are complete. CJ, please enlighten me, because absolutely not.
I know you don't want to live in the reality where that actually happens. It does. A lot of states have it where if someone is residing within a premises for longer than a certain amount of time, for the
No,
state
no,
of North
no. I
Carolina.
do know that you can have holdover tenant, landlord tenant court. I used to go there to help people in the past when I was in law school. But for Airbnb, are you
Yes,
telling me that
yes.
there are people?
Because for some reason, I don't know if Airbnb has not looked over state laws, but yes, my grandmother took it upon herself to open her home as an Airbnb. And kid you not, it took us about 2 years, and pardon the language, but it took us about 2 years to get rid of the crackhead that she had allowed to stay in her home.
Okay, but that's for someone who is sick, though. Like,
No, regardless if they're sick or not, they're still very much. He was very much cognitive of the situation. So
from my
yeah,
experience, it's the host on Airbnb that be scamming. See, this is why I don't like Airbnb, because one thing you're not gonna do is scam.
it really felt like, in all honesty, it kind of felt like a reverse scam for my grandmother, because here she is thinking she's about to make some money, not knowing that she was opening the door to a horrible situation. And
Absolutely not.
by the
Absolutely
end of
not.
it, by the end of it, she was like, she never wanted to have anybody at her home ever again. Literally, she was like, no one, if you're coming here, you're talking to me through the door.
This,
So,
yeah, this is the most ghetto thing I've ever seen in a while.
I,
Like, not
I
ever,
kid
but
you not, I've seen it more than once, which makes it really sad. It makes it very hard for people who want to get into the Airbnb business, but it is a real thing. That is a
so,
that is a real situation.
thank you. I have anxiety, real severe anxiety. So I was actually thinking about renting out my place, but I would not
No,
do that. I
no.
also don't like people in my space, so that would never happen, thankfully.
I
Yeah,
would advise all people. I've seen it done across Charlotte, where it's literally they're taking properties and renting the properties out, but they're not properties that they live in. They are completely different than their actual homes.
yeah, no. Sorry, can you mute me?
Sorry.
Um, well, go ahead, Deanne, because this is kind of like I'm kind of over it because it's kind of ghetto. Like I just thought they were trying to go viral.
No, Divas. Unfortunately, this is sort of a trend across. Since, okay, let me give you a little historical background. I had to find the figures down. Since the Great Recession, during the Great Recession, something broke that had never been broken before. Previous to that time, in all situations, people attempted to keep up with mortgage and rent. The Great Recession was the time period in which leaving your keys and walking away with the mortgage underwater became a thing. And once that happened, this trend carried over. Several years ago on Airbnb, this was getting to be so prevalent. They were accused of racism for discriminating against Black tenants. However, stories like this have been bubbling up across rental markets. It's beginning to be, even if you have, for example, a Section 8 voucher, it's beginning to get. People are looking at Black women with teenage sons and like, nope, I can do it. So, unfortunately, there are enough real stories like this. There are Black landlords, I know several, who are talking about they can't rent to Black people because of situations like this. And so it's not just Airbnb, it's across industries. Remember the number of Black people, 1/6, that are convicted felons. Look at the number of people that have misdemeanors and have not been caught yet. So if you account for all that and then figure out, okay, people are having a hard time getting housing because of situations. And you have to consider how many people are hardened. And you have to look at how many people are comfortable in a culture like this. So that if you have property and you are Black, people resent you having it. And sometimes they come in and live out their resentment on you as much as they can.
All right, so
It's the
wait, the
thing.
moral of that story is do not be kind with my living space. Continue.
The moral of that story is what Ronald Reagan said: trust but verify. This is why to get an apartment, you need a credit check, a background check, and probably need to show them your firstborn child. It better be a daughter if you're a black man. Be kind, but be wise. I just, yeah, I think the thought that comes to mind, the Lord Jesus said, be harmless, be
We
wise
can't
as
hear you,
serpents,
Deanne.
harmless
You're
as
going
doves.
out.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're hitting some wind here. Hold on. San Francisco. Ah!
Oh, it's fine.
Ease over here. Can you hear me now? Is that
yeah,
better?
yeah.
Okay, that big wind came around that corner. Be wise as serpents. Don't forget that part. But be harmless as doves. Be kind. But understand the number of people for whom it is now. I was just listening last night to a gentleman who was talking about how he lived free on his foreclosure for a year before they could get it out. I was listening to a very popular speaker talking about sometimes you have to run off on the plug. If you know you're going to get evicted, save your rent. Now, the latter one has 1 million followers or so. So this has become, in the Black community, this has become accepted. And the thing is, in the Great Recession, white people were doing it. So now, a decade later, that's where we are, Venus. That video is probably real.
Well, thank you, Deanne. And one of the things I won't ever do is have people in my place for an extended period of time. I'm going to check, obviously, my local laws about at what point does it turn into someone being a tenant, because absolutely not. This is disgusting. And just to add the insult to injury is to add insult to injury is the audacity with which she moves around the place pretending like it's hers. That is annoying. Anyway, we're about to start the actual topic now. I apologize for going off on that tangent. I really don't apologize for that because I do it every single time. So we'll start in a moment now. Okay, so beauty seems to be a very touchy topic for a lot of people. And we're going to touch it again. And this time we're going to be talking about privilege, beauty, and having it and the privilege that comes with it. And we are going to do it through the lens of social media. That is, the people who have engaged in this conversation online have done so in a very, very specific way that I want to talk about. At the forefront, I will say that I feel like you already know my humor, and so it's not going to come off as authentic. There is no pretty privilege. There's no pretty privilege. And people are just mad. I'm kidding. No. There is pretty privilege. Studies actually conducted have highlighted that there is this idea of the halo effect. And the halo effect is a sort of social, psychological thing that happens, right? Psychology on one end, but it's a social phenomenon where people who are deemed as attractive get a kind of leg up, right? They are seen as better in X, Y, and Z just merely for their beauty. It's actually the inverse, and I wish there were more writing on women specifically, because I do believe that as a social phenomena, women who are considered beautiful are their intellect tend to be disregarded, even though they're seen as valuable in other ways, i.e. their beauty and reproductive capacity. They tend to not benefit in terms of their intellect or people perceiving them to be smarter than they are. On the men's side, there's generally that connotation of beauty. But the halo effect is something that we should consider as we move forward in the discussion, right? I want to start with Sweetie. Is her name Sweetie or Swahati? Sweetie. I'm going to call her Sweetie because I don't care. All right. Now, I don't dislike Sweetie. I actually really like Sweetie. I like Sweetie because she might not be talented. She might not be able to perform. She might not be a great artist or a good artist or even a fair artist. But I like that she's finessing the system, right? I like that she's doing what she gotta do to get ahead. Look, that is what it is. So Wahati, I look, I don't know, I don't know her name. It's spelled weird. But I think one of the sweetest pitfalls is that she came out too strong with this pretty girl anthem. Like it or hate it, I think Sweetie represents what people consider to be beautiful in terms of being quote unquote exotic, right? And she capitalizes on it. Generally, people who capitalize on beauty in this direct way, like, look, I do like some of Sweetie's music. I do. I've seen Sweetie perform. I've attempted to watch Sweetie perform, and it's very cringe. I know she went to some kind of boot camp, but if anyone is benefiting from pretty privilege in contemporary society and music, it is Sweetie. It is Sweetie. And so when you're benefiting that directly from beauty, you generally don't say, I am beautiful and I make music for beautiful people, because then it turns off the general public who do not see themselves in you. And it makes, actually, I'm going to let Sweetie say it herself. So when asked what quote unquote pretty girl music was about, this is what Sweetie said. And I find it fascinating because we're going to go back to the conversation about who gets to be beautiful in a moment. I did write an article that I'm definitely going to post, and people are going to be mad. And that's why I haven't posted it yet, but I'm announcing it now. So I have to post it either tonight or tomorrow. So this is what Sweetie, yeah, Sweetie has mixed and pretty privilege. That being said, she look. The theme is it not Swati? Look, I don't know. I don't know. But here's what Sweetie had to say about Pretty, because she got called out for saying her music is for pretty girl. So here's what she said.
There are some pretty people who do abuse whatever privilege they're given, but
It's
for me,
definitely pretty privilege.
right. But it's just like, but for me, honestly, throughout my whole life, me pretty was kind of like um, it was a way, it was kind of, how do I say this? It wasn't a privilege for me. I was
Mm,
judged. Rumors were made up about me. Um, and it was kind of always working against me. And it's just like for me, I never thought of pretty as glamorizing my existence as a human being.
mm.
So when I say pretty music, I'm not talking about your face. I'm talking about your aura. I'm talking about your energy.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
talking about your
You got
self-esteem.
pretty energy.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
nobody want no stank, ugly energy.
Yeah.
All right. So Sweetie decided to lie. Sorry, none of this should be funny, right? But Sweetie decided to lie. Sweetie decided that instead of owning up to the fact that she benefits from all right, can we be honest for 2 seconds? I mean, technically, I've been honest this whole time, but can we be really honest? There would be no Sweetie if there was not a thing such as pretty privilege. Why would a Sweetie exist on the world stage but for pretty privilege? What does what does what does Sweetie offer the world in terms of music and art? Please let me know. Please let me know what Sweetie offers the world in terms of music and art and performance. Don't be a hater. I am not saying I am not saying she doesn't deserve her spot. I am for anyone who is going to finesse the system how they need to finesse the system so long as they're not hurting anyone. So Sweetie is finessing the system. It is not her fault that people find her beautiful, right? If you find her beautiful and she want to capitalize on it, she's going to capitalize on it. And that McDonald's meal look, I don't eat at McDonald's, so I was gonna actually say that McDonald's meal might be good, but I wouldn't know, and I would never know because I am definitely not going to McDonald's for some Sweetie meal. Like, pretty face and smile can get you anywhere nowadays. Well, no, see, here's the problem though. When we think about pretty privilege, a lot of people are pretty and don't know how to use said privilege. The Kardashians aren't, I mean, look, y'all can believe what you want. So a lot of y'all believe the Kardashians are beautiful. So let's go with it. There are a lot of more beautiful women in the world that did not capitalize on their beauty in the way the Kardashians did because they didn't have that kind of access, one, and maybe they don't know how to finesse the system. So I'm here for a good finesse once you're not hurting anyone, right? So if these men are pedestalizing you, then be pedestalized and take them for all they got, right? Like I don't care. However, the unwillingness of Sweetie to acknowledge pretty privilege is weird to me because her existence in the music industry is literally predicated on her being quote unquote pretty because the talent is not. All right, I'm done. I'm not going to drag Sweetie because Sweetie has done nothing wrong to me. And I think Sweetie is doing what needs to be done and she's giving what needs to be gave. However, the Kardashians are basic, but they understand black male pathology, so they continue to use them. Yeah, I mean, they definitely climbed their way to the top on the backs of black men. And the difference, I think, with me and everyone else, I don't hate them for this. Like, well, I'm a man, so obviously I'm not going to hate them for this. But I feel like if men want to be used, like I feel like at this point we're talking in circles and I am not trying to educate men about keeping their resources and caring about a community. Like they're just gonna get used. And like once they get used up and spread out, just don't be there to like help lift them up. Like if you put such a value on beauty and proximity to whiteness, at least in the black community, then the people who have beauty and proximity to whiteness are going to require something in exchange for that. It's called hypergamy. Anyway, let's move on from Sweetie. What I wanted to highlight with Sweetie, and I'm going to do it in another video, is this unwillingness to accept that beauty is why you got where you got, and it's not necessarily your talent. And I think for Sweetie, like if we do Beyonce, Beyonce is both beautiful and talented, right? So, but we're not going to say her beauty didn't help. Sweetie is beautiful without talent. So her being where she is predicated on her beauty, but also there might be a skill there in capitalizing on people's willingness to pay her for that beauty. So I'm here for Sweetie. I will not be buying her music. I will be streaming it though for free. So it is what it is. All right, let's go to this YouTuber named Tony Brienne. I don't know this YouTuber. It was sent to me. And she is going to talk about the disadvantages of pretty privilege and this willingness, it seems, to kind of dispel the notion that being pretty is a privilege. Now, are they going to cite any Her talent is getting money, period. And that is a talent. We're not going to pretend like getting money is not a talent, because a lot of beautiful people are not able to get money, right? A lot of beautiful people aren't able to get money. Beyonce dad made Farrah tan so she wouldn't appear as light as Beyonce. I don't believe that. I believe, what's her name? I don't think it's Farrah. I think it's the other one who said that. But I think she was bleaching her skin and she wanted to explain how she got lighter. And I don't know. That's what I think. But I don't think Matthew Knowles is a good person either. So we can drag Matthew in the comments. All right. So this is what she had to say, pushing back against the claim regarding pretty privilege.
So welcome back to my channel, and if you're new to my channel, welcome to my channel. My name is Tony Brienne, and in today's video, we are going to be talking about how being pretty is hard. I think I'm about to get the girlies mad in this video, but we won't see.
First of all, I'm pretty sure she's trolling. I'm pretty sure. If the first, let me pause, because I did read some of the comments under her post. If your first thought is this girl needs to be humbled, you're a problem. I promise you're a problem. You can be annoyed with her arrogance and all of that, but don't say people need to be humbled. In fact, I like when, okay, I watched this already, and she's gonna become annoying, but like, I like people who are comfortable in their beauty. I love it. Oh, this is the adorable girl who was on Foxhole with me the first time. Oh, it is her. It is her. Oh my God, how did I miss this? Because I definitely did reach out to her for an interview, because she's very humble. Not in this video, but yes. I remember her from that panel. I cannot believe anywho, how did I mess this up? All right, let's continue. But I think she's trolling. She is very pretty. Can we be honest? Like, even if you are mad at her for how she's gonna, because she's trolling, I think. But even if you're gonna be mad at her, let's not talk about her needing to be humbled. I don't like that. I think Black women, not only Black women, I think Black men need to be humbled some. Let's do Black women. I think Black women should get to live in their beauty and say, I am beautiful, and what about it? And now we can critique her conversation later, but she is beautiful. She is beautiful. There is no standard of beauty that you're going to put forward that I'm going to say she doesn't meet. So you're going to argue with yourself about her beauty. I mean, that's just weird. You're just going to argue with yourself about whether or not she's beautiful. You can be mad at her for what she says, but you're not going to argue with me about whether or not she's beautiful. It's not going to happen.
So, as y'all know, I just did a video called Pretty Privilege and discussing that in the worshiping of celebrities. But I also want to talk about how pretty privilege does not always come with just the glory of being pretty. A lot of disadvantages come with being a conventionally attractive woman, okay? Or male, I'm sure too, but we're going to be talking about women today, okay? So before we get into this video, sit back, chillax, get your popcorn out, get your water, get your tea, baby, okay? Make sure you click that notification bell, hit that subscribe button, and give this video a big old thumbs up, okay? Is that done? I hope so, okay? Let's get into this video now, okay? All right, y'all, so I got a few reasons why I say being pretty is hard. Y'all, don't laugh at me. I'm being for I'm sorry, why am I acting like I just had a drink? This is water, but it's hard out here, okay? It's hard out here for a pimp. So I'm gonna start with number one. The number one reason why being pretty is hard. Y'all love to say, like, oh my God, you're so pretty. You get all the guys, whatever, okay? Pretty girls hear that all the time. Y'all say we have nothing to complain about, whatever. I'm gonna say this real quick, okay? Getting more guys equals more problems. Okay, you know what they say, more money, more problems, more dudes, more, yo. The thought that just came in my head, I can't say that, no. Maybe y'all caught on to that too. But
okay, so obviously she is feeling herself and decided to come on Beyonce's internet and flex, period. And what about it? Let her flex. The one thing that I will, when you do an interview and someone says, give me a weakness about you, and you go, my weakness is that I take on too much responsibility. And sometimes I don't know how to delegate the work because I am a perfectionist and I want it. Yeah. That's what this is giving. This don't sound bad. So, I mean, we're going to continue.
Whatever. When you have more guys that you have to deal with, y'all, it's a lot, okay? That means more likely to get your heart broken. And these men be doing you dirty. So the thing is, when you're a pretty girl and you date like a guy, like me personally, being attractive, I'm kind of gonna go into this with my next point, but I don't like to date attractive men. And like very attractive men. I like a solid 7, like they always say like the cute ugly guys. I need like a solid 7, 7.5. You too fine. I can't do it, okay? Because I feel like that's what leads to like getting your heart broken all the time. Because when you date a guy that's really attractive, they have more women that is really attractive. And the thing is, which I've always said, I feel like it's way easier to find an attractive girl than it is to find an attractive guy. So when you find that attractive guy, when all of us women find that one attractive guy, we all want him. And he likes that attention most of the times, 9 out of 10 times, they do love that attention. So it's gonna be very hard to find a faithful, very attractive guy. So I just kind of like protect my heart by not dating attractive guys. But we have so many men that constantly are coming to us when they talk to us. So say we get the average dude, we get the average guy, right? The average guy thinks that.
See, here's something that is a revelation to men. Women also have eyes, and they judge you based on how you look. As a revelation. Like O'Shea Duke Jacks.
We get all these attractive guys, or thinks we get so many guys, which we may or may not get. So that leads them to act up too. So everybody just be acting up, and it's just like, dang, nobody want me. And then that's what I feel like at the end of the day. So it's not all cakes and rainbows being pretty, because I deal with this on a regular basis, baby, okay? I don't get dogged out, but I be getting my feelings played with a little bit. Because guys, a lot of the time, they will get like intimidated by being with somebody like me. Like they think I'm doing all this stuff when I'm really not. Like I'll let you think I am, but I really am not. I'm a loyal girl. I don't have to do that much. Like even when I'm in a relationship, which is so bad, when I'm not in a relationship, excuse me, it's so bad. I act like a girlfriend. I need to stop.
All right. I will say she's actually incorrect about quote unquote ugly guys. Regarding if you are a quote unquote pretty girl and you date an ugly guy who is immature and also thinks he's ugly and do not have a high self-esteem, if he thinks he can get you, actually, let me leave that alone. I'm reading a psychology book and I'm not a psychologist, but they turn into the worst. It's the idea about the educated lame. And this idea is that if you choose these men, then you're safer. It's the same thing here. It is the same thing. If you're a pretty girl and you chose the educated lame, you're safe. That's not necessarily true. But we'll get into that later when you guys come up and we have advice with Themis in the after show.
Stop doing that, which I have been getting better at, but that's another thing. I'm really loyal, but people think because I am like a pretty girl that I'm talking to all these dudes when I'm not. So the attractive guys and the guys that are mediocre or subpar be doing me wrong, and it's just not cute. But yeah, that's number one reason why there's more options and more men that want to hurt our feelings and want to kind of like simmer us down and bring us down 10 notches. So that's one reason why being pretty.
Sincere, I feel like you have things you want to get off your chest. So after this video, I'm going to quickly go through this because I would like for you to come up and get it off your chest. This is going to be counseling with Sincere. Pretty woman did ugly just today. Look. All right, Sincere, we're going to have a conversation, a self-esteem conversation in a minute. Because I am not going to allow you to leave here and not have the tools to deal with pretty women. The fruitcakes are here to help.
Pretty is hard. On to the next. So number 2. So this kind of connects to the part when I said that when you date an attractive guy, attractive girls want them too. But this is kind of like a juxtaposition. Being pretty means that a lot of attractive guys won't want to talk to you. So that's another thing. Just please be honest. Keep it real. Don't be like, Tony, you're being mean. Look at every attractive man.
All right, she's a pretty girl, whatever. I'm going to move on. There's some part of the video that I wanted to dissect, but I want to get to the discussion because you guys get the point. There is, you need to direct him to a therapist. I will be a therapist tonight. Timothy, you remember how counseling with Sincere went last time? No, I actually don't remember. Sincere. They really don't care about ugly guys, just want him for his look, there is a trade-off you have to make in this world, and I am so sorry, but we'll get you the tools, Sincere. We will get you the tools. I will get you the tools. All right. So now that we understand, and I don't have to do a full framework because this is also kind of already understood. So there's no theoretical approach that I need to give to anyone. We all are on the same page regarding beauty. Hopefully, there's no one here that doesn't think pretty comes with a privilege, yet people who are beautiful decide to come out and say, yeah, but there's no privilege and they blah, blah, blah. And sweetie of all people. But we know this. Now let's get to the consequence of beauty. Actually, let's do a vote. Do you think people who are beautiful should be privileged? Drop a 1. If you think they should not, drop a 2. Should 1, not 2. So drop a 1 if you think because you're pretty, you should have a privilege. And drop a 2 if you think not. All right. So I didn't realize this would be mixed because I would give it a 2, but apparently people think you should be privileged because of beauty. All right, got it. Wait, was Cynthia the writer of the email? Please remind me. I'm gonna ask Mika if that was sincere. The way Cynthia is going off in this chat, I'm going to need to know if Cynthia wrote me an email. Thank you. Wrote email. I'm going to need to ask Cynthia if he wrote that email. Wait, was Cynthia the writer of the email? Thank you, Mika. I will definitely ask him. All right. So there is this podcast or something. It's called Tonight's Conversation. I don't know. Yeah. Should, no. And do they? Yes. So this is where I come up, but I see where the chat is going. So we might have a full, fruitful discussion tonight then, because on this podcast, there is a random people. I don't know any of these people's name, and I don't care to learn it, so I apologize. There were some men and women, and the men said that he treats women better based on how they look, how attractive they are. I actually found that extraordinarily despicable. Like, I actually find that disheartening, not because it's true, because I think to some level, and we know this because psychologists have tracked it, and I talked about it earlier, where the halo effect, where we assign morality and ethics and good qualities to people, to people based on how they look. And that generally happens on a sort of unconscious level, right? We are not consciously saying, oh, she's beautiful or he's beautiful. Let me treat this person better, specifically for the fact that they are beautiful, which is something that literally does not add any value, right? But this man admits it. And my concern generally with people who admit things like this is very simply, I don't think they care to change it. I don't like, we can see it and say it's bad, but I don't think these people think it's bad. So let's play it. There are psychological studies that show that babies even respond favorably to pretty. Yeah, there is an effect it has on people. I don't know the baby study, but I do know there are a ton of studies that highlights the halo effect. And how, like, even when people pass away, this was the saddest one. When people pass away, if you find the person who died to be beautiful, you are more sad than if you did not think they were beautiful. Like when I was reading that, I don't know why I do deep dives for these videos and never actually get into any of these deep dives that I've done, because I like to have like the background, assuming everyone has it, and not share it. But so, like, the fact that people become mourn more over people who are beautiful as opposed to who people they deem to be not attractive, it's sad. Like, that's actually quite sad. I'm 37, still get pretty privileged. Nobody thinks I'm my age, period. The thing is, I think women, well, no, actually men benefit from it too, actually. All right, let's hear what this young man had to say. I don't know if this is copyright, fair use, all of that, but they probably try to shut down the channel anyway. It don't matter. At this point, I don't care.
And he says, okay, I treat people better when they're pretty, but then you accept your pretty privilege or your life.
No, let's not do
How
that.
do you treat women who are prettier better?
And it's not, I'm not going to tell you it's a good thing, but yes, I do.
It's about to get ugly.
Do you think that makes you shallow, or is that just being real?
I'm shallow, but it's cool because I need to be, see, for me, I'm a guy who seeks the total package. So you got to be beautiful and you got to have depth.
Are you proud to be shallow?
Yes, I am.
That's disgusting.
I think that most people like what they like, and they like what they like by how it looks first.
It's a difference between saying, okay, yes, every relationship, be it most friendships, relationships, whatever, most things start with being physically attracted to something. It's a difference between being physically attracted and openly admitting to saying that you treat prettier girls basically like princesses, and you treat
never
less
said
attractive
that.
women like crap.
I never said that.
All right. He never said that. And I hate when people do this because, like, there are shorthands and now you're going to purposely get caught up in semantics because you don't want to own your foolishness, right? But you did say you treat women differently based on how they look. And that's sad because there was no qualifier. Now, the conversation could be longer. Definitely didn't finish the whole episode because you have to download an app and sign up for all kind of things. And I was like, look, no, absolutely not. Y'all don't deserve a voice. I'm not going to content police. They have an audience. Apparently, they're huge. And apparently, a lot of people want to hear what they have to say. So whatever. But it's not about changing the perspective. It's, I'm shallow. I know I'm shallow. Now what? And that's sad. If a man doesn't want to sleep with you, you're invisible to them. Witness it firsthand. Cancer girl, and that's the problem. I think people will be biased, but you should not treat people you don't find attractive terribly. Everyone deserves human decency. And that's why I don't like these kind of podcasts, because it's like, okay, this is my opinion, now move on. As opposed to, okay, let's think about what you're saying. Let's think about what privilege means, who earns it, why it's invisible, and whether or not it's a good thing. I am not here arguing for something radical like we should dismantle the system of beauty. But I am saying that you can treat people well even if you don't find them physically attractive. Like you can actually do, it does not hurt to treat people you don't want to sleep with well. Like I don't understand where that discrepancy came from, that I'm going to knowingly treat someone better because they're beautiful. Like, I know we unconsciously do it, but to consciously do it and be proud of it and announce it means like it just feels a bit reprobate in my mind. And I probably shouldn't be so harsh in my judgment, but that's what it feels like. But we're not done. We're not done. Thank you, Cute and Anonymous. Let's continue because this is actually going to be a problem.
Women have been disrespected for so long. We're not even really looked at as humans. A lot of men describing women will describe us as an object, mostly a car. Like if a Beamer had a single mom is like a Cadillac. Shut up. Yeah. So with that, I mean, honestly, they do not see us as humans. So when it's something that is natural, when disrespect comes natural, I don't hate her just because I spit in her face. I do that with all the on Tuesday.
I disrespect everybody.
The big thing that we have the power to do on this platform is we're able to create a cultural shift by having these conversations. And if we're as women are telling you that how we feel and how we're viewing things, maybe it's time to take a step back and say, you know what? Damn, it has been like this for 30 years, but maybe that isn't okay. Maybe talking to her and calling her and my running through, maybe that's not okay. Maybe that's not acceptable. Like just considering what we're saying sometimes.
Nope. Disregarding all of it. Here's why. It makes me sad when I see people, not just Black, like in the context of Black men and Black women, when I see Black women doing it, but in the larger context, when I see Black people doing it. I don't like begging people to see our humanity. Here is why. In the conversation happening, I can hear, look, I'm not a body language expert, but I can hear pain in that woman's voice who was speaking about being compared to car. I can hear that kind of pain and I can acknowledge that kind of pain and respect it. Those men were laughing. And there is no way you should continue to talk. Your pain is being used as sports and actual currency. Your pain, your outrage is being used as currency. And I don't appreciate it because it's not a conversation about, they were laughing. In the time she's calling out the reprobate mindset. She is calling out the fact that women are being treated as objects and compared to cars. And in that conversation, you have these men who do it, laugh, right? And do not meaningfully engage. So much so that one of the other women decided to step in and say, hey, maybe if we're talking about this, you should listen. And this is why I don't like the conversation being reduced to sex and partnering, because it is more than that. It is way more than that. Like, you can listen and recognize that women are hurting. Men are hurting too for different reasons, but women aren't the one causing your hurt, generally and systemically, right? So if you can hear the pain and you can metabolize that pain, then you should do something about that pain to the extent that you can. And I don't think they care to. And so it bothers me. Well, let me not say it bothers me. I don't understand why women engage in this conversation that goes nowhere. Because you're only going to be insulted. You're only going to be used as actual currency. Your pain, that is, not just you, but a very specific part of you. Your outrage and your pain can be monetized. And that's what they're doing, because no one is listening to her talking about how they're being compared to cars. They don't care. They laughed. And you are sitting there asking for validation from people who don't care, like who are laughing in your, like, I don't understand. And this is, when I say divest, I'm not actually talking about it in the specific way about race and dating, but like, you have to remove yourself from situations that do not serve you and what you believe in. Because I just feel like that's a waste of time. Like, I feel like that entire conversation, I don't care about them and their conversation, but her being there and being outraged about the climate that the men she's talking to are perpetuating, I don't see how useful that is. I don't see it. All right, let's continue, because there's actually some things that I wanted to talk about in that clip, but I won't, because they don't deserve the academic rigor. Concern said it's the same as the preference convo. They expect not to be challenged. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they have. I mean, they're a little better than Fresh and Fit. I mean, everyone is a little better than Fresh and Fit, right? Like, come on. But this is the bare minimum. She don't see it either. Yeah, and they just continue to ask. And dignity and respect is not something you beg for. It's something you have to take. And you have to do it even when people don't give it to you, because they're not just going to hand it to you. To be viewed as equal is not something you can beg for. In the begging implies that there is a difference in status. Like, it's just is what it is. Take away yourself. Period. Take away yourself. Take away yourself. Period. Like, I don't. Anywho, this is quickly turning into an advice column, and I don't want it. Thank you, by the way. Let's continue.
I hate the fact that people have to feel like they're beneath other people based on, I didn't do shit for this face. And that's something I explain to my kids regularly. When people tell my daughter that she's beautiful, I correct them. Yes, take that compliment. She'll say, that's God's compliment. That's not my compliment, but thank you. Because she didn't do shit for that.
Wow.
The first thing
Can we write that down?
The first thing that happens is when you find yourself in a messed up situation as a grown-up, you're like, damn, what can I do? What can I do? I'm pretty. So now you about to trick with, now you about to hit the stage. Now you about to use your face because you know how to use your face to get what you want, because he's been telling you you're pretty all your life. I hate that shit.
Wow. So
I hate that shit.
now
So
we need
be
a press
clear.
conference.
The reason why I have such feelings about this conversation is because this is something I am very intentional about.
Yeah.
My daughter is light skinned, hair look like mine, green eyes. I tell her regularly, you better be smart, because that face ain't gonna do to get you laid on your motherfucking back.
You're upset at Rico when he says, okay, I treat people better when they're pretty, but then you accept your pretty privilege or your light skin privilege or your tall privilege. Mm-hmm. Aren't you equally as wrong?
Absolutely not. And you want to know why?
Now tell me that is not the dumbest question you've ever heard. Tell me that is not the dumb. Let me contextualize the question for you. Because she is upset that there is a guy treating people better based on how they look. He likens that to her accepting her own privilege. We are going to change pretty for white in a moment, and you will then hopefully see how dumb this entire conversation is. We're going to change pretty to white.
You're upset at Rico when he says, okay, I treat people better when they're pretty, but then you accept your pretty privilege or your light skin privilege or your tall privilege. Mm-hmm. Aren't you equally as wrong?
Absolutely not. And you want to know why? I intentionally use my privilege to empower others. I intentionally use my privilage to help others.
That's a slippery slope.
It's not though. It's not though. For me personally.
So if you get a free drink.
It's a slippery slope. Do these men even know what slippery slope is? Like, I am so frustrated. I hate that. Have you ever had that dumb... Sorry, no one is dumb. Have you ever heard that person in class who will listen to you, and when you're talking, they'll keep interrupting when you're answering the question for the teacher as if they're adding anything to the conversation at all? That's a slippery slope. If that were me, I would have stopped, turned to him, and had him explain what he meant by that's a slippery slope. What about what you said is a slippery slope, and why are you talking to me? I'm going to continue because that just annoyed me. It doesn't mean anything. They're just mad at her because she is the woman they think is beautiful, and they want her to accept that she should be treated better because she's beautiful. And they cannot understand how a woman would want to be seen beyond beauty, right? to be something more meaningful. Like, it is ridiculous because the conversation is so empty and vapid, and it's just like, it is a conversation that could be meaningful, but they will not let go of, well, this is just how it is. Okay, well, if it's just how it is, why are we talking about it? I just saw this on my timeline today. LOL, theme is be on the train. No, Erica sent it to me. I didn't know it was a thing happening now.
Drink at the club, who do you give it to?
I might give it to my friend.
Okay. And
Robin
if you
Hood
get
with
a
the
little extra
privilege.
money.
Bingo. I will be
Robin-
Robin Hood of the privilege. I think every single person has the opportunity to use their powers for good or for bad. And I will pick to use my powers for good. If that means that we could use my face to skip the line and get to the front of the line, cool.
I just think, to me, that it's crazy that somebody would say you're shallow, but then depend on the shallow people to win in life. That's wild to me.
Now, he just closed with that, and if you go into the comments, you will see all these men talk. That last comment, bro, you bodied her. It's like, all right. Now let's make it white. In a system of white supremacy, if you believe that system exists, are you saying, actually, let's finish that on the panel. I'm going to bring up the panel and we'll do it on the panel because these people annoy me. I actually watched it. How am I annoyed? How am I just as annoyed as when I watched it? Like, you are fighting tooth and nail to make pretty privilege something that is good and accepted, even though you accept that it is shallow. You in the beginning, these men didn't say, yes, I treat women better who are beautiful, and that is morally and ethically right. It is a good thing that I do it. No, they're like, I'm shallow and I know it. It's wrong, blah, 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 right? So you accept the wrongness, like you accept the moral condemnation. You accept this, but then when someone pushes back, you're going to defend it? Like, what? like what are we doing here? Like, what is this conversation about? I'm so annoyed. They want her to triangulate against dark-skinned Black women. I don't know if it's dark-skinned Black women specifically, but they do want her to accept. Like, I think they want her to accept this and say it's okay. And she's like, no, it's not okay. You should not be treating. But if I am in the world where I am treated better because of this, nothing I do right now can make me not. Like, should she just show up and not wear makeup and make herself look good because she's like, I don't understand. I don't understand these people. All right, let me open the panel. Because we're about to argue. I know we're about to argue. And let me drink this mud water real quick, because what we're not going to do is have me sleepy. I have the dude who worked for Budget Upgrade my rental for without me. The dude who worked for Budget Upgrade upgraded my rental for free without me asking. Period. Privilege. Period. Rochelle.
Oh, hello.
How are you? I said it right this time too, right?
You did. Good job.
Period.
I just wanted to quickly say that I think these men want to keep the hierarchy of pretty privilege going because they know it keeps them at a higher position. And I think they want to keep it going because they know if women are too busy fighting amongst themselves, they won't fight, the patriarchy. Or look to them to try and be equal to men if they're too busy fighting amongst themselves, like who's prettier? I'm prettier because I have this and I have that. And I feel like it's all just to keep women distracted.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Let me add some more people.
That's what I feel like, because when that woman sounded so hurt. She sounded like she was about to cry. I felt so bad. And
no
men
one
were just
has the
laughing.
right. That's why. Yeah, she did seem really is upset, and I just like no one has the right to your
No.
emotions like that. Not to capitalize on it in that way.
Right. Yeah, like it does seem like they probably wanted to have kind of like a viral moment. And I think that kind of goes into like how people use black women's outrage for like attention because it's an attention economy. So it's kind of like, oh, if we have this black woman pleading and begging and crying, it's like that's a gotcha moment for us and we can go viral. And it's like,
Yeah,
no, no, I think black women have to stop feeding into this
yeah.
outrage economy.
Thank you so much, Rochelle.
Thank you.
Jessica, Jessica, go ahead. Jessica. All right. Kira.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey, famous.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. What say you?
Oh, I'm doing good. It's just I seen this video like a few days ago, and Rico just takes me the hell off. Cause he one of them
Wait, who is
men
Rico?
that
I don't know who Rico is.
Rico was the guy with the braids that basically called Russell Wilson like a simp or something like that.
All right. I
And
didn't know which one he is still.
well, he's the one that said the ending part that you disagree with.
Oh,
Um,
gotcha.
I feel like the only reason why men like him feel like what I forget her name because I do follow her, but I feel like the reason why he feel like it's a contradiction to what he's saying is because he was probably one of them lanes from in his childhood that were, I don't know what's the word. He was just a lane basically, and I'm sorry, he just discombobulated my brain. Anyway,
The whole thing is discombobulating. So,
listen, like the whole the pretty privilege thing is like if you use it for good, that's one thing, and I think that's what old girl was trying to say. But his mind frame is too fucking small to understand that. Sorry for
no
cussing.
cursing, please. No cursing.
I'm sorry.
Very fine. Um, Sincere, if you're still here, I did call you. So the link is there. You said black pretty women only want to only want only want only want to use men. And I'm sorry to hear that. So I would like for you to come up and talk about that. Um, thank you, Kira. Was that it?
Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry, I was
No,
discombobulated, but
no. You're fine. You're fine. Thank you. Let's go with you, UG.
Hey famous, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good and ting. Thank you. um, yes, I'm so glad that you brought up white adjacency. Um, and how like that influences so much of like this pit fight that that men seem to want to see women get into while they
Yeah.
pull the mess that they pull otherwise because it's like and they do actually justify supremacy because if someone can say I am going to treat you better because of how you appear, then why not do it to why not mistreat a whole ethnicity of people that I just don't find attractive. I find my people attractive. I find, the straighter curl hair texture, the fairer skin, the smaller nose, anything that is not phenotypically African American, that is better. So the only way that you get better treatment is if you don't look like XYZ. And it's like, okay, so you're justifying the oppression of people based on your standards of beauty when
Yep.
and traits that people cannot help that they were born with.
Yep. Yep.
I'm considered I'm not considered many people not at all by any stretch any person any man's version of oh yeah she's fine or whatever unless you look at other parts of my body but no I have the Caribbean nose thick lids, big body gal or whatever. So yeah,
Period.
so it's not fair. It's not right, and everything. Oh, and they love to say, oh, well, nothing is fair, but it happens to men too, right? So then why are you justifying it? But if it makes them feel better, and if it happens that because they blow smoke up their preferences behind, they get some booty, then oh yeah, no, go ahead, get in the pit and fight. I'm rooting for the pretty one. Like, so go on, go sit down.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate your perspective. Please come back. I appreciate that. For everyone, because the people have been coming on, I'm just going to give you guys 1 minute each, because the studio is full. I probably should also upgrade, but yeah, the studio is full. Oh, vitamin. Let me add 2-3 people.
Hey, Themis. Hey, chat. Can you hear me good?
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to say that the reason that what they're trying to do there is they're trying to implicate her in what they're feeling judged about. So it's like, you can't judge me for being superficial because you're benefiting from this system as well. So you can't take the moral high ground with me. But what they aren't paying attention to is that she probably wouldn't be mad if it were to stop today or tomorrow. But they want to be able to do that because they want to be able to take what they feel is valuable in the situation and to be able to say, oh, I can pick and choose, or I can dangle this in front of somebody to use it to my advantage. So if we as women don't feed into it, then it has no power.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you on that. And he was not letting it go. The fact that people in the comments don't see this, or maybe they do, they're all kind of cheering him on, doesn't make sense to me. You're out of time.
Okay, it's cool. That's it.
It is nothing more than men trying to have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah. Yeah. But I actually do have a question. Do you think
like, how are you going to tell me, hey, you're pretty and I'm going to treat you wonderfully, but I don't expect you?
Wait, go ahead. That was Seed of Chaos, right? Hello? Your time is going. I don't know.
Yes, that's me.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I mean, I appreciate that, and I agree with you. My issue, well, not issue. I don't think these people want to change. Like, I think they can identify bad behavior without and still say, "Yeah, it's bad behavior, but I don't want to change it." And I think that's what's happening. Go ahead, free.
That's exactly what's happening, simply because they know that if they were to change.
Is there a delay? I think there's a delay with yours. Free? Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know what was happening.
Hey,
I think there was a delay.
I came up here thinking I knew what to say, but now that I'm thinking, shut up. Like, I just listen. The pretty privilege topic is kind of just awkward. It's an awkward conversation to have because I don't really. I'm one of those people who are introverts, and like we kind of stray away from conversations that don't really have meaning. And so like I'm struggling to find meaning in this conversation. It's and here's why. I feel like, okay, you have pretty privilege. Okay, so the only thing that I would be upset about for somebody who has pretty privilege is if you see somebody being abused because of their appearance, do not, step to the side and allow that abuse to happen. Like, it's okay if you want to be praised for being light skinned or being dark skinned or whatever. But you don't disregard someone because they're dark skinned or because they're light skinned. I think that's the whole point. Like for me, it's like, okay, have your pretty quote unquote privilege, but just don't disrespect people when, you know, they don't happen to look like you. Other than that, like I struggle to understand like why is that hard to understand? I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, regarding meaning though, that's gonna be something hopefully you find. Because I won't venture to explain meaning though, but I do hope that it does have some level of meaning. But yeah.
Right. And one more thing, like I've also been on both ends of the spectrum where people have considered me um very unattractive, and then, you know, do have considered me very attractive. And so I guess I just have a very neutral stance on this issue, because I really just feel like no matter how pretty you are, if you can use it to your advantage to make money, that's great. But other than that, it doesn't really mean anything.
If someone is giving me some, oh, thank you, by the way, Efree. If someone is giving me things for being handsome or beautiful or whatever, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, I've been seeing your Instagram post, Mr. You know.
Let's talk about that. No. There's no
Over there getting
Instagram.
some of my stuff. I see it. Okay, but that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Have a good one. Concerned.
So my point is that these dudes are so stupid because they are out here. The point of all of it, in my estimation, is just reindoctrination and programming, because they're sleeping with both people who are traditionally unattractive and traditionally attractive. And granted, that's not the same thing as choosing to partner with somebody or invest in someone. Pretty, on a general level, equals access to more resources and access through partnership with more wealthy men under normal circumstances, or people just liking you and you being nicer to be around, right? Well, in reality, the truth is that we know that these men are these rules are not as hard and fast as they're saying. They just want women to be their favorite word, submissive. They want the pretty women to feel like because they're not having better outcomes with anybody. White, light skin, no one is having good outcomes with these men. So they want the pretty girl to feel like, oh, at least I'm better than her, and the quote unquote unattractive girl to say, well, I mean, at least I have a man. All to keep us under their thumb. And it's just so boring and played out that it's not working anymore. And I just wonder what's gonna happen when Black women no longer care about Black men's opinion. Like, what are they about to do?
Like, for real, like, I would argue that time is not gonna be anytime soon.
Yipes. But anyways, that's what I have. It's just, it may be that we'll still be attracted to them, but like this whole like what my preference is definitely getting tired, because in reality, preferred or not, what is he bringing to the table? We're starting to see through the smoke and mirrors, and I'm hoping that they realize that, you know, keeping us confused is not going to change nothing no more.
All right. Thank you, concerned truth teller. Everyone was getting 2 minutes, by the way.
Okay. Good night, Venus, and hello, everybody. Yeah, I just wanted to applaud the mother for instilling a sense of balance and humility in her daughter. Because literally before she made the comment, I made it in a comment section about why I would put a 2 for pretty people not being afforded privilege just by virtue of what they look like, because it's not something that you have control over. Plastic surgery notwithstanding, of course.
Yeah, wait, pause 1 second. I paused your time. Sincere, I'm not gonna call you up again because I feel like you have a lot to get off your chest, and this is a safe space with a lisp. Go ahead, truth teller.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So saying what you look like is not something that you can control at all. It really is a luck of the draw and how your genetics come together. You know what I mean? Whether or not you're going to be perceived as beautiful or not. And also the time and era in which you live. Because as we know,
what is considered to be the standard of beauty has changed and does evolve over years and from culture to culture as well. And so, even from my experience, I've had guys, both black and white, who, upon meeting me, some of them are like obsessed, and I'm like, but you don't know me yet, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, and there's a sense of,
not that obsessed with me, period. Humble brag. Just like,
yeah, no, but listen, and I'm like, but wait, I feel I know me, because I see through it. Like, I feel like those girls who, I mean, obviously it's nice to be treated nicely or whatever, for whatever the reason may be. But at the end of the day, you want something deeper than that. It's very superficial, and it doesn't insulate you from any of the other. You get certain benefits, but it doesn't, there's also drawbacks that are associated with it as well. And I just really respect the fact that the mother is instilling in her daughter, look, you being beautiful is nice, but that's not all of who you are. You know what I mean? That's only like they're scratching the surface. And it's very important to admit and acknowledge that. So I just want to, I see what it is she's doing.
I mean, I completely agree with you on that one. I actually had a very interesting point, but I will leave that alone.
No, you can make the point. Let the point if you want to make the point. We all want to hear the point.
Dean, you're not going to drag me in the chat talking about for the StreamYard upgrade. Thank you, Truth Teller. No other point needs to be made. I mean, the only point I was going to try to make was simply this, that worst come to worst, she can teach her daughter how to finesse.
Yeah, this is very true. This is very true. Yeah, that's the one last thing I want to say is I never get mad at like a woman who is beautiful or what have you. And girls tend to like get that way or whatever. And I'm like, it's not her fault.
Yeah.
You need to like address the dudes or what have you. It's not the woman's fault. However you want to treat her is how you're going to treat her. But anyway, that's it.
Ruled by Venus. Go ahead. Thank you, Truth Teller.
Hi, Themis. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, actually.
Okay. So what I have to say was there needs to be some type of criteria or screening process for anyone who wants to speak publicly and debate about Black women and Black men issues, because like it's ridiculous. When I was looking at the woman who was speaking, you can hear like the conviction in her voice. She raised a genuine concern about how people are being treated, how women are being treated. And unfortunately, all she did was like give ammunition to an already loaded gun that's being held by like an irresponsible person. Because every time a Black woman, from what I'm seeing, is vulnerable in these spaces and are trying to actually bridge the gap and help these men understand us, what almost always happens is our concerns just become talking points that get thrown in our face later, like it's something that's funny. So at this point, I think people need to just like stop having conversations with people who are not qualified. They're not emotionally qualified. They're not mentally qualified. They just don't have it.
Yeah,
and so that was
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. What was the other thing? And I also feel like what he's doing is like a low-key manipulation tactic to oppress women, and not just unattractive women, but all women, because attraction is subjective, right? And he just strikes me as the type of guy that no matter how beautiful the woman is, he will find a way to make her feel bad about herself when it suits him. So it could be like, well, I did this to you because, or if he gets upset, well, you're not all that anyway. And like, he's made it clear, like, yes, I'm shallow. So you already knew that. So what did you expect? He's kind of laying his foundation for the BS he's going to put you through later. And the last thing was, I just think anyone looking at him, because he is attractive, but I think anyone from this point on who dates him is just crazy because he's not even a respectful human.
Yeah.
And that was basically my points.
Thank you. With 30 seconds to spare. I appreciate that. I don't believe you can vet people, but there are people who just don't really need vetting. You should just know. Future is one of them, and this guy is one of them. I truly think these men are jealous and want to be in her position. They don't understand why she's not happy with her privilege, agreeing with, I don't know if it's jealousy, but it could be. I don't know what is animating their objection but they want
Could I
her to accept it.
sorry, could I say one thing to that? Because I think I know what it is. They have been able to use that as a bargaining chip to get their way with the women they prefer. So when they come across a woman that they would prefer who's not buying it, it's like, oh my God, this is a problem because this is literally all I have and it usually works. But she's
Yeah.
actually too smart to fall for it. So
Yeah.
that's a problem for me.
Yeah. No. I'm glad you added that. Bay.
Hi, good evening, Venus. How are
Good
you?
evening. Doing well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I was just sort of thinking about the question on the video as well in general and seeing I had a bit of a question. So my question was, this is to you and the ladies on the panel right now. How much do you think that women should invest into beauty? Because as you said, it is a currency. The reason why I asked this is so just a little bit of a background. I was raised in Central Africa, and I was born in Central Africa and then raised in Europe. And for the sort of the start of my life, I was generally around sort of a more of a mixed sort of a group of people. And then I would say around 22 came like sort of like what you would call a glow up. But prior to that, I would just say I was pretty average looking. Because of that, because of that, I had the opportunity to develop like myself as a person prior to like everything that is put on us as women in terms of like how people see us and how they put beauty on us. So I was able to develop my own personality and develop an identity outside of like the beauty market, if I could call that. Now, the treatment is definitely night and day, and it's kind of sad, but it's very surprising as well because you do get better treatment. Is that a good thing? Is that something that we should invest in, or do you think not?
All right. So you asked, I'm going to pause the timer because I do think this is a nice question. Well, I don't know. I can have the women answer first because I am pro plastic surgery. I am pro literally so I'll let them answer first because and then I'll answer based on what I would tell. I don't think beauty is important and should be important. Rather, it is very important, but it should be important. But because it is, there are some things that I think are like inherent in human interactions. But Helena and Seed of Chaos, you guys can take this.
Hello. Sorry for the lag earlier. Yeah, my PC was updating.
All right, got it.
Yes, I agree with what she's saying simply because is it something that you should invest in? We did not create this atmosphere of where pretty privilege exists. We are not the ones going around saying, because you're beautiful, because you look a certain way, we're going to treat you this way. Most women meet most people with empathy, sympathy, and compassion. It is men who are saying, hey, I think you're beautiful, therefore I'm going to give you a benefit. So as someone I've dropped 200 pounds, and I can honestly agree, the treatment that I got then versus now is completely different. Should it be that way? No. But because I had years to cultivate my personality and grow my intellect, now I have more than just my pretty privilege. Now I can walk into a room and say, no, you can't talk to me like I'm dumb because you think I'm just pretty, and I've lived off of that. So I do believe that beauty is a tool that should be sharpened.
I agree because I had the exact same experience. Like, because I got to grow up an average Black girl in Europe, I sort of was invisible and in the background, and I was able to just be myself, develop my intellect, meet people that I actually liked for who they were. But then it was sort of like you see through people's BS when they're trying to BS you because they think you, as you said, they just look at you as a pretty girl when it's like, no, there's more than that.
Helena?
Yes. Hi, James. Hi, everyone.
Hey, the question was, and this is not your time, and I passed pause-based time. Do you think beauty should be invested in, and how much?
I think so, but to a minimum, in a moderation. It's good to invest in yourself and feel good about yourself, but you shouldn't excessively do it, um, you know, just because of the sake of external validation. I wanted to add that
Hey,
pretty privilege.
no, no,
Oh,
no.
sorry.
You will get to go. So
Okay.
go ahead, Bay. You have a minute left. If you had more to say, Bay, you're muted. Not sure if you're speaking. All right. I think Bay has left us. Go ahead, Helena.
I wanted to also say that yes, pretty privilege exists. It would be dumb to say it doesn't, because take the Kardashians for example. Like what is the what is the it thing that gain them, the empire and the legacy that they have? Mostly has to do with beauty and wealth and things like that. And
Pause.
also,
Pause, Helena. I agree with you. Sincere, see, this is the foolishness that I don't like. As a man, it's really not about you. As Cynthia wrote that email. Cynthia, did you write that email and send it? Did you email me the other day, Cynthia? This feels like you emailed me. This email, this message is feeling like you're the one who emailed me. As a man, it really not about your looks. It is about morals and ethics and how you carry yourself as a lady. If this were true, you would not be getting used by women who are beautiful. So what email are you talking about, sir? All right, he said he didn't do it, apparently. Well, he didn't. He asked, what email am I talking about? The one about beauty and women and Black women specifically. As a man, it's really not about your looks. It's about moral and ethics and how you carry yourself as a lady. Well, you shouldn't be having any problems about like beautiful women using men if you're not going after beauty now, should you? Like, I feel like you should not have any issues. Go ahead, Helen, I'll start your time.
oh yeah, pretty privilege is a society issue, is not a pretty person issue. However, pretty people can take advantage of that for good or bad. And I am in full support if you get pretty privilege and you defend others. You take the gifts if you can, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing wrong in doing so. But women have to be careful with it, because men can weaponize pretty privilege to triangulate women and put them into competition. I'll just end it there.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Seed of Chaos.
Okay, so my point that I wanted to make was I think it's very funny how men have an issue with pretty privilege, only because it shows that those standards that they say that they have don't exist. You're mad because the one thing that you look at, women have weaponized. You're mad because women who know that they are your preference can lick you like the sucker that you are. That's all that it is. Because if it wasn't about looks, if it wasn't about pretty privilege, then you would be perfectly fine asking her what her likes and dislikes are. You would be perfectly fine treating her as a human instead of an object that you can oogle at. I think the privilege is just it's another talking point that they have that just shows that they're superficial. And him being called out on his shallowness, he was like, how dare you, call me out on my horrible traits that I know I have. What? So
yeah, like he admitted that it was bad and then got offended when she said it was bad. Like, what?
And I really thought it was funny because I went and watched the whole hour-long conversation.
No, absolutely
Yeah,
not.
I shouldn't have. I knew it was bad. But it was like him having a mirror held up to himself made him disgusted, but he did not want to have that image held up to him by a woman. It would be perfectly okay if it was another man calling him out, but the fact that it's a woman, especially an attractive woman that is his preference, he couldn't take it. He just couldn't take it.
Well, they're gonna keep getting called out for their bad behavior. So,
and to comment on the whole weight thing, I'm not saying that my weight was the reason why I wasn't beautiful. I know I'm gorgeous. I'm saying that society has said that if you are obese, I'm not saying overweight, I was morbidly obese. If you are obese, then you do not fit within the standards of health and beauty. So in doing so, and I did it accidentally. I didn't even do it on purpose because, again, I am happy in myself. Most women who are pretty privileged don't know that they're pretty until someone tells them they're pretty. Someone has to justify saying, you are beautiful, you are pretty. They don't just wake up in the morning and say, I was born like this. It is the little girl saying her curly hair and her green eyes and her light skin is beautiful that gives her that pretty privilege.
Yeah.
And I think it's horrible that we believe that women are just giving it to themselves. This is something created by men that men have to address and change.
Period.
Yep.
I love that. Thank you so much. Kayla Potts, hey. All right, let's add some more people. All right, here we go. Let's start with KP.
Hi, Themis. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Perfect. How are you tonight?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. So I want to first say that every woman's pretty first starts with themselves. It belongs to them. Part of pretty is confidence. So if you know who you are and you love yourself from the inside out, that will shine through and attract the same energy. That's what I believe. You can't believe these men because they're manipulative, they're deceptive, they're performative, they lack substance. So they try to talk about pretty, but what they don't want to tell you is they'll cheat on pretty, they'll cheat on ugly, they'll abuse ugly, they'll abuse pretty. They will leave pretty women single baby mothers. They will leave they do the same thing to all women. So they're very shadow. Yes, they want eye candy, they want arm candy, but at the end of the day, they're the same type of men. So whether you're pretty or not, or whether you think you're pretty, all of that is smoke and mirrors. They always trying to deceive. That's what I get from them. They're always trying to make you look left while they're doing something on the right. It's always something. So you really can't even take them serious because they're performing. They're always performing. They lack depth, they lack substance, they're not intelligent, they're less than smart. I don't understand why Black women even listen to them. You hold the power. I keep saying you hold the power. You have
I just saw it. Cynthia, I'm definitely picking on you. We saw it in the chat where Cynthia just said, yeah, pretty women just want to use men, and then says he doesn't care about beauty, he cares about character and all of that. So the conversation about being used should not come up with you if you only date for character. But that's not true, is it?
No, because they're deceptive.
Decepticons.
They're so damn. Oh, I'm sorry. They're demonic. Some of them. They're very deceptive. It's almost like, they try to swindle you in, and they try to, pull you in with all this rhetoric. And at the end of the day, they don't hold any substance. So you get to them with your pretty, and then what do you get? So there's no benefit. It's like it's a trade-off, right? You give them the pretty, and then they give you something, but what are they giving you? Nothing. They're giving you absolutely nothing. So just, ladies, you're pretty, you're beautiful. Don't let these men define your beauty. You define it. You show up, you show out, you own the room, you come in with your confidence and be done with it.
Period. Look, I don't care about nobody's standard of beauty, so I can't even tell you that you're wrong or right on that, because if I'm not the top of that beauty standard, I don't want it.
There you go. If you don't put yourself up there first, then don't expect nobody else to.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, KP. Very well said.
Thank you, Themis.
Hi, Themis, my new fave.
Oh, hey.
Let me tell you, I offline, I'll tell you, I kiki and giggle with your channel all the time. It makes me feel
Oh,
like there's some hope when it comes to Black men doing great things.
nope.
Look,
Okay,
not
okay,
really,
okay.
but it warms my heart, right?
Mhm.
You are unique. But I kind of echo similar thoughts as KP in the sense that, and I put it in the chat, like the bottom line is the men, at least the men who was on this little channel that you just previewed, they're not capable. They don't have that level of versatility or the ability to be able to switch it off and on and say, I'm going to be a good person to the woman that I deem beautiful versus the woman that I find less attractive. They're not capable. What they're going to
No,
do is,
everyone's getting the same man.
yeah, you're getting the same, you're getting the
Was it
same
Cynthia
man.
G in the comments that just said that?
Correct. You're
Everyone's
not
getting
getting
the same
anything.
one.
Look, the only thing you're getting is probably a longer period of them putting on the show for you, right? And then whatever beauty they find in you or that they perceive that you have, they are going to drag you through the mud and make you the most unattractive, tired, haggard looking woman ever to make you so unappealing that you might find an actual attractive man who also has the intellect that goes along with his level of attractiveness that you might actually want to be with. So
Yeah.
I totally believe that it's all about deception and lies and trying to distort the way that women think so that they can put themselves on a pedestal to say like, oh, I'm going to put you on a pedestal, but really I'm trying to put myself and elevate myself on a pedestal by being associated with your beauty. But here's what I want to say. The slippery slope is not about beauty or not being beautiful or whatever the case may be. The bottom line is us giving credibility, credence, and a platform to people who are dangerous to the community. And I think that is what concerns me more than anything else about these people's like perception of beauty and their beauty standards and so forth. Because I'm like, we're in a day and age where everyone pays attention to social media, what's being said. No one's assessing anyone's credentials, IQ, or like any of the facts that these people are saying. And I think that's the dangerous part that we have to deal with.
Period. Thank you. Let me stop this. Go ahead, Prince Petty.
Good evening.
Sorry, that is definitely not your time.
Damn. I need to get it.
Go ahead.
But first of all, shout out to Concern. She said overweight does not mean ugly. And as we saw with Mr. Samuels, overweight women definitely have no shortage of men who enjoy their company. So is this the part of the conversation where we can make that white privilege comparison, or were you waiting to do that? Okay, so when it comes to should privilege exist, I think no. And I was thinking about white privilege or pretty privilege or able-bodied privilege or whatever. And you'll notice how most of those privileges are out of your control. So I don't think you should enjoy benefits due to these reasons. However, can I be mad at these people for taking advantage of the benefits they get? I don't know. But specifically, I wanted to play on what the lady on the panel with those men said about using her privilege to help her friends without. Now, imagine a white man, and he uses the weight that he holds to get you recommended for a nice career field, or uses his knowledge or his power that he's acquired, partly due to his whiteness, to pass you a crumb of that power. And then after he extends that hand to you, you get mad at him for using his privilege, even though he's using it, in my opinion, to fight the very system that benefits him. And I'm like, how can you still be mad at that man? Can you be mad at the system that values whiteness? Sure. But can you be mad at that individual, especially after that man admitted in the same conversation that he upholds that system? He has no plans to stop. In his own words, he was like, I value whiteness more than blackness. But instead of him changing his behavior, he would rather point the finger at that person, which he did.
Which is why I said if you just change pretty to white, then what? Because you just essentially articulated the problem with the stance. It's literally ridiculous. Is there a lag? Are you hearing me, Patty?
Yeah, I think my mic just cut out. But yeah, he's using that system to fight for you. Oh.
No, you're fine. The what? Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry.
You can stay up, Patty. You can stay up. I want to do something.
Okay. I'll keep it quick. Essentially, I think it's a little funny because, or at least my biggest concern is that the women who are buying into this whole, okay, if I'm pretty, I'll have status, and it's, a sense of currency. I understand that. But my fear is that women are chasing after this, like, this goal, we'll call it a goal, to the point where they're putting their lives in jeopardy. And I think that's where I differ with plastic surgery. Like, yeah, plastic surgery is fine, little fix, little
But
fixes.
Cynthia, do not interrupt. Wait, are you saying you disagree with me on plastic surgery? Wait, I don't understand. You
Me?
disagree with, you said you disagree with plastic surgery?
Oh no, I'm okay with plastic surgery to a certain extent, to the on the fact that women are getting it done to their own health and their own, putting their lives in danger. And that's where I'm like, okay, we're putting too much emphasis on beauty to the point where people are literally dying right now. So the conversation, I feel like we need to be able to give women some sort of power outside of beauty. And that's why a couple of lives ago, I said that we should send women to war, because once we send incubators to war, maybe we'll actually see value in them and we'll have actual power.
Wait,
And also
I feel like you're challenging me now. The one before you do,
No!
welcome, Erica. I thought you were a member already. I don't know why, but welcome. Wait, you think we should send women to war?
Only because I'm tired of like women not actually
I paused
having.
your time, by the way, because
Oh, whoop. Okay, like women, it doesn't feel like we have actual value in society. It's almost like a joke. The fact that these men are propping women up because of their beauty, not because beauty to them, their beautiful women are like actually useful. It's just to show off to other men. It's like, look, like this is, I'm just a trophy at this point, and you're trying to show me off. Like I'm not even of value, and my beauty will age or whatever. And I'm like,
pause. Wait, is Dean saying yes, we should send women to war?
oh no.
Yeah.
If he's agreeing with me, I might be doing something wrong. Hold on. Yeah. I might be doing something wrong if he's agreeing with me. I'm just saying, I'm tired of women not actually having value or feeling that their position in society is not actually being valued.
Yeah, I mean, we do send women to war, just an FYI.
Yeah.
I can't. Not you and Dean on the same page regarding sending women to war. So
again, I don't know what's Dean's like objective. Is it like, okay, you want to send women to war just because you want equality, or you want to send women to war because you want women to actually have purpose and value in society? So I don't know what
what do you think for women to be seen beyond sort of being objectified, that they have to be equal in that, like be sent out to war on the front lines and mandatory draft and all of that?
I think in the world that we live in, where putting your life on the line is what deems valuable in a patriarchal society. So if you're not putting your life on the line, I think I'm putting my life on the line. Women are putting their lives on the line. Creating life is very dangerous. You're literally putting your life on the line every single time you bring life into this world.
Wouldn't that be an argument against going to war? Unlike what Dean thinks, like maybe love is to a woman what war is to a man, and by love I mean having a child.
I agree with you. I totally agree. But again, not a lot of men think the way you think. The way you think, people in government and presidency and power, they don't think the way you think. So then it's like, okay, I have to meet these child behavior with, I have to meet their childish behavior and like put my life on the line so then it could be of value. I don't know. I wish there was like a better alternative, like of less killing and dying. But it just seems like when it comes to the topic of beauty privilege, it's just like women are just being moved around in society. It's like, oh, this is beautiful today and this will be beautiful tomorrow. And it's like, okay, women are valued because of this and they're not valued because of that. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. And whether or not you can opt out of a system is very clear. You can just opt out of the system of beauty.
Right. So you just have to play the game at the end of the day. I just feel bad for little girls, again, with the whole like plastic surgery getting out of hand.
I literally thought you were gonna say I feel bad for ugly girls. I
Oh
literally
my
thought you were
gosh. Yeah. Oh my, well, you know what? It's getting crazy because you have little girls who look normal, but they feel ugly because they're not getting the likes and the clicks on Instagram and whatever. So it's now the bar for ugly. It's, you know, it's the bare minimum. Like, you just look like a human, you're ugly, and you're not worthy of X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. Birthing children can be deadly. Why should a woman jump off a cliff because men do? What's your point? Clarify with a better example. No, I think we would agree that I call it love.
Right.
Love is to a woman what war is to a man.
Right.
It's deadly. It's deadly. So hopefully for equality, we don't have to shove women on the front line. All right, Sincere. What were you talking about now? Sincere, you're muted. All right, well, it feels like you're trolling me, so I'm just going to move on because I'm sure you know how to unmute yourself. All right. Sincere, this is your time to shine. He ran away. He said you guys are mean in the comments, and he doesn't want to have to deal with it. So I have one more video. Well, not one more, but like one more that I was trying to get through. I'll get to. And it's a trend on TikTok. Wait, Sincere, I'm not playing with you. If you're
No. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. My point, what I was making in the comments, is when it comes to pretty women, you know, are you more of an asset than just a pretty face, or can you be with the man for longevity? Is what I'm saying. Like, any man can get a pretty face, but are you wife materials?
Not any man can get a pretty face.
Man can get pretty.
Not any man can get a pretty face.
Well, my thing is, well, not every man can get a pretty face. But my question to women is, what more are you than just a pretty face? That's my question to women. A pretty face is just
Wait, I feel like the question is, what do you bring to the table?
Right, what more do you bring to the question? What more do you bring to the table than a pretty face as a woman to the man?
Wait,
that's
so
my question.
let's talk about this table. What table? What is this table we're talking about?
Family structure. Are you just there to look good, or are you there to be of value to the situation with the man?
Wait, I thought
you can look good all day.
I thought women's education didn't matter.
I didn't hear you. Say it again.
I thought women's education didn't matter.
Women's education does matter. It does matter.
All right, so they're bringing education and good jobs to the table.
Oh, right. My thing is this. A lot of ugly women, right? Respectfully, they get to keep the man because they're more than just a good look on their arm.
No,
that's the difference.
No, but we see bad behaving women who are quote unquote attractive and strippers who engage in really bad behavior. Not that their stripper is the bad thing, that they engage in bad behavior. And they tend to get men once they're not Black. So is it true? Like, it feels like you guys are lying, is what women are saying.
We're not. Nobody's lying. What we're saying is that my comment was is that the looks of the women is not the most important thing when it comes to a man.
So if
a lot of men are not even worried about the looks. They're looking at the value of the woman.
Hey, Sincere, if women's look don't matter, how then can beautiful women finesse men?
Because they take advantage of the suckers, the ones that fall for their traps. That's how they get away with it.
Looks do matter to these men.
So the suckers, the guys that are suckers, they take advantage of. But the guys that are not the lames, not the incels, not the ones that are pushovers, the looks don't matter to us. What more do you bring to
All
the
right.
table as
Oh, you
a
said
woman?
us. You said us. You said us.
Well,
So looks don't
not
matter to
not
you.
not us, particularly with me, because with me, it doesn't matter about the woman's looks. It's about what she brings to the table as a woman, across the board
All
for
right.
me.
So let's talk about your table and what you want to bring to the table. What are you looking for? I'm very curious then. What should the woman bring to your table?
Be family oriented. Be traditional.
What
Be,
wait, last time we talked, you were not making a ton of money.
I was making money. I never said I was the richest man, but I had funds. I had money coming in.
Yeah, but you gave me a number, and so when you say be traditional, I'm kind of confused.
Okay. When I say traditional, I want a woman that still has old school ethics and morals from back in the
All right.
days.
Which days?
Across the board. Across the board. I like
Wait, what?
traditional women. I like traditional women with good characteristics and morals across the board, in my opinion.
All right, I'm trying to figure out what days are you talking about? Like, what is this woman? Do you want the woman to stay at home?
She could be a housewife. You know what I'm saying? Because I could be I'm cool being
Who, like, based on what you told me.
what
Wait,
I'm
one
saying is
second.
listen to me,
Give
listen
me
to me.
2 seconds. Prince Fatty, um can you explain to me what is being said here for 2 seconds? Because I'm kind of confused.
I don't know. I actually had a clarifying question myself so I could understand a little better what Sincere was saying, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead. You're welcome to ask the question. I'm here.
I read your comment earlier, and it said something like, looks don't matter to men. But then when you clarified that comment, you were like, it's important for, I think you were talking about men. And when you were talking about men, you were like, yes, for a man, looks are nice, but also having your education and etc. But then when you were talking about women, you were like, looks aren't enough because what else will you bring to a man? I guess what I'm trying to ask, it seemed like when you were discussing the men, you were discussing like them as a person. But when you were discussing the women and what they can do better, it was related to how they can improve a man's life. So I wanted clarification on that. Why was it male centric?
It wasn't nothing like that. It was just a straightforward statement. It's saying that, okay, pretty women, right? For me, I don't look at them as a value because I look at them like they usually take advantage of men at that point. So for me, when it comes to the spectrum of women, I don't look at them just for the color. I mean, like how they look, judge them. I go off their character. That's the difference. You have some men like me. We don't care if you have like a big butt, a pretty face. What more can you bring to the table as a woman is what I'm saying in that statement. You get what I'm saying now? Does it make sense?
I completely understand what you're
Okay.
saying. But again, I don't think maybe my question didn't come across correctly. Like you're saying now, yeah, you're a pretty girl, but what do you have to bring to a man? When you were talking
That's
about
my point.
men, you weren't talking about what the men have to bring to a woman. You were just talking about them as individuals who are not female centric. But when the conversation shifted to women, it was all about what they can do for a man. That's what I meant. I understood what you were saying.
Well, look at it like this. It goes the same thing for women when it comes to looking for a man. Are you looking at him for his looks, his money, or his character? As a family-oriented man, is he going to be the one to actually be there forever? Is what I'm saying. I look at it like I don't care about the looks, what people bring to the table. I want to see your characters and your morals and your ethics and your values. That's what is more attractive to me when it comes to women, in my opinion. For me. Is
Okay,
that wrong?
so you apply that across both genders. A man should also be looking at what he can bring to a woman.
Right.
Okay.
I think it's really like superficial when people look at others for what their looks are. I look at people as just individuals and human beings across the board. That's me, in my opinion.
And my last point of clarification, you said you wanted a traditional woman, but you also said you're looking for a woman who's educated and who brings, I guess, her career and finances to the table. Can you see how that might be a contradiction?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it because it's two different things put into one. I can see it. That was my fault. I shouldn't have broke it down like that. All right, my bad. That was my mistake.
I mean, break it down. You're here.
But only thing I'm saying is traditional. I look at traditional family values. Both people have to be. The woman I like a woman with old school values. Somebody family oriented. Somebody that can, I'm okay being the man that can be the man that takes care of the home, and she could be a housewife. See, I'm cool being the sole provider. Is the difference?
You don't have to give away the answer to this if you don't want to.
Sure.
To respect Themis's platform, but do you have the finances to provide that traditional lifestyle to that woman if you are requesting that she be a stay-at-home wife and have those values?
I got enough to get by with.
No, not enough to get by, because I can bring a woman in my home and struggle right now, but do I have enough to provide a comfortable lifestyle to her and my children? That's what I mean.
Oh yeah, I got it. Honestly, I do. I can take care of it.
Not a fad lifestyle, a comfortable lifestyle to my wife and children.
Just a comfortable lifestyle. Yeah, nothing lavish, just a comfortable.
Generational wealth and all that.
Right. I got enough for that.
Okay, yeah, that's all the clarifying questions I had.
I'm here. See, the only.
What did you say in the comments that was controversial? Because I can't find it.
I never said nothing controversial.
That's a lie, sir. I know that's a lie.
I never said nothing controversial. I kept it on the pretty woman and just gave an opinion on it. I never said nothing controversial.
Well, what's wrong with a woman just being pretty? That does seem traditional to me. You bring your looks and your womb to the table, and like you're saying, you're family oriented.
Yeah.
In that case, like you're arguing against, wouldn't it make sense that being pretty and being that trophy wife is more valuable in that case?
Not necessarily, in my opinion, because it's not about the look. It's not about the look.
No. I was away because I had a quick update thing that I need to do. I apologize, but I heard you said you have enough. I don't know what enough is, but it don't sound like you have enough.
I'm confident that I got the bag. I got my money to take care of the family. I'm good, bro. I work a good job. The last time I was here, I was just joking around. I got the money to take care of the family and the whole household.
I don't know if you were lying then or if you're lying now.
No. I was just horseplaying with you. I was just horseplaying with the broke thing. I'm good. I was just joking. I'm a person that like to crack jokes and horseplay, but I could be serious at the same time. It was just a joke. That was all.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't know the truth, but we have conflicting stories. So what about those manosphere men who overvalue looks over everything else in a woman and stop with the tradition? Black men ain't marrying. Where's the money? Well, statistically, we don't have it, right? But so when you say where's the money, not here. But the overvaluing of looks is something that definitely comes up, and we know it comes up because Mr. Sincere was just now talking about women using men for money. But like, if you're not a good-looking man and you're with a really good-looking girl who is younger than you, I don't know why you think they're with you. Like I kind of feel like it's obvious why they're with you. I'm not saying they can't be in love, but like as a general matter, it's probably not love. Right, Sincere?
It's not love. I
Yeah,
really
so
feel.
why are you then complaining? Like obviously you guys are trading status, like one is trading youth and beauty for the other one is trading money.
It's my thing is, the only thing I was saying in the chat is that some women that are pretty, they take advantage of the ugly men because they don't really care about him. They just look at him for his pay, his money, and that's about it, in my opinion. I don't think
Yeah,
they really care
why
about
do you complain? First, why are you complaining about that? Isn't that what generally happens? And you guys like to say the facts and not make prescriptions. So that's what happens. Secondly, why are you complaining about it when you just pointed out that you do not do that? You look for women and their moral and ethical values.
because I don't think that's fair to take advantage of anybody. If you're truly not in love with them
It's not
or
taking
care about that
advantage of them.
individual, you're taking advantage.
Why is a 54-year-old man dating a 21-year-old girl? Isn't he taking advantage of her?
In that scenario, you're right. You're right.
So
You're right.
maybe we should switch the energy. We are aiming at the wrong people.
So
Like,
let me ask you a question. Do you really feel like those pretty privileged women really care about those guys that are the ugly men? Do they really value them, or are they just using them for their paycheck and just because it's something that they can use to get by with? Is my question when it comes to pretty privileged women.
Why
What
does
I'm
that
saying is,
matter?
because it does matter. It does matter because it could be a man that could be invested in that woman, but the whole time because this man is ugly, he could be getting taken advantage of. That's not fair. That's not fair. I don't think it's fair, in my opinion. You know.
So y'all want to cry? Do these men know they're ugly?
Well, let's call a spade a spade. They know they're not the best looking man on the table.
So they know they're ugly, and they couldn't. And based on their judgment, they decided with their money and resource to go for a woman they find traditionally attractive because they have money.
I agree with you on that point. I do.
No, wait, I haven't made the point yet. So why do you expect me to care? Like, why is that a point of contention that these women are using them? If you decided that you look in the mirror and you're like, you know what? I'm ugly, but I have money. So I'm going to dump all this money on my preferences. Sounds like a you problem to me.
Never happened to me. It never happened to me. Me personally.
No, not to you. It's not you specifically.
No, I'm just saying.
Great housewives by marrying women, they give wives a house. Be the table ladies. Be the house gentlemen. Respectfully ugly. Took black men out of the home. Thank you. 6 figures split in 2 is still just 50K. Now I'm just trying. I'm trying to understand because you want us to feel bad for ugly people, ugly men. And I feel like ugly men could date like women they think are ugly, but they won't do that. The reason you think these women are ugly is because you wouldn't date them, right? So you think these women are ugly and you decide that you want to date your preferences. And so you get money and you go date your preferences. And now you are crying about them using you. Like, what do you think this was? Like,
Good point.
What I'm saying is this: it shows that the pretty chicks take advantage of the ugly guys, which that is not fair across the board. Is what I'm saying.
Why are you using a
Because why I say that, let me say why I say that, because what they're doing is why I say take advantage, because they're really not invested in that man. They're just
you
using
literally are saying these ugly men would not have access but for their money. So they know. We've heard Lil Wayne say it. We've heard 50 Cent say it. Like, they know that it is because they have money that they now have access to these women. I would argue that they shouldn't have access to any woman without money, but that's neither here nor there because I can't really control that. So I don't see the problem.
There is no problem.
I don't see a problem. Why does he care so much? Are you ugly, Cincy?
I'm not ugly. I'm not ugly.
Someone said you should count. Period. He just showed y'all. Y'all thought he was ugly, and
I'm not ugly.
Yeah, period. 'Cause you show come back on the camera. Let them know because they really try to play you in the comments. And what we're not gonna do is sit here and play these men. So that's what we're not gonna do. Show them. Let them see you again, sincere.
If they
Let
want to
them
see anything
know.
more, they gotta hit my DMs. They seen enough.
No, 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 no.
If
You
they
can
want the
show
full
them.
experience, they
If
gotta see
you
more.
look,
Yeah.
if you back out now, they're all gonna just say, "Yeah, see, period." A whole model. He's a whole model. Y'all, y'all tried it. Y'all trying it. Not
Yeah, but sorry, God. I know people want to say stuff.
don't apologize. Show up in your truth, and you are beautiful. However you want to be beautiful. Period. Let them haters hate. Let the haters hate. Nika, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Well, so many thoughts.
No, someone said he's average at best.
You see, y'all a mess.
Hold on.
Let me let y'all come back online.
Wait. Nika, Mr. Whitty, I'm gonna come back to you. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
No problem.
Wait, what did you say, sincere? Yeah, you got a right to defend yourself. They did wrong.
No. I just said they called me average at best. That's the only reason why I was laughing. I hope they wasn't talking about me.
No. You're not.
Okay.
You're very much above average. You're very much above average.
Thank God. Thank God. Thank God.
We're all above average. There is no average. Go ahead, Mr. Whitty. So wait. This is dating time. They want to know your Instagram.
Oh, mine's just sincere 80s baby. That's my Instagram page.
Sincere 80s baby. So it's
it's the same name on here on YouTube. The same name.
All right, here it is right there. You guys can look that up, and you guys can go. Period. All right, go ahead, Mr. Go ahead.
All right. So I just wanted to address like the angle of like whether or not I feel like beauty is a good investment. And I personally, like, I've been a designer for the last 15 years. I think it is my experience that beauty as an industry is one that definitely can be profitable to an individual if they like invest in it. Obviously, you can find like personal profit in it, or you can find it can help your career, etc. However, most of my friends are girls working in fashion. It's mostly a women's dominated industry, except for the top power stratospheres. They're mostly men supported by legions of women, and I mostly have witnessed over the last 15 years, as most of my friends have gotten. I'm 35 now. I've been out of college for over nearly 15 years now. I graduated 2010. Most of my friends who were super invested in their beauty didn't actually find in fashion as an industry, and these are people who are already themselves very beautiful, didn't find much returns in that investment. They're very, very specific things, and like basically the roll of the dice of investing in your own beauty is such a low. I think like it's like it's like striking lightning in terms of not just what you may objectively look like at that moment, but what is accepted and what rooms you'll be accepted in based on whatever beauty changes you make is not guaranteed to actually be more profitable to you. So, for instance, a lot of the beauty standards that are now very popular amongst young people, I guess I call them, are not really profitable for your beauty in the executive sector or in sectors where you would make a lot of money. Having a BBL is not going to help you land that job at a Fortune 500 company. If your breasts are too big, you're probably also not going to land that job. If you look like you are too done up often all the time and you're over investing in those things, that's also probably going to be a prohibitor to you advancing in your career in that area. So there are things like, I think obviously like complexion and investing in having good skin and your smile, things like that. Like the basics I do think are worth investing in, because over long term those are things that I think people do value. But to wrap it up, I just think that overall investing in your beauty for like your lifetime is just not going to give you as many benefits as you think, as per most of the experience I've had in beauty.
All right, thank you.
Is it okay if I ask a question?
No, Cynthia, that's not how we do it. You'll get a chance when we come back. Mr. Rucker.
Yes, thank you for having me back on. I'm enjoying this topic because all this is transactional. The women have the beauty, the men are supposed to have the money. So it's an even exchange, and either party can say no. So there really shouldn't be an argument. If that man is ugly, he knows that. That's more motivation for him to get money. Money can get him a lot of things, including a potential mate. So I don't see the problem with this. If you don't have the money, just work for it.
So there is a difference between saying this is how the world seemed to be operating, which there's a ton of caveat there, and this is how it should operate. I am assuming you're saying this is how it should operate.
Yes, if the man does not have beauty, he needs to make up for it. And that's money. I mean, what else does the world want? Either beauty or money. If he doesn't, he got to have something. You can't just be ugly.
No. But that's what I'm saying. When we talk about prescription, my question is simply, isn't there supposed to be utility in that which we acquire?
Yes. In our
What
society,
is the utility? What is the utility in beauty?
it is if you're trying to have, let's say, eye candy or children.
No. Wait, I'm trying to understand what use does beauty have. Mr. Whitty, I think you were going to answer. Does beauty have a value outside of what we ascribe to it?
I only see it through when it comes to eye candy and if you want to have a particular looking family. So it does come to your family tree.
So
outside of what we subscribe to.
So this is really interesting. So there is a sort of attempt to create family. So men are thinking about their families and what their children should look like based on their partners, is what I'm getting from you, Mr. Rucker.
Yes.
What happens when the child comes out looking like the man?
Well, the looks could grow. I mean, Jay-Z and Beyonce are figuring that out. So it's like, okay, he made up
Absolutely not. Not Jay-Z and Beyonce. Their children are beautiful. Did you see Blue with that hair flipping all over?
Yeah, it did start off that way though. Like she grew into it. So I was like, okay.
Are you really gonna sit here and call a child ugly?
No, she's not. Because how can she be if she has that at least half of that DNA good? I mean,
that's what I'm saying though. Not everyone comes up with like that. Like because you want a light-skinned baby, not you, but because someone want a light-skinned baby and they found a light-skinned girl, doesn't mean their child won't come out being dark. And what do you do when when the incentive for you to be with someone is to create children that look like that person? What happens when that child does not look like the person you attempt to do?
It's the roll of the dice. I mean, anything's a risk.
Y'all are dead wrong. Y'all are dead wrong for this. Valerie, go ahead.
I think beauty is pretty privilege is a paradox. Why do I say that? Is because there's a lot of people that are beautiful, but they think that they're gaining things, but they don't. So, I'm around a lot of pretty people.
Thank you, London.
My family, there are a lot of pretty girls. I consider myself to be average, which isn't wrong. There's nothing wrong with average. A lot of people say average is bad. Average is not bad. I think when you add personality, there's a lot of things that can either move you up or move you down. That's even with beauty. So you can start off pretty, but when you open your mouth, I want you to shut up. And then you're not pretty. Or you can start off handsome, but then the more I talk to you, you become ugly. So pretty is not always necessarily is not necessarily what it always is. And for women, I think what happens with a lot of women is because what a lot of women don't understand, if they are pretty, it might be able to get you someplace, but you have to have something once you get there. Right? So what happens a lot of times with a lot of pretty girls, maybe they're put on this pedestal and they're like, they don't have to do anything or they don't have to present a certain way. And then once they get there, they get so comfortable. The problem is if the person only wants you for your beauty and not your personality, right? You're exchangeable, right? And you see that in a lot of the rappers that have all these girls, like, you know.
It's interesting. Wait, Valerie, I'm gonna pause you there because I do think you're touching something that is interesting. At least, I think a lot of to feed into this idea makes women interchangeable, right? But it also makes men interchangeable.
Oh,
so
it does.
Yes.
I personally, no offense to me, maybe because I've been married for a long time, stuff like that. And I've come to learn that people are disposable. And that's a mean thing to say. If the person doesn't present themselves to be that way, then I won't present them to be that way for me, right? It's the energy that you give me is the energy I give you. Actually, I don't believe in situationships anyway, so I just don't entertain it. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of pretty girls that pose as if because they're pretty, their life is good. And then you find them jumping off of a building or slitting their throat.
Wait, no.
Or like Danny Lay.
Too graphic, way too graphic.
No, I'm sorry. Or like Danny Lay crying in front of a screen. So what I'm saying is there is a trap in believing that because you're pretty, right? Like, a lot of men sometimes think because they posit on a lot of pretty girls that you're pretty, so therefore you're going to get everything. And then they find themselves in this Dante's Inferno of hell, which they didn't realize like was behind the door. Because what happens is when you are pretty, like you can get with someone who's ugly. A man that's ugly can be the most evilest man sometimes.
Wait, before, no, and that's what I agree, but I didn't want you to move on from the earlier point.
Sorry, okay.
The issue I think that is happening, and I didn't want this to be solely a relationship conversation, but here we are. The issue that I think is happening is men have not met the standard that needs to be met to carry on the patriarchy, right? And so I think a lot of the men are upset with having to play the role of man in a patriarchal system. And instead of saying we need a shift in the system and become feminists as they are, I think they're pushing back against women and attempting to hold women to the same standards in a patriarchy while not being able to or not willing to meet their end of the bargain, which is being able to provide. So they call women gold diggers and all of that, and Sincere will say men are mad at them or using them for money. But like, that's the system that you set up, right? Money is his commodity, beauty is hers. Yes, a function of patriarchy, perfectly said. We know the game, it's not right, but that's the game if you choose to participate. And I don't think a lot of men want to participate, but they don't take it to the logical extreme where you're saying she should settle and lower her standard. Also means that on your end, you have to make some adjustments. And I don't think people are I don't think people are making the two connections.
Well,
men do feel that women are interchangeable. That's why they remarry at much higher rates post-divorce. and that's why women are going to continue to take half.
Yeah. So
Prenup.
a lot of people, I think what happens is a lot of people posit that these, like, or a lot of pretty women like to almost sometimes prove like I'm getting this better life. But I can personally say, me as a Haitian woman and being adjacent to a lot of Spanish countries, that in a lot of Spanish countries who have a lot of pretty girls, they suffer. Pretty girls suffer a lot, actually. If you're not smart enough to understand that the commodity of your beauty will not last you, because beauty comes with age. If you didn't say, I'm gonna get this money and then at least possibly get this education with this money, which is not what happens a lot, then once you age out of beauty, you're expendable. You understand what I'm saying? So
Facts.
you don't really think that you can't sit
Wait,
on
who just said
beauty.
facts?
You
Me,
can't sit on your beauty.
Facts.
No, true. Once your age, and this is why, like, you'll see like a lot of pretty girls. They're not even ugly, really. It's not that they're ugly. There's a lot of pretty girls that once they get to a certain age, they hit depression because they feel like they're not the first pick anymore. Pretty girls are coming all the time. They're born every day. And if I'm honest, me being like an average girl, right? I'm like, I consider myself average. Sometimes in not being the object of everything, you don't receive the onslaught of everything either. So this is why when you find most of the richest women in the world, they're not the prettiest women in the
Wait,
world.
no.
Like,
disagree.
Oprah is like one of the most.
Wait, Valerie, wait. Let's take that.
These are great
one
points.
is-
Great.
You know?
Wait, can we not? If you interrupt me, you will just be removed from the panel. But no one is trying to. Not everyone, but most people are attempting to be prettier, right? And maybe not to appeal to men, but even to talk about themselves. Not everyone, but most people, because we recognize that there is privilege. Sure, there are other negative things associated with beauty, but by and large, it is a privilege. So I don't understand. Are you saying? I'm not sure what
I think each person
Can I
can
say
only
something?
attain a certain amount of pretty, right? It depends on where you start and where you are. I think what helps you to be something that is memorable is not always your beauty. It's something else that's deeper. So that's why when we think of like some of the best
Marilyn
women in the world,
Monroe is known for beauty, and I think that's a very specifically white-centered beauty, right? I mean, I don't know what else she's known for.
who did you say?
Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, like she didn't really do anything of substance, right? Like,
Yeah, but you can be remembered for beauty. Like she has become, and I don't know why. I have her name written down, by the way, here because I was going to talk about her at some point. But like in the way that like people have commodified and elevated beauty in such a way that even though beauty itself does not sustain anyone, it is valuable.
Yeah. And yet for me, when I think of Marilyn Monroe, I think of suffering. Because I feel like she suffered a lot. You know what I mean? That is not that.
Wait. I didn't think she was beautiful, but that's just me, and I might be the only human being on earth that doesn't think she was beautiful. That's neither here nor there. However, I don't see your point, is what I'm saying, Valerie.
Yeah, I feel like I know a lot of pretty girls that not know of, but coming up in the 80s, I remember seeing women who used to be pretty that turned into crackheads. That's what I'm saying. Like for me, like the pretty thing is
that's not poor life outcome is not even there's not even a correlation, but definitely not a causal nexus between poor life outcome and beauty and ugliness, beauty or ugly.
Can I make an anecdote real quick?
Yeah, before you go, I want to, because I think I don't want to be confused by Valerie's point.
No, just to her point, actually, it made me think of something from a friend of mine in school. One of my best friends from college was Miss Korea back in school. We both took time off from school at the same time. And while we were both away from school, she took those 2 years off and became Miss Korea and was in Miss Universe and stuff. And we both came back in school, whatever. And she was sort of choosing before she got married between two guys that were kind of very interested in
Thank
her.
you, law
But
firm.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I had to say thank you because I wanted to move the super chat. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no. And she was basically choosing between two guys or whatever and telling me about her times in the Miss Career pageant or whatever. And she, I had seen the video of her when she won. And I said to her, I was like, it's so weird. Like, you don't look that surprised when you won, like when she goes to get her flowers and everything, whatever. And she said to me, like, in a very like calm way, she was like just stunning girl, but super, super smart. And she was just like, the two other girls that I was, there's three at the end. One of them was very, very pretty, but I knew she wouldn't win because she wasn't that smart. And the other girl was very, very smart. She answered all the questions very well, but she wasn't that pretty. And she was like, I kind of had a feeling I was going to win because she answered all the questions very, very well. And she was very smart, but she was also very, very beautiful. And she's now married to one of the top 5 richest guys in all Korea. But, I just say that to say that, like, I think even in school, she had a lot of privileges in class that other students wouldn't get, like sometimes latenesses on projects or whatever. But throughout an industry that you would assume is you would get a lot of privileges for your beauty, I even myself had to check myself because even amongst men, there's beauty privilege amongst men. And I saw a lot of guys get jobs that just because they were beautiful, they would get certain internships or get connections at certain companies because pretty privilege is for men as well. And I had to learn very early that, kind of to the girl's point, in fashion, I realized I'm a handsome guy, but I am never going to come into the office and compete with the models that we're going to be hiring. So I have to know, of course, presentability and looking my best is important, but there's only going to be a cap at even Naomi Campbell, as beautiful as Naomi Campbell is, very, very recently, within the last 5 years, there was a huge campaign that she was featured in, and a country, not like even the just the magazine, but a country was like, oh no, we don't want her on the billboards in our country. I believe it was China or
I mean,
Russia. So you can even get to the pinnacle and beauty can still stop you. So you have to know the other things in life to be able to pick up and do other things.
I did a video, hopefully you guys go back and watch it. It's terrible. It was terribly edited, about privilege. That you have privilege does not mean you succeed. If we accept that America is a white supremacist system, then white people have privilege. This, I believe fully this. And even in the system of white supremacy, there are white people who still can't compete. So that you have privilege does not mean definite life outcome in the positive. It just doesn't.
Yeah, that's the part I was trying to prove. I feel like
but it does not mean the privilege does not exist.
Yeah, no, it exists, and there's different privileges, right? Like I said, I might be an average person, but I believe that everybody has their own particular thing. Like I have my own particular life. That's what I tell my kids. Like everybody has their own superpower, right? So you have to know what your superpowers are and then exalt that. Yeah, I'm an amazing person. So
guys, you don't have to be rich if you don't have money. Just be funny. Ask Kevin Hart. He was able to find a beautiful Black woman. He traded her off, but he didn't have money. Malfoy.
Okay, so we're saying, is there's value in beauty?
Yeah.
Is that the main question?
Yeah.
Okay. I remember, I'm not gonna stay on here long, but I do want to get this out. Beauty gets you through the door, but it's what your mind, and I heard beauty gets you through the door, but it's your mind that keeps you there. We do put a value on aesthetics, point blank period. Everybody want to look at the the prettiest thing, the coolest thing, the most handsome thing. We all know this. We put value into it. The question that is pretty much redundant. But I think what I'm kind of getting from here is like, how long is that value? And it's not. That's where education comes from. That's where interpersonal skills come from. Soft skills is what we usually call it about. Keeps you in the door, keeps you in the know-how, in trending and whatnot. That's where it is. The value is high when you're younger and when you're hotter, but it decreases over time, and that's just the objective truth. That's just the objective truth. When you're hot and you're young and you look good, it's really, really high. But if you do not create, build, or gain a skill as that time goes on, then that value goes way down real quick. And that's just the simple truth.
But I mean, I feel like there is a tendency to sort of make beauty the only factor of womanhood. Because when you say,
that's a blatant misconception. I think what it is that we're confusing words when we say them. When a guy says, I want an attractive lady, that is not across the board. I can think someone is attractive. I, as a man, can think one woman is very attractive, while my homeboy can say, dude, that dog looks like a wolf. We have two different standards of attraction. That's point blank, period. So when there is a female out there who's attractive to everybody, okay, she will get into a lot of doors. She's gonna be the one that everybody wants, yada yada yada. But the emphasis on a woman's beauty is for the person's attraction to them. That's pretty much it. Everybody wants somebody to be attractive. A woman doesn't want an ugly man, and a man doesn't want an ugly woman.
Right.
But
So perfect. Wait. So that's the thing. I think a lot of people are like completely ignoring the reality that women don't want ugly men. Like that they are with you because you have money. They're probably there for the money, but women don't want ugly men.
Yes, and that's why, and I'm going to bring this in. I don't want to turn this into a whole section of the discussion, but that's where F-boys come in. Most F-boys are highly attractive to women. Just like where we go, and that's why, like, I'm just going to just use this terminology.
I don't know. Wait, what is an F-boy? Wait. Oh, sorry. Got it. Slow.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it clean. Trying to keep it clean. That's the same thing as us going after thoughts. Okay, they're highly aesthetically pleasing. Everybody wants to get with them. I mean, OnlyFans is proof of that. But you don't think there's no F-boys on OnlyFans? It's the same thing, but there's a time limit. And if you don't build any soft skills within that time limit, you're useless. That's why when ugly people who actually know they're ugly build soft skills, they have to be more charming. They have to know how to work a room. They have to be very presentable, even if they're not as aesthetically pleasing as most people. Like I said in the beginning, your beauty will get you through the door, but it's your mind that's going to keep you there.
Get you through the door for a relationship.
Anything. Not just relationship, but jobs. Because there was a dude in here saying there was I think it was the one who was in fashion or one that said about like if you're too pretty or if you're too done up, if you have bigger boobs or a bigger butt, that's not going to get you a job. Too pretty, and it's the same thing. Like, done up if you have.
Sorry, someone was echoing. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like sometimes those aesthetics that a woman aesthetics on there, yeah. That's not going to get you. That's not going to land you a job all the ways. But the same thing with the guy. Yeah, you may be handsome, but if you can't add 2 + 2, well, we're just going to keep you around and just show you off until you.
No, but I don't think so. Beauty as a privilege does work in a lot of ways, but like there are a ton of ugly surgeons, and like beauty has its limits. And what I was hoping the conversation turned into without me pushing it there is when we think about beauty as it relates to both men and women, I agree that it depreciates over time. right? Like it increases over time, and then there's a point when it depreciates because we're in an ageist society. That it is what it is. However, when you say something like a woman's beauty fades, it kind of ignores the man's beauty also. And then the requirement is, and I always hear this, so I won't put it on you, anyone on here, but there's always this notion that, well, a man doesn't have to care what he's doing. A man doesn't have to care how he's aging because his marketplace, sexual marketplace value does not decrease with age. And I don't understand where that is coming from.
Okay, I can answer this one. I'm gonna be as clearly and answer it as as I'm gonna be as clear as I can answer this one. The reason we kind of gloss over a man's aesthetic is because men are supposed to earn their value over time. So yes, being handsome works, but if he cannot grow from that, just like females, he's not gonna he's just gonna depreciate over time.
It's interesting that you call men and women females. I just picked up on it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is women and men are supposed to gain skills over time that makes them more of a value to society. Point blank period. It's just that when it comes to females, women and women in general, you choose to focus more on a woman's aesthetic. That women do it, men do it, we all do it, and I think that's why it
I
always
don't
blows.
feel like that. So wait, you said women focus on man's aesthetics?
I said men
do.
I said men do it, women do it. We always overly focus on the women's aesthetic, and that's across
Wait,
the
no,
board.
when you say men do it and women do it, I don't know if you're saying women also focus on man aesthetics.
No,
If I
not men. When it comes to women, I say when it comes to women's aesthetic, both men and women overly focus on women's aesthetic. It's not that we don't want ugly. It's not that men's aesthetic doesn't play a part too, but we overly focus on women's aesthetic.
Go
Venus,
ahead.
can I say something?
Yeah.
He said men are supposed to kind of climb the social ladder, and women are supposed to just be pretty much. But
No.
what does that have to do with women? What does that have to do with you were saying that men and women focus too much on women's beauty, but what does that have to do with women? If I'm a woman and I'm focusing on my beauty, but I also want to be successful and I want to climb the social ladder, I should be able to do that as well, regardless if you're focusing on my beauty or if I'm focusing on it.
No, I said
Why is it different?
I said we tend to overly focus on the woman's aesthetic. I didn't say we don't climb the social ladder. I said we tend to overly focus on the woman's aesthetic.
Yeah, but you said over time you guys are supposed to grow pretty much financially, right? But women, but then in that same sentence, you're saying women focus too much on their beauty. What is that? How do those correlate? Is what I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
Right. May I?
Wait, no. He's responding.
Thank you. What it is that if we're still trying to be aesthetically pleasing in society, when it comes to most networking, most of the time we look at women as objects of beauty. So we want that representation of beauty associated with us. That's why and women focus on a woman's beauty.
All right. So I get you. I didn't want to push the conversation here, but we're gonna go there. All right. Is it okay? You can leave the panel if you're uncomfortable with what we're gonna do now, but we are going to have to specify Black now and the Black community. And I am a bit taken aback by the notion that men are supposed to, in a heterosexual relationship, men are supposed to be the breadwinners and be able to achieve success financially. if that is the case, would you, Malfoy, say that we have done that enough to request anything from women?
Mm. Mm. That is a very like stinging question. Not because it's a bad question, but it's like it basically what you're saying is that because I, as a man in the Black community, reached this height of financial what is it? Financial height, we'll just use that word. You as my woman have to do everything I say, or you have to be everything I want you to be. Is that where we're getting at?
No, I'm talking about as a community, because like the conversation is not as individualized as we would expect it to be, right? And so if we're saying women are supposed to be this way, it does kind of bother me that we don't have the finances, right? Like if we look at the average income in the Black community for men specifically, and entrepreneurship for men specifically, and all those other sort of economic measurement, does it not seem odd that the conversation happening is not about improving manhood, but rather demanding beauty from women?
Facts.
Focusing on
Super chat.
women's beauty. You shouldn't be
Yeah.
focusing. That was the word he used. Like, you're focusing on our beauty when you should be focusing on climbing that social ladder. So that way the women in your community will be able to maintain that beauty standard that you guys want. You guys
Facts.
should be the ones providing the beauty for the women within your community, actually. And that's probably the reason why you guys find women in other communities so attractive, because their men are providing their beauty.
Yeah, but I do want a response to that. Yes. Thank you actually for clarifying. I was like, it just registered what you were doing in my mind, so I appreciate that. But everyone please like the video. Thank you, Law for a Mentor. Everyone please remember to like the video. It's actually really good for like the algorithm and stuff. Malfoy. Wait,
So
someone said they agreed. Go ahead, Malfoy. Sorry.
want my answer to that?
Mhm.
Well, everything going on in the Black community, the logical answer, and I'm going to use the word logical answer, is no. No.
No, we should not be focused on women's beauty.
No, we should not be focused on women's beauty. But with that being said, if and I want you to
Wait, no. I don't want to hear. What's the other answer, and which one do you believe in? This is fascinating.
No, there is no other answer. This is a continuation of the answer. Okay. No, we should not be focusing on female attractiveness. If we're going to go with that, then no, we should not be focusing on female attractiveness in the Black community. But with that being said, if we are out there trying to increase our earning potential and trying to increase our social ladder, when will it be? Man, I'm trying to say
you demand it when you achieve it.
exactly, because then if we get to a certain point, it does, and then the roles will switch reverse to where now I reached the status of financial superiority or heights or whatever. I'm trying to use enough common language. Will I then be able to demand that from you, or are you still going to be climbing as long as I climb? Because then
No, you won't demand it. You won't have to demand it. If you do climb the ladder the way that you're supposed to, you won't have to demand it. You will supply it as a man.
Yeah.
Supply and demand.
Wait, let's get back a little bit because I want to read the super chat. I know it's weird, but people get mad when I don't read them. So you guys can think on this and I'll let you guys get back to the conversation. Pretty privilege exists throughout the animal kingdom, so it has an evolutionary purpose. Yes, people receive unearned benefits for characteristics they don't individually control, then yes. Then what? I mean, yeah, I think we all agree that, hopefully we all agree that pretty privilege. I also got a wonderful email from someone, I won't say who, and I appreciate the ability to step back, think about what you said on live, and then email me. So I won't say from who, but I appreciated that email. The problem with intersectionality is that we all have intersections of privilege and oppression. I actually don't see that as a problem, but okay. Do we need a privilege index to weigh your privilege versus oppression points? No, I see what you're getting at, and if you come on the panel, we can talk about it. Period. Come through. Go ahead, continue your conversation.
Someone said that I said that I think the men should work harder so that they can supply the beauty that they want for their woman. And someone in the comments was like, "What do you mean supply beauty?" And it's pretty much like, if you look at a picture of me, I created a masculine container for myself where I can make sure that I can keep up with myself and still be able to, go to work and do the things that I need to do. But a lot of women are not able to do that. What I did was not easy. So if Black men want Black women to, give them the amount of beauty and submission or whatever, just the pretty privilege that they want their woman to have, they have to give it to us. Like even if you're looking at beauty standards right now, like Korean beauty is getting really big. And that's because Korean men are really powerful right now. And before that, it was white people. And that's because white men were really powerful. And Black men just don't understand that the only way that Black women can be beautiful is if they are the ones who deem us beautiful, because we look like them.
Pause. This is actually very interesting. And if you can remember to bring that up, I actually want to go there because we have Black men on the panel and I don't care about sexuality. So if you're talking about Chris Seamus, he was sorry. I wasn't going to call it out, but let me just say, no, I truly appreciated that message. Like, no matter how big a blowout people might have on the screen, like the moment people reflect and like come back, it's amazing. And I like when like Black women are with other groups of people and they're like, look, this is why what you're like, educating is good. So I mean, when I read the message, I didn't respond, but I was like, I really appreciate this. And this is I like that. So anyway, I wouldn't have called him out, but yeah. Go ahead.
Can I answer your question, Themis?
Wait, what question was that? I don't remember.
The question that you just posed about whether Black men should expect it, the world from women if they're not able to provide.
I mean, go ahead, but tread lightly.
So I know that it would probably sound obviously yes, tread lightly, because I'm going to say yes. But the reason why I'm going to say yes is because I think that we as a community, and this as a macro sense, I think that we as a community put a lot of emphasis and this help on our relationships in terms, like as you say, these conversations always end up coming back to relationships, and not enough emphasis on our homes and how really.
Pause. So to be clear, your stance is that men without resources have the right to demand beauty confirmation from women in an exchange where what generally happens and what should happen in a patriarchy, in a patriarchal system that we don't like, hopefully, is that the man will provide the money and the woman will provide the beauty. But you're saying the man should be able to demand beauty without being able to provide resources. Please explain that. I like that. I want to hear the stance.
I would like to just make one amendment to your analysis of it, in that I believe actually the closer tradition is that actually both the male and female's family, or man and woman's family, not male and female, man and woman's family would have to produce some financial contribution to any marriage that would go into. Men who were of any status were not just marrying women who had no status regardless of their beauty. In proper society, that was never the case. That was always frowned upon. And so even if you were providing some level of beauty, there was always some idea or understanding that your family would.
Wait, Mr. Whitty, pause.
Go ahead.
So we do not discuss people's identity as a general matter here. And I know you're not probably trying to be mean or anything, but I don't like, he's a part of the community regardless. And so, I mean, Fruitcake Gang Gang 2022. So it's not, I don't do that. One, I am ready to come out. Hello, here you go. But go ahead. I just wanted to clarify that. Not here. Like, you guys
No,
can make
no.
separate videos and drag all you want, but not here.
Totally. I'm somehow I can't sync my comments and such, so I can't even see the comments right now, so it's fine. But I watch a lot of old films, and you can see this in all kinds of proper society. Marrying outside of your class stature was also frowned upon, regardless of the beauty of a woman. So I just mean to say that there should be some kind of equal contribution, whether it's not the woman is not working, but her family would be considered to have some kind of status as well as the man. And
all right,
I think
you can preface all
Yes,
preface all
and
you want, but
so
I need you to get
that preface takes us to current day, which is
Alright.
where we see the breakdown in the Black family, which I think, as a person who the majority of all my friends, speaking of Koreans, were in college, were mostly Korean. I basically ran with a gang of Koreans, and I can tell you that really what makes Asian cultures and a lot of the rising immigrant cultures so strong on the world stage, as opposed to Black community, is it happens in the family structure. Whether or not a girl is actually has any money or is working, or a
Wait,
boy actually.
pause.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm doing this, but I need you to get this back to beauty, because
Yes,
why
no, it's beauty.
Asians,
Yes. So
why
when a boy,
some Asians, wait, why
Okay.
some Asians are doing so well, I
Mm-hmm.
am not inclined to believe beauty is at the forefront. So
Oh
please
no.
bring that back.
Another
Damn.
caller mentioned Koreans, and she was saying that it's because their men are doing so well on the financial stage right now, which is why they're respected. And she made that point, right?
Yeah,
So
that they're leading the community properly.
that they're
Yeah.
leading their communities properly. And what I'm saying is that what I think a lot of people, unless you really have very close relationships with a lot of these communities, what you will not actually see is what you know, whether they're sons of a Chinese restaurant or a nail salon, or they're in finance and banking. The portrayal that they maintain for their child on the world stage at all times, regardless of how they are performing, is one of excellence. That is provided by their family, so that way they can be competitive on the dating stage.
Wait.
So are you saying it's not beauty?
Wait, no.
No, he
Wait.
said.
I need to. You said that Black men should get to demand
Yes.
demand beauty from women, even if they cannot provide their end of the bargain, and I need
Yes.
to know why.
Well, the caller said that Black men should be providing this beauty for them, instead, just as other communities would be
That
providing
was
it for
not
their
my
women.
question to you, though. My
Oh,
question,
yes.
my
Well,
question to
and
you
is why
was,
they should be getting it.
uh,
They should be getting it because, as a human being, I think both men and women deserve and have a right to the love of one another.
That's
I
charity.
think,
wait.
and
No. You can deserve love all you want. That don't mean you deserve a beautiful person.
Of course. Now, why I spoke about it in terms of the family, I think the breakdown, because you said you wanted to make it specific to the Black community. The
Yeah.
breakdown that happens in the Black community is that most people's when we grow up, you once you're an adult, it's bye. All the strings are attached. Your mama ain't sending you checks every month to do everything to upkeep. The women have to be a woman. I understand, as a fashion designer, costs so much money. I don't know how women live. I always tell my girlfriends, like, I don't know how they live
Mr.
without
Whitty,
having a parent
I
who can
think
give
this
you
is
money.
where you always get mad at me, and I don't know why you
No,
always
don't
get
get
mad at
I'm not
me for
mad.
this. But because I'm stopping you, because you're not directly answering the question. Like,
So
you can have a right to love. I don't think it's a human right to find love, but you can have that right. you don't need to be with a beautiful person to have that right.
Okay,
So
let me be
why?
way more direct. Because
Yeah.
I
So,
don't think that your individual financial standing at any one given point in time should negate you from the ability to access another individual in a romantic setting. I
no,
think
you should be able to access people however you want. I disagree with whether or not you should access people if you can provide. But
okay.
even if you should, it doesn't mean the other person you have a right to beauty.
Well, I don't think that beauty should go down just because your financial status goes down. That the beauty that you have access should be equally equated to your financial status. To me, that
But
doesn't make
what? But
sense.
that's the whole
What?
exchange. That is the whole exchange. We literally just set up a framework where men can have younger, beautiful women in their mind, ignoring the pedophilia. Well, whatever. You want that.
Well, those men don't have access to those women generally without actually having resources, right?
Yeah,
The
but you are.
manipulation of
No,
their
no, 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 no,
resources.
no, no. Don't get
And we're saying
descriptive
that they don't
now.
and we're saying that black men don't have those resources, so they shouldn't be the ones who are majority manipulating them because they don't even have the resources in the beginning to do it.
Yeah. Well, now we agree, except you literally just said men should be able to demand beauty and all that from women without having resources. That don't make sense to me.
Well,
I
what
thought
I'm
that-
saying is that if we agree that the men don't have the resources, then they can't access the women that we're saying are only available through resources, right? So then
But you were
what
saying
else are
they
they to do
should.
then?
All right, wait. Cynthia G, wait, come in and I don't know if you're.
And
Oh yeah.
I just
Hello.
want to say I just want to make one last thing.
Hey. Like I
Just one last sentence.
really, I
How
really
are
wish
you?
you could see how much I have going on over here. I literally have the StreamYard on one tablet. I have your playback on my phone on YouTube. And then I have another video on another tablet. So I have too much going on. But anyway, so I think it was Nika Bubbles that I kind of wanted to respond to, because I think that well, first of all, no, Sincere. I wanted to respond to something Sincere said, because Sincere said that men doesn't really care about looks. They care about character. But we're in a space where literally all black men talk about is how men don't care about degrees. They don't care about personality. They don't care about money on a woman. They care about her beauty. So I have to question whether or not Sincere is lying on this panel now, or if black men in this space are lying when we sit up here and talk about they don't like degrees.
I'm
It's
not.
sincere being
Wait,
sincere.
no. We will let people finish and then you will get to address. Let's not talk over people. Let's not do that.
Yeah, but that's really what I want to know, because even with the kitten, his main premise was, and all of the little kitten copycats right now basically regurgitating the same thing because they can't really come up with new concepts. They're all saying the same thing: beauty. The woman needs to be beauty. No one cares about anything else other than her beauty. This is the message that they're putting out there, is that beauty is at the forefront. I don't know why these black men want to advertise their superficial mentalities, but that's what they do. And so I just wanted Sincere to if he could respond to that and maybe let me know if you're lying or are black men in this space lying, because all they say they care about is beauty.
That's not true. Not all men.
No, that is true.
Wait, let me just finish. Let me say, in my opinion, for me, when it comes to men, the men that I've been around, we don't care about the looks. We actually look at the character of the woman, the value she brings to the table. It's not about the looks. That's what I was saying. So what I'm saying is, you can be the beautifulest woman in the world, but that don't mean nothing to me. What can you bring to the table is what I was saying, and that's what I clarified on my behalf.
Right, but you didn't say that for yourself. You said men. So you were just speaking for men, which really overall you could only attempt to speak for black men, because I think it's quite clear. Hold on for a second. I didn't interrupt you. I think it's quite clear that white Asian and white Hispanic men have different things that they value. And I think that's evidenced by what they focus on in their position in society in comparison to black men's. So the only people you could speak for was black men, but you still said men nonetheless. So you weren't speaking for yourself. You were speaking for a collective group. who are
Well,
on social media saying the exact opposite of what you're saying.
And Sincere,
that's
underscore
not
that. Wait,
true.
can you understand? Wait,
That's
wait,
not true.
wait,
Not all
wait.
men are looking
Sincere,
for just look at their
Sincere,
beauty. Just look at their beautiful. That's not true. That's not all
Sincere.
men
No,
across the
no one,
board.
no one
Oh
said
my
that. No
God.
one said that except black men in this space. The only people who said men only care about beauty are black men. Those are the only men. And it's very disingenuous because I know you've been in this space and I know you probably go to different channels. I know you're aware of all of these pop-up unqualified dating coaches. We all are, and they all regurgitate the same thing. Men only care about beauty. So, I mean, again, why would you say that about men in general if you're only speaking about yourself?
Well, let me ask you this question: as you being a woman,
No. Wait.
let me ask you a
Sincere,
question. Let me ask you a question.
Sincere, you can have your question written down if you need to remember it. But I actually want to underscore this because it was a double speak that got me in the same way that I think Cynthia is pointing out. You actually pointed out that men get used for their money. So it seems like you were actually speaking on behalf of men when you made the statement. So
Right.
how do you
Because
reconcile the fact that you
I
believe?
was speaking on that. I was speaking on the actions of what pretty girls do. A lot of the pretty girls, they take advantage of men. You know
All
what I'm
right, but
saying? And
they
what I was
can
bringing,
take
I was
advantage
bringing
of.
out what I was
Wait,
bringing,
wait,
what I
wait,
said after.
wait, wait. But if you say they take advantage of men, that means these men are dating women who would take advantage of them
I agree.
because of their beauty.
I agree with that.
So
But
you can't
see,
then
Miss,
say,
that's not
The
even.
only,
But
the only thing,
that's not even correct though.
the
Because
only
here's
thing
the
that
thing. Here's the thing, because that's not even correct. Because at the end of the day, it's a fair exchange. The man is in the situation, he's looking for likely sexual favors or commitment, or what have you. He's looking for something from her. She's coming into the situation, she may want money or material objects. And so both of them are in it for something. You
yeah,
just don't respect the fact that she's in it to 9 times out of 10 take some of his monetary resources. But at the end of the day, it's fair. It's fair exchange. I never felt bad about anything that I've taken from any man because at the end of the day, it's fair. Look, they
yeah.
want something for me. I know that they want something for me. It's like you want me to give you my body, but you can't part ways with some hundreds and thousands of dollars, really?
Yeah, I mean, you can, these men, if you are exploiting something out of that man, from that man, or using something to leverage against that man, it is his own shallowness. It is his own vanity, and it's his own need to be in proximity with people he thinks are a certain way. So I don't feel bad for, like, I mean, I'll say it over and over again. I don't feel bad for them.
So I wanted to add something on to a couple of people. I'm gonna coattail off of Cynthia first. I do feel the same way that she feels when she's saying about men exploiting you, so you kind of exploit them back. Also, with Sincere, he did mention something about he doesn't look at women before he dressed them, far as like if they're beautiful or not. My question to him is, how do you meet women? Are they in your social setting, or like what makes you start a conversation with a woman? And then for Bubbles, my response when he was saying that a
Wait, can you hold on to the response so
okay.
someone can respond to you? Go ahead, Sincere.
No. She can go ahead and finish her statement. What she wants to say, then I'll respond. It's
Oh,
okay.
Sincere, I've been waiting for you to answer my question. You still
Sincere,
have not done so.
My question's
Sincere,
already been answered. Like I
No, you
said,
were trying to dodge. You were
of
trying
course,
to dodge.
no. What I'm saying to you is the men that I am around, we don't care about your beauty. We want to see what you bring to the table as a woman across the board. We don't. Being pretty doesn't mean shit to us. That's my opinion across the board.
So
Pretty
basically,
privilege, all that doesn't matter to me.
so
What do
you
you
just
do? Are you
misspoke
are,
and you said
no,
men.
listen to me. Are you family oriented? Are you? What are you bringing to the table more than just a pretty face? Is me as a man when it comes down across the board. It doesn't matter. A pretty face isn't gonna pay the bills, so I don't care about it.
So,
really don't.
Sincere, did you misspeak when you said that men don't care about beauty, they care about character, which we already know is a complete lie, a
That
complete
is
and total
true.
lie.
Some men do want character out of a woman, and they want to see the value of the woman.
Most of them are not putting character at the forefront. They're putting beauty at the forefront. It just is what it is. And there's no way you're going to tell me my life experiences are invalid, which they would have to be if men care about character. A lot of these men I wasn't even nice to. And I still got what I wanted out of them. A lot of them, I literally, like, there was a white dude, I told him specifically, the only thing attractive about you is your money. Do you think he withheld his money, or do you think I got it?
Damn sure got it. I can agree.
Multiple times. So
I
if he
know,
really
Cynthia.
cared about character at that point I was in my 20s, whatever. At that point in my time, do you think my character was really that great as I'm telling a man that
My
I
thing is,
essentially just want to use him?
hear me out, Cynthia. Why is it an issue that as men we're not looking at them for their beauty, but we're looking at them what they can do for us as being a wife, being family oriented? That's what brings me value as a man when it comes to a woman. That's all I'm saying across the
Wait,
board.
Cynthia. Well, let me say it, and then Cynthia can correct me. That's not bad, but that's a lie. I think that's the problem.
No, it's not. It's not really a lie because not all men are looking at it for just her beauty. It's not all men that are doing that. It's some men that do that.
Poor men.
Not all men.
Not all men. Not all men are fascinated by just a pretty face. They want more than that because there's more to a value of a woman just a pretty face across the board.
I just don't believe that I just don't believe that black men in
Why you can't believe that?
general wait, I haven't even said what I wanted to say. I just don't feel like black men in general are behaving in the way that you're saying, and you know that, and I just think you're trying to maybe like win the conversation or something. Just be honest, like, you know.
No. What I'm saying is the group of men that I've been around.
Okay, so are you married?
I'm not married at the moment.
So that means that you haven't met any women who are career oriented and loyal and respectful, and you haven't met any woman in your lifetime like that to settle down with as a man to provide her with that masculine container?
Of course.
You have.
Yes.
Okay, so what happened? Was she beautiful or not?
Of course she was beautiful.
Right. So if she was, what do you consider unattractive?
The most unattractive thing is your personality when it comes down to it.
Physically,
No,
what do you consider?
If you're a pretty, look at it like this. If you're a pretty woman and you have a stank attitude, that's going to be attractive to me across the board.
I'm asking physically what you consider to be sexually attractive to you. Like, do you like women
I'm sexually attracted to the woman.
Just women, it doesn't matter. So trans women, obese women, any woman.
No, I don't deal with trans women. But what I'm saying is that it goes off her character and her morals and ethics when it comes to the woman across the board for me.
So that woman who had you at her home and then kicked you out of the home because you weren't working. I'm assuming was she a beautiful woman? Sincere.
I was never kicked out the home. What I'm saying.
So that conversation wasn't about you that we were having about you kicking you at home.
What is it?
Look, your mic is going in and out. Your mic is going in and out. You said you had another question for Bob, Nika.
Yes, I did actually. I wanted to respond to this because black men have such an entitlement mentality. Like, it really, like, honestly, have you read the DSM-5, the section on antisocial personality disorder?
Yes.
I really just feel like black men as a group have too many of those. It's too many that I can match it to, because it's like, why would you think as a group of men you deserve? Because he said they deserve to have beautiful women. It's not enough for him to be loved by someone that's on his level or who's aesthetically below his level, but is giving them genuine love. he wants a woman that's beyond his level, that he's going to have to be, number one, insecure about because she has options. He's going to be thinking about, is she leaving him all the time? There's a certain mentality that comes with a man who's not attractive, who knows he shouldn't be getting an attractive woman, and then he gets her. And I've experienced that before. Add to that, you in what, average 40K a year? Most of them, like, you can't afford a beautiful woman. You can't afford the upkeep with the beautiful woman. Do you know how much it takes for women to actually, some women, to maintain their beauty well into their 40s, 50s, and possibly going into their 60s? It takes a lot of work. Like, look, Beyonce's mama ain't walking around looking like she does for free. It costs money. So you literally want something that you can't even afford to have in any regard. You can't afford it financially. You can't afford it psychologically. You can't afford it in terms of even your manhood. Feminism is a threat to Black men. So how are you going to, why are you going to get a beautiful woman that has expectations? Like, really? You would feel emasculated in the first hour of dating her.
And that's exactly what it is. It's a lot of intimidation that happens once
Yeah.
they get a woman. And once they're able to acquire, the thing is, women aren't looking for men with a lot of money. They like to say that, but statistically, we don't look for men with a lot of money. We try to look for men with good character, and we get gaslit and manipulated into believing that someone has good character when they don't, right? And then from there, you guys can't even put in the effort and the energy, the money, and whatever it takes to upkeep the woman who's already interested in you, regardless of if she's pretty or not. If you showed interest and she's showing interest back, it's your job to maintain that situation. And Black men never do.
Anika, I would want you to respond because, like, I wasn't satisfied either with the response you gave regarding why men should be able to demand beauty from women even when they have nothing.
Totally. So, a lot was said there. So I essentially believe that men should still be able to, well, for one, I would say, I think that just as beauty is fleeting, I think that money and finances are fleeting, and they're not.
If you have generational wealth, not in your life.
Exactly. Not if you have generational wealth, which actually is the point that I was making when I was talking about Koreans and the establishment of the family. I think that the problem in our community, the reason why we have such bad dating experiences, is because we come from such bad family setups. And when you have a bad family foundation from the get-go, when you're having these dating experiences with a guy and you're wondering about whether, and he can't, pay for your dinner when you go out with him, he's going Dutch with you, he can't offer you to, fill up your tank every now and then. He has no excessive income because everything he's doing is starting from zero. And there's no help coming from anyone at any time. And you're likely, as a woman, in the same situation until you better yourself individually. And what I think the big advantage that other communities do, I think, in the post-high school life,
Mr. Whitty,
is that they support their children.
Mr. Whitty, I am long-winded, so I'm forgiving you for it, but I don't understand how this comes back. Like, I'm trying.
No,
He really wants to compare the Black community to other communities. He really wants to.
I don't. If we even keep it just to ourselves, I think that during the time when most communities as a whole were economically, not as stratospherically apart, there was more of the same basic dating rules that existed for everybody. And you had ancient niggas and you had, some, bad intentioned women, yes, but for the most part, men knew how to court a woman and have a family. And then through societal advancement, we've had a big breakdown in that. I think in that breakdown, when you combine on top of that the financial disparity that we have in family incomes, and that's why I feel like you can't compare, it's other people who are bringing up other communities. That's why I'm bringing to them. It's not me who's, individually bringing them up. But if you're going to bring up other communities and compare them and say, oh, that these communities are showing how Black men should be leading, why aren't Black men being more like these other communities? What I'm saying is that you're also missing a part that you're not seeing in their dating life that makes their dating lives more successful, is that they have support on the back end just to be dating. And Black people don't have that. Black men don't have that.
No. Let's
From their
not do this
parents.
You're not doing anything.
Support from who?
Nothing. I
From their
can't.
parents. Black people don't have support from their parents to date.
I might
Is
be
that not
slow.
true?
I
That's
actually
not
might be
true.
slow. Wait, I might be slow. Maybe they have support, maybe they don't. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't understand how this justify wanting to demand women to be beautiful.
Because if you're providing those, even if you yourself maybe have a 40K job and you said generational wealth, what happens with young white couples is you see two regular 40K a year people, and she can have the trust to make that leap because she knows he has generational wealth behind him. And she says, okay, well, maybe Johnny is making 40 now, but I know in 10 years, maybe he'll be making 80, 100, 200 grand, and I'll have some advancements in my career. And if things go wrong, I know that he's not just starting from zero. His parents also have a little bit of something in the bank. That helps him. But those things I think sometimes we don't consider when we talk about
We
Black
consider
men
that.
and
Wait,
dating.
no. I'm going to consider it. It is considered.
Okay.
How does that make men able to demand women be attractive when they have nothing?
Because all of those other communities have really average men who land in their community by their community standards, beautiful women, and they are average. They have average income.
So,
because of generational wealth sources, which we should be building.
Yeah, but you don't have to build that with attractive women. A woman does not have to lower her financial criteria to be with you for you to build generational wealth.
Well, here's the thing, and that's what goes back to our conversation about beauty. What happens, I think, unfortunately, for many Black women is that over time, you do come to a point, no matter, not just Black women, but everyone will come to a point where your beauty is no longer the thing where you can trade in.
So shouldn't I just feel like men should work harder.
Have courted you better. Yes, the men should have courted you better and done the things appropriately during your prime years to facilitate the families that we should have in our community.
So
but that's not happening.
Argument is that women and men should work together to build whatever family and
better
stuff,
community.
Whatever. Sure.
For the Black community, because you said you wanted to bring it specific to Black people.
Where does the necessity for beauty comes in?
Well, the necessity for beauty comes in because people are aesthetic people. Women want beautiful men. Men want beautiful women. And a woman
so it's not on the man. The man can uphold their end of the bargain. The woman has to do it.
No. I'm saying that both are equal. Women should partner men that they find attractive. And I think when he was talking about some girls using men, I think it's unfortunate that you see a lot of girls who are with guys, you can obviously tell they're not into them, but he's just providing. So she's like sleeping with the guy she's really into on the side, and she's getting him to provide for whatever her nails to be done and all the other stuff.
What's the difference?
This is like this
I'm
is so
saying that
delusional and entitled.
we would want that all to be in one guy. We would not want that to have to happen.
Wait, what are you saying?
This is very delusional and entitled because he's
You're
essentially
using the word
saying
entitled wrong.
No,
Sorry.
I'm not. I'm using entitled the right way because no matter the situation, you
What
still
is
think you should be. Your mentality, thinking that you should get something that's above you just because you're you, and no, that's not the case. It's like, first of all, so you want to be.
Where did I say something to get above me?
I'm gonna tell you based on all these things that you just said. You said you want a beautiful woman to take a man that's not beautiful.
No, I didn't say that. I never said that.
That
I did not
potentially
say that.
makes
Just
only
for one.
$40,000 a year. He doesn't want to provide or protect.
I never said a beautiful woman should
take. Bubbles, Nika, when you're speaking, we're not interrupting. When I'm speaking, don't interrupt. The Finn is speaking.
Yeah,
don't
no,
interrupt.
but I just wanted to not have words put in my mouth. I didn't say that men who are not beautiful should partner women who are beautiful. I didn't say. I actually specifically said that men should be able to partner women that they find attractive, and women should be able to also partner women that
No.
men
You said men.
who they
The
find
question
attractive.
was men who cannot provide, who do not have the resources.
Yes, resources. Resources are not the same as attractiveness. A man can be attractive and not have resources.
I'm saying attractiveness
But
because
they
that's
equated that to
one
fuckboys.
of those factors. All of them are not going to be attractive. Like really,
No,
most of
of
them are
course
not
not
going to.
all.
Most of them are not going to be attractive, or
Well,
most of them, at the very least. Well, hold on. At the very least, most of them are going to be less attractive than she is. Less attractive than she is. But
So
then
as a fact,
you also want her to go 50-50 with you and then build communities too. It's like this is
okay, so
ridiculous. And then
this
he's
is where my
comparing. Hold on. And then he's comparing these men to men in other communities who do build, who do provide and protect, who uplift their women. Like, what are you talking about? You're not like
That's not true.
start doing
Yes, it
anything.
is.
Like, what are you talking? You're talking about
I
some.
never made it about community. I just said it meant in general. Never was about a
No,
community.
you said that men who are you said that men who are unattractive in other communities get beautiful women.
You did.
So
yes. I did say
It's
that.
not about
right.
community.
So what's
It's not
the
about
difference?
community.
I'm
It's about the
saying
man, in my opinion.
Who is talking? Like, I don't know. I hear a man's voice, and I'm
that
not.
was sincere.
That was sincere.
But
Let's
what was he
not.
saying? Because I didn't hear that.
Yeah, like we can start. You can talk when it's your turn or whatever, but like, don't interrupt. Like, it's really annoying in the playback.
Yeah. So you're saying that men in other communities can get women who are beautiful just because they're successful, but you don't think that Black men in our community should become successful before getting beautiful women. You think that women, someone on here equated beautiful men to fuckboys. So you're saying that women should settle for fuckboys. Beautiful women should settle for fuckboys just because they're both mutually attracted to each other, instead of our men focusing on building the community, and then us looking for the financially stable men, regardless of how attractive they are. Because most of the time, if they're financially stable, they're going to be a little bit attractive. This is a woman's perspective.
So I just wanted to say something to Bubbles. He said something earlier about women that are beautiful just starting out. They were lack of resources, and that's why a guy should not have to have resources when they're starting out. As a young woman, even when I was 20 going to college, even though I didn't have funds of my own, because of how I look, not just face wise, body wise, a lot of things was offered to me. So I do not agree with that statement. Even if a person doesn't have money, even if a beautiful woman doesn't have money on her own, she has a lot of opportunities to get money, especially if she's young. So that goes back to waiting on the man to build up. It would be a disservice to a young woman that is beautiful, knowing that her beauty is a prize and her youth is a prize, to settle for a man that does not have money when she have other offers offering her money.
If I'm gonna probably say the most controversial thing that I've ever said, and it is this. It's not an advice, but if you're a dark-skinned Black woman and you decide to go with someone under Nika Bubbles' like theory where they have potential, be very, very careful, because that starter wife phenomena is not a joke. Go ahead, Bubbles.
So I just want to say that I totally agree with the idea that you should explore and utilize all of your options with whatever beauty matrix that you have available to you. Like I'm not trying to stop anyone from doing that at all. Myself included, when I was in college, when you were talking about being young and stuff, I as a young designer, I would say I knew I was a 7 and not a 10, but in terms of my socials and my soft skill, I was a 20 in every room.
There
So
was
I always
everyone a 7.
so no. So I was a 20 on a scale of 10 in every room. So I always understood the value that you can have is always limited to to uh to to the people who are around you, and that will change whether you're in different rooms. And I never paid for anything when I was in college. I had dinner from Monday through Sunday, paid for, I could buy, I was flying all around the world, never paid for a dime myself. I could
Not
get a man
men
to
want to
pay for
rest
it.
in their
I could get a man to pay
femininity.
for any one thing just as any other person who was utilizing beauty to their thing. But even
Wait,
within yourself,
Nika,
for
wait,
me,
Nika.
that's
So
fleeting. And
someone said, "Do you want to rest in your femininity?" And I feel like your answer is going to be yes.
well, no, because to me, I don't believe that's I don't subscribe to these like binary, like, oh, that's feminine to want to do that, or that's masculine to want to do that. I think everyone, obviously, in a harsh world, wants to live a comfortable life. So obviously, you should use what you got to get the best life that you can get. However, I can tell you that uh, I like for many years of my life, I never had to pay for anything, and literally to the point where I just
Wait,
wanted to make the
absolutely not.
money.
See, you're setting up yourself to get dragged. So you're
Well,
telling women, nope, you're
go
telling
ahead.
women that they should date broke men, but you are out here not dating broke men yourself.
Well, no, listen. I many times, in order to not have to pay for anything, had to date outside my race. And I always, for that entire time of my youth, would be thinking to myself, I would wish that I could just have a guy who was of my race, who was able to do the same, bring me to this, live to the same
I can't
standard.
relate. I can't relate to
Wait,
that.
So Mr. Witty divested. Wait, all right.
But I was never even at that time. I wasn't divested.
God
I was
damn.
always saying, if one would just come along, I would leave this life, and I would live even a normal. I would live out of leave the mansion for the regular apartment for the beautiful Black Love Issa Rae story. If it was just solid,
Wait. So
Mm-mm.
but
you up
I
here.
always
Nope, Mr. Witty.
go ahead.
Wait. So you up here telling women that that if they're beautiful, they should be out here dating Pookie and Ray Ray, but you're out here dating Brad. I'm confused.
Well, no, I'm not telling you to date Pookie. I said use what you got to get what you want. But I'm saying, as a Black person in our community, because you said make it specific about Black people, you're still going to always want to be with your own people, and all this. That's why, you know, that's why I said it has to go back to building a better community. Because at the end of the day, what's the answer?
So
Black
you
men
wanted
don't
to
yet
date.
have the financial
So
means to be.
you wanted to be in your community, but you decided you couldn't, and you were dating the men paying for everything.
Literally every other person, I would date a
So
non-Black person and then a Black person.
advice. Let me give advice now.
Mm-hmm.
Do as he did and not as he says.
Well, this is the thing. I never dated exclusively one, because I always felt, okay, there are pros and cons on one side. You can have all the money in the world and sit in a high castle and be bored as f.
No,
And you can
no. You
live a
sat
great
here
normal
and you
life
explained
and
to
work hard.
me, you sat here and you explained to us, all of us, how you didn't have to pay for food when you were growing up in college, and you didn't have to pay for this and traveling and people paying for this, while still telling the women listening that men who don't have resources deserve access to them when they don't even have access to you.
Well, I'm saying I didn't date like that exclusively, but whenever I wanted to, that could be my life. I actually always made a conscious decision to date broke guys,
Not
because
making.
I did, because I specifically would get really bored, and I would say, there was this guy. Remember dating a guy who worked at a nonprofit, and I would be like, I just was not about this nonprofit life.
All right,
But
wait.
Charity.
he was a great.
So the advice that I will give then is to do it until you're bored. Period. All right, let's move on. Chris, what say you?
I don't know how you follow that up.
Wait, you're not for dating, being hypergamous outside of your race?
I'm not for being hypergamous. Is that the question?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't care. I'm all for women being hypergamous or not, whatever is going to make them happy on an individual level.
Gotcha. All right, so what are your thoughts on beauty?
So
that's a privilege.
I just don't know what exactly the point is of I think it's cut and dry. It exists. We all get that. To what end? Because we all know it's out there. We all know that people use it. But you know, if you're born in the U.S., you have privilege over 99.99% of the rest of the world. If you
Agreed.
have two parents, you have two parent privilege. If they teach you how to read at an early age, you have literacy privilege. I'm a military
I
veteran,
don't consider, in my framework of privilege, I don't consider things that you actually work for a privilege. But I take your point.
As a child, I didn't have to work for the ability for my parents to take the time and make me
So
a
that you
priority.
have good parents as a child is the privilege.
Yes. And so we all have a lot of unrecognized privileges, and we probably have a lot of unknown oppressions. We don't know the things that are working against us.
Yeah.
So
wait, do you believe whiteness is a privilege? Or whiteness has privilege? Let's do that.
Sure. I'll accept
go
that.
ahead.
I'll accept that, and that's just a kind of cultural, you know, byproduct of living in a country that was at its founding and for hundreds of years predominantly white. I think that white privilege goes away in a country where whiteness is not seen as the mainstream.
Not you arguing that white privilege goes away. Keep going, but not on that. We're not going to discuss white privilege right now.
Sure. Well, but the point is that the idea of privilege being an unearned benefit, we really don't have a lot of control over our unearned benefits.
Agreed.
Unless we're going to go through like Maoist struggle sessions to, you know, prostrate ourselves and to, you know, seek forgiveness of all those who our privilege may have put at a disadvantage. But, you know, there's a lot of smart people out there and they've got privilege over me, you know. So do I get to force them to admit to me that they're in a position because they had a higher IQ? I don't know. I mean, what's the end goal of acknowledging that pretty privilege is a thing?
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I don't know if anybody has watched that. I don't know if it was something on CNN where Soledad O'Brien talked about like just assessed her privilege of being a mixed race woman in media. But she talked about how people are, and we discussed in the chat, how people are less likely to get hired based on their complexion. They did a sit-in with a couple of like a focus group of a bunch of people that are of other nationalities, and based on the lighting that certain subjects were photographed in, they looked at photographs of the same person, but because of the complexion of their skin, certain people looked at them as being more likely to perpetrate a crime than the darker complected photographs. So you're looking at people that are more likely to commit a crime. Therefore, they get higher sentences in prison. They make less. There is collateral damage that goes that no one really wants to assess when it comes to the fact that there are certain standards of beauty that are distinctly Eurocentric. As far as men and other communities being able to actually set their women up to be the beauty standards in their communities, Korean men, they don't walk around telling or on a public stage anyway, going around telling their women that they are not the standard of beauty. Black men, as well as men of other nationalities, are now deeming Black women as unattractive in comparison to our other counterparts of other ethnicities. Black men don't have the social influence to even make it so that a size 6, which is a typical size for a mid-sized Black woman in good health, that a size 6 isn't deemed a plus size.
All right, wait. I think Cynthia and I might disagree on this, and maybe this is a debate because, or maybe we don't. I actually think Black men have the power to cause cultural shift.
I
They just
agree.
don't want to.
Yes, they do.
Yes,
Yes,
they
they
do.
do.
I apologize again for not.
Wait, pause. Wait, do you agree with me, Sin, or no?
Absolutely.
Oh,
They're
all right.
the ones who created the culture that's driving the culture right now.
I agree.
All right. Good.
Yes,
All right.
and this is what I'm saying. As
I
far
thought
as
we would
far
have had
as
it. Wait, I thought we would have had a debate, but we agree.
no, yeah, that's what I said. I'm sorry if I wasn't being clear, but if as a man, if I'm a man in a community, I'm setting my women up to be the standard of beauty for my community. No other nationality or ethnicity is going to come and tell me that my women are not beautiful. I am going to use my influence to create a sphere where
Your audience is off because I'm pretty sure you're speaking to a white man.
right. I'm sorry. Well, again, but exactly. But this is what white men have done. Through white men's influence, they have made it so that no matter what country, why is skin lightening cream one of the best-selling beauty products ever? Because the standard of beauty is the closer you are to whiteness, the more adjacent you are to whiteness, is the more.
I think. Wait. But to answer Chris's question directly, I think once you are aware of prejudice and privileges, you can better address it. And while I am not here to dismantle the system of beauty, I couldn't if I tried. I think when you understand pretty privilege, you can operate in there. Because my beauty standard is not white centered at all, like literally at all. But I recognize that a lot of people are. And to the extent we're talking about beauty as a privilege, like whiteness as a privilege, what you do with that privilege matters. And for some of them are more insidious and harmful when used than others.
Right, exactly. So by saying that, and we saw it in the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. Amber Heard is a typical pretty Karen that drove that man crazy. How many men have gone?
I don't know why y'all are defending Johnny Depp.
That's a perfect example, though.
I'm not. Hey, however people feel about the trial, I'm just using it for reference because I could care less. Celebrity drama is not my thing.
Pause. Let me just say, as an attorney, that everyone has told me to go over and over. I don't care. Johnny Depp does not represent Black men in any way, even if they're delusional enough to believe that he does. And Amber Heard is literally the woman they say soft, sweet, submissive, and kind of whatever else they say. So they don't get this is not what they get to stand on. I don't stand on it because I don't care. But if I wanted to, I could make content highlighting how terrible that looks for them, but I won't.
Exactly. The fact that you consider the standard of beauty other ethnicities that are proven to be just as obstinate and hard-headed and dirty and backstabbing as they want to be. That's the epitome of beauty. That's what y'all chase after. How many women that look like her have been the reason why Black men have been hanging from trees? So you're not so y'all still pedestalize that version of beauty and make it at every possible turn.
Rose, I don't know. Like I do agree with you, but like the question, I feel like you are addressing Chris, which doesn't make sense.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm just saying that in general, there are. It goes deeper than, oh, you have these privileges and, oh, well, what can you do about it? No, these privileges create expectations or stereotypes of certain people and get them and serve them a disadvantage in day-to-day life. Okay, certain people don't belong to demographics where you're denied a job because you have locks or the texture.
I won't ask Chris this, but like I would if I were a part of white society, uphold white beauty. Like no one would change my mind on that. But because I'm Black, I'm gonna uphold Black societal beauty standards. But like the reason I'm saying this is I don't understand how you're addressing Chris. In any case.
Well,
Huh?
he's saying, well, what can be done about like it's like it's
No, I think he asked what was the why we were talking about it, and I think awareness of privilege allows for action, or at least a conscious awareness allows for you to be more appreciative of your position, and also how you can potentially help those who may or may not have it. And the unconscious bias that you have might not come out in the same way when you make them conscious.
So I understand that, and I appreciate the breaking it down. I'll just say that I am way too much of an individualist to speak on behalf of white men in general, or white beauty standards, or white culture. And I also realize that in some people's eyes, the fact that I can do that is privilege. So I'm right there to own that. Now, when it comes to things like AI and identifying faces, that those systems are notoriously bad for Black and brown faces. And so I can definitely see lots of problems with relying on AI when it comes to criminal justice. And I don't at all support that. But that's not really having to do with beauty per se. That's about how the capabilities and limitations of the AI system, to some extent, what the programming is. But I don't think that facial recognition software is specifically programmed along beauty standards.
No. I think two things came up. Other kinds of privileges you brought up include white. And so if there are systems that are able to identify white people and separate white people, but not do so for Black people, that would be an indicator of sort of a white supremacy. And the idea that whiteness and white details regarding white people are taken more into consideration as opposed to Black people, which then feeds the idea we all understand about white supremacy.
Right, and I think we can come to the same place on like facial recognition software, even if we're approaching it from two different places. I may approach it from its limitations on the software itself, which makes it bad, and you may come from it looking at it as a tool to
So
uphold.
Chris, you really gonna sit here and try to tell me that it's the problem with the software, not the developer, that it can identify white faces but not Black faces?
Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is we know that it doesn't work. We know that there's a shortcut.
No, I think it works exactly how it was programmed to work.
Okay, in that case, where it's a feature, not a bug, then I would say it absolutely has no place in law enforcement. It has no place affecting anybody's rights.
But that's exactly what happens. You understand that? I think
Wait, we're not doing this. No. Not you, Rose, but I don't want to change the topic, because this is a conversation I could have, but I'm not willing to do it because I'm still on beauty. So,
Okay.
Seed of Chaos, go ahead.
Hi, thank you guys. Okay, so I was taking notes and I just had a few questions.
Can you do them one by one and address them to one person, and then we'll move around?
It was kind of like I was actually like, as everyone was talking, I was taking notes. So it's kind of for everybody. Is it not recognized that a man's attractiveness does come from his resources? Is that not recognized?
Wait, is what not recognized? So okay, go ahead.
That a man's attractiveness is stemmed off of his resources, what he can produce and what he offers.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong, because I don't think that's true. Like you would think that, but I think women do have eyes.
Yeah,
And
but
you
I
can
feel like with
know-
resources, oh, go for it.
Like you can know that a man is not attractive, but like you're not attractive because you have resources. You just have resources that they want.
No, I think when you have resources, you're able. Imagine someone who doesn't have resources with really bad teeth, and someone who has resources with really bad teeth,
But you
and
are not
then
more attractive. Oh,
Well,
wait,
I
maybe I'm
always
confused. Wait. It doesn't make you more attractive, at least not physically. I guess attractiveness is whether or not I'm willing to be with you, and that's how we're defining it, as opposed to like you magically. Because
now this is gonna be no wait.
no,
This is
not
gonna be the
magically.
worst
I'm talking about with
example.
the dentist. Like
This
if
is
he
the
goes to
worst
the dentist.
example. The worst
oh, that's
example
what
that I
you
have
mean.
is Kodak Black, and like do not.
Well, there is no amount of money that can make Kodak Black look.
But
Sorry, go
apparently
ahead.
there is because he has a longevity of being in relationships with multiple women. So
But they don't want him,
they don't
right?
have eyes. Like they don't
Oh
have
no,
eyes.
no, no.
No.
I
Well,
think we're all
okay.
right.
So
Sorry. Go ahead.
my next question was, as far as pretty privilege goes, what exactly is the end goal? We do understand that women have been able to weaponize pretty privilege for good and for evil. So what exactly are men expecting when they've set this standard?
Children.
Huh?
Who gets their children?
Me, Rucker.
Wait, go ahead. Explain this. You set the standard for children.
Yes, if once men, assuming that they actually work and got some assets and resources, they're eventually going to pass on, and they want to improve their lives and kind of end on a high note. So why not have a woman that looks good, that showcases that you did something, and of course she produces children. And like me and Theme was talking about, it's kind of the roll of the dice, because if you're not an attractive man and she's an attractive woman, it's 50-50. That's a possibility that some of your kids, and maybe all your kids, are not that attractive to the world. So your gene pool and your family origin is might have to skip a
But
generation.
you're good with being used for your money, though, right?
Yes.
Oh, all right, cool. Good.
I just feel like children are not unattractive. When you when you find someone that you love and you want to be with and she's beautiful, you want her to be beautiful because men are sexually driven and men don't like having sex. They will have sex, but they don't enjoy having sex with women who are unattractive. The reason why you guys get with attractive women is not for the children, because you never know if that woman can even have children. You don't even know if she will be able to give you children. And then especially if you are an ugly man, you're not sure if that child is going to come out beautiful or not. So I don't necessarily, and most men, I think now, well, not most, but a lot of men think they're ugly, even though I don't think people are ugly. Like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Like I think what makes people pretty or unpretty is how they hold themselves and their confidence and their demeanor and their charm. But I don't necessarily
Wait. Do you actually believe this,
I
Amara?
do. I would say I would date men who are not, socially attractive if they have a really good character and good money and good resources. It is what it is. And then they grow on you the thing is, I'm not attracted to any man. The life that I live right now, I'm not attracted to any man until he's proven that he can provide for me and do the things that I want him to do. That's what makes me attracted to a man. So you asked that question earlier, like, is it true that like you can be attracted to a man who isn't physically attractive? Yes, because if he's the only one that's sending me food and paying for my nails and taking I'm gonna be loyal to him
No.
regardless
I
of
think
how he
you
looks.
can. I think Beyonce loved Jay-Z.
Right.
But who is that? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. And I do think, I think you can become attracted to someone. I don't think someone is, well, I guess attractiveness is more than physical, and it's a broader sort of spectrum. So when you say someone is more attractive when they have money, that can be true. I
Yeah.
can see that point.
Because they're gonna go to the dentist. What I was trying to say with that was if they go to the dentist,
Some
they
of
can
them
get their
will
teeth
go.
fixed.
They'll grow on you like a fungus.
Oh God.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to say that.
I was just saying, like, if I was as a person with resources. I can go and get really nice suits and I can dress really nice. A man who knows how to dress is really attractive to me. And if, like I said before, I was broke, but now I'm rich and I had really messed up teeth, yellow teeth, or like just messed up teeth, like I can go to the doctor and I can get my teeth fixed. And now I'm another step closer to being more attractive socially. So I'm saying resources can make people a lot more attractive. Like, you know, girls that don't know how to do their hair, if they can pay for a hairstylist on a weekly basis, they become more attractive. So if a man can provide, you know, that type of luxury to a woman, regardless of how she looks when they meet them, a personal trainer, all those type of things, then she will then become more attractive. And men have that opportunity to do that for women.
All right, so the only man, so the only man on the stage currently that believes women should date men who don't have money is the one who dates men with money.
Oh no, I also believe that.
Wait, Prince, but you think beautiful women should date broke men?
I think you should date within your income, regardless of your attractiveness. So if you're a broke woman, I think you should date probably broke men.
I had a
Wait,
question
wait.
for that.
No.
Wait. Before you have the question for that. Wait, who was that?
That was
Who
me.
was that?
Chaos.
All right. Before you ask, do you know what the trading is? And the men, if you listen to the men in the manosphere, this is what this is how trading happens. It's not the woman's finance and education, it's her beauty.
Yeah, but I think I also clarified while I was up here with Sincere that he even said himself, us men, we don't really look at a woman's beauty. We look at her character and her education and finances and stuff like that.
Girl, wait, I'm gonna kick you off the stream. I'm not about to do this with you.
That is my belief, though. I look at education
I do think it is underrated how much men really do put a lot of value in that, because I know even in the queer community, guys will date all of the hot guys for as long as they possibly can. But when they actually like marry someone or they partner someone that they're going to socially tell people is their partner, they're always somebody who is like, at least in some way, has to have some way of like notability.
But you're saying gay men marry ugly men.
So I think men across the board, at the end of the day, they want someone who, when they introduce them to other people, they have like some kind of solidity beyond their beauty. I think there's the F boys. The F boys don't care. Boy types don't care about that. But I think most stand-up guys are actually, like, most men really use their women to socially like get around. So if you have a woman who, when you go in social situations, is really embarrassing you or not able to like, you know, advance you in a room, over time that's not going to be something that, like, your beauty eventually, still you have to be a kind of woman, unless a man is actually the real type of boss guy who himself runs the room and himself, he keeps you as the trophy on the arm and he runs the room. But there are many kinds of men.
Pause. I get what you're
like
saying.
Korean men.
But let's just stop,
like Korean men
pause.
do that.
Let's pause and step back.
Yeah.
I believe all y'all are lying. Like, this is not okay. I feel like y'all are lying because the way I am hearing these conversations happening, you would think beauty is literally the alpha and the omega and everything in between. So someone is lying.
Oh, I want to clarify. I don't share his views. I think society values women's beauty. Yes, I was talking specifically about me and my standard.
Wait, can I ask a question to that?
Go ahead, ask your question.
So, to the previous statement that he had, my question was specifically, and I want it's a yes or no. You do believe that women who have pretty privilege at some point in their life should settle for the man that does not have resources?
No, that's not my stance.
Nope.
Wait. No, because you didn't clarify her income. So I mean,
So you believe
she's
that
pretty and she Well, first of all, I don't tell women how to date. If you're hypergamous or whatever, I don't really care whether or not you're beautiful or who you date. But I do believe that your income and your education, regardless of your gender, matters a lot more than your looks when it comes to dating, if you're dating for longevity.
But you do understand that a woman who has pretty privilege would probably be approached by men who can afford her upkeep, regardless of what her income would be. So again, the question goes back to, you believe that pretty women should still be with...
Yes, I do. Yes.
Got you. Okay, so then thank you for that. And then going to, I don't know the guy who said, they usually date in the gay community.
Nika.
They usually date. Okay, Nika. Do you believe that men who are well off are marrying women who are beneath them?
Oh, yes. I know a lot of them.
There you go. There you have it. So that means that women are dating men who are wealthy, or we're not dating for looks at that point. We're dating for finances and resource, which is what you were saying we didn't do before, that we marry for looks.
I can't really continue because I feel like we're having a very disingenuous conversation. Like I feel like we're not being honest, and I don't know what to do with it. Like I can engage, but like Mr. Rucker over here saying he don't care if women use him for money.
I think the reason why I said that I believe that men should still have access to it, and and to the same degree, I think a broke man should be able to have access to beautiful women. I think a beautiful broke woman, a broke woman should also have access to beautiful men. I don't think if you say, oh, because a girl is broke, she shouldn't be able to screw a hot guy. So why would you say because a guy is broke, he can't screw a hot girl, or like that he can't date her, or he can't approach her?
I'm talking in the essence of business, friendships, and camaraderie. I'm not talking about physicality. I am speaking specifically on if we are in an interaction, it is complete. For women, it is mostly based off of our looks, versus for men, it's basically off of their resources. As a woman, I am expected, and this is the main question, I am expected to give a man who cannot provide an opportunity.
If you cannot provide, yes.
Okay.
No, as a beautiful woman, are we supposed to give a man the opportunity to a man that's supposed to provide an opportunity?
I think that depends on what you want from the man. I think that depends on what you want from the man.
If you are a broke man, I don't see why you're even attempting to date anyone.
So,
yes.
Well, you see, that's why I never understood that, because I feel like that's why sometimes it sounds like I'm pandering, but most of the time it's more so that from a perspective that's not totally heteronormative. I think if we had a community where the broke people couldn't date or whatever, we just wouldn't have a community, because most queer people are start off in
the community would be better. Even the black community, if you literally cannot, the only way you can have access to people is if you can be productive in society. Watch and see how productive people become.
Especially men, because they're driven by sex, they will be much more productive.
You see, and I feel like that's just generally not true, because I know men so well,
I know men well too.
I know men. I grew up. I played varsity of 4 different sports. I know all the locker room type guys, and I know all the opposite side of the fashion world. So I'm a Libra to the tempting time.
You know all the locker room guys.
I think there's a way to thread the needle here, and that is
and it's just not that binary.
If you look at it 2 different ways: hotness or beauty. And your F boys are going to take a very low investment approach going for hotness. And men are definitely attracted to hotness. But when they are considering pairing and settling down, the change goes from hotness to beauty and it includes beauty being things that would indicate like general health and general sense of this is the right woman for me. I want to settle down with her. So I think that there's a way to thread the needle with that.
Because I think what you even talk about often, Themis, is like communities where essentially saying that people women shouldn't be shamed for having degrees, right? We want to say that we should still want to have women that have degrees, that have these things that are gonna build your house. Just because you have a beautiful woman, I still want a woman who, like, okay, even if I take her totally out of the marketplace of working, she's gonna be able to educate my children, and when they come home, in a way beyond just being like, because there you see those things having problems in certain households too, where just because you have a beautiful wife doesn't mean that she's going to maybe be the best child rearer. So combining those things for men who really care about those things, I think you definitely can say that there are men who care about those things and want those things in order to have like a better family for themselves and even for their own career, because that takes off stress from them to have to come into the whole and intervene in those things.
Don't know what that has to do with beauty, but I
Right,
take
because
your point.
I was gonna say that doesn't change the fact that they still lead with the woman being beautiful first.
Nika, you will never know a man like woman would. I don't know. Dean is trolling. I'm pretty
Exactly.
sure.
No, that's
I
a fact
wouldn't.
though.
That is a
So
fact.
Can I ask Nika?
can I
I'm a
say
man, so I know men pretty well.
You're a
You're a
man, but
man, and that's the
you're a
problem.
man and you have a specific perspective. That's a very
Exactly.
specific perspective as a
He
man.
knows men in the biblical sense. Period.
Well,
Uh,
no, I mean, I know a man because I am a man. It's just like I wouldn't be able to. I would never tell a woman that I know women better than women know women.
Well, yeah, not
So,
you, but there are some men who would be able to tell me that they know women better than me because they date women.
right.
You
Oh,
wouldn't be
okay.
able to understand
See,
heterosexual men the way I
heterosexual people say
understand.
that a lot, and I don't agree with that. So I'll just agree to disagree on that, because
Okay.
I wouldn't, as a man, I would never tell a woman, oh, I know women better than you because I've been with so many women. It's like,
Well, yeah, because you haven't
and a
been with so
woman
many
has been
women.
in every
No, you
bathroom that
haven't.
you've never been in.
Wait.
So
All right, wait.
there's
It's
LB,
just a
things you're
different
just never gonna
perspective.
know.
all right, wait.
It's just
LB, you
different.
had a question. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. You had a question for Nika. Oh, welcome.
Yeah. Okay. So when you're saying that a average looking dude should have access to a beautiful or a pretty or an attractive woman, are you saying someone who is naturally attractive, or are you saying someone who has put the investment in to be like the stereotypical like beauty queen per- persona or whatever? Because and the reason why I'm asking this is because you have to consider like when I'm looking at my best, I've been waxed. Got my hair deep conditioned and trimmed and cut and maybe colored if I have grays or whatever. You know, like I am buying my clothes that are well fitting. Like I'm paying for high quality makeup. If you're the girl that likes lash extensions or that does certain beauty enhancements or whatever, like there's a lot of investment that women put into presenting the pretty, like beautiful archetype, like the standard to which people like. Like I've got so many compliments on dates talking about like, oh my God, or like, wait, that's not my boy voice. So pretty much like the boy version of, oh my God, you're so naturally beautiful. And it's like, nah, like I am wearing like I'm pretty, but also I'm wearing hella makeup right now. Like, but because I wear natural tone makeup and I have good quality makeup that you don't really like see all the details or whatever, they're thinking, oh, her skin's always flawless. No, my skin's not always flawless. Like I'm human. I put on makeup. So like there's so many different things that women put into beauty, like even just like being able to be pleasant and like used to irritate my soul. I worked in a restaurant. This guy's used to come in and literally tell me to smile every week until one week he put his hands on my cheeks and like push them up to try to make a smile, and I almost fought him and they had to remove me from the lobby. But like there's like for women to have that smile, the women that do give into that, because I was like, fuck this guy, I'm gonna fight you. But like for the women that do give into that, like in order to deal with that level and of entitlement from men, and to like even put on that persona, we are also paying for like mental health care. We're going to spas, like we're relaxing because of the stress that is put on us by men, on top of paying for all the beauty products to be able to be the natural beauty that you guys are, or well, not Unica, but like all like hetero or bi men are looking for in a woman. And so
Yeah.
I'm asking, when you're saying that an average man deserves access to a woman that's put that kind of investment financially into herself to be something for that man, like, are you saying that he deserves access to that woman, or just a woman that woke out of bed and was just what that man wanted?
I mean, I would say that he would probably have the best success rate, probably with the roll out of bed. I woke up like this beautiful woman. But you know, I say that I don't. I'm just saying that have access to that woman. That doesn't mean that he necessarily will get it. I just don't think that I would not want to say that he shouldn't pursue her, because I think, you know, I'm a love person. You can't, and none of the cynicism of the internet can make me not be a love person in that way. And I think that there are matches that, like, you can have matches that are way more powerful, that sometimes have imbalances, than ones that just come in that are on paper exactly balanced. So maybe because I've seen a lot of times, I think especially women, beautiful women, have ways of glowing up a man that he could never necessarily say himself. But that only matters if you're talking about real love. If you're talking about you want to be in a relationship that's, you know, just
Wait.
Look, I'm like, wait, hold up. I'm glowing him up too. I gotta pay for my beauty and his.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not paying for anything. I think that a beautiful woman, in and of herself, just being on your arm. I know this because I used to run with only model girls, and I can tell you rooms that I got into with no money, just being with beautiful women. What I'm saying is that you can access and develop yourself, yes, through being with a woman, but you need to still have your own individual thing for yourself. And that's why I would never tell someone, oh, you should just be with this guy just because. No, that can't be like, you can't just be like, oh, he's average and okay, I'm bored now. No, if you actually really care for someone and you happen to have a beauty dynamic that is imbalanced, but you still are attracted to yourself, I don't think you should say, well, you know, I would give him a chance if he was driving a Lamborghini.
Wait, no. No one is saying that. What we asked was, what you said was that they should have access. So that is
just should. I'm not saying that they will get it, but they should have access to them. I don't think
they
that
should
I
have
think
access
sometimes
to finances. That is what they should have access to.
Oh,
and that's where
yeah,
I'm ending
they
that.
should.
Like,
They
no.
should. I wish they did. Well, that's where I said,
But
you
they
know,
don't deserve it.
They
Yeah.
don't. They
I'm
don't.
gonna-
That is entitlement.
That's
They're not entitled to it. They're not entitled to it.
I just
But
don't
you sound like
understand.
you
Should
want
have
them to
access
be.
to it.
Wait, let's
I'm
stop
gonna
because we're getting
object.
this conversation is over. Because in my mind, and we can talk about it in the Discord later, well, probably tomorrow, but it's not gonna, like, this idea that you're so entitled as to want a part of a bargain when you can uphold your end is ridiculous to me. Because now I'm with the other gentleman on the stage. Like, no, you should you should have your money. You get your life
Well,
together.
here's the thing. I'm not saying that this guy is ugly and broke. I'm just saying if you're an attractive young man and you only
Well,
are
they
an
don't have
attractive
that
young man who
problem.
is
If you're
average in your finances.
well, pause. That's a non-starter. If you're an attractive young man, you don't have that problem.
Oh,
Demas,
no, come on. Come on,
If you're
Themis.
an-
Not
if
every
you're an-
attractive person is doing well for themselves
If you
financially.
no, they're not, and that sounds like a them problem. But if you're an attractive man, particularly if you're an attractive black man in the black community, you have access to women. There is absolutely no way you're going to convince me that
Oh no, I'm not
attractive
saying that.
people.
No, not women. I'm talking about finances. I'm saying just because you're an attractive man doesn't mean that a black man doesn't mean necessarily that you have access
No,
to the
yeah,
finances
but
that you should have.
yeah, and
So
I know.
don't.
Wait,
And
no.
so what I'm saying is,
You're changing the topic. Stop talking over me. This is ridiculous. No, not you, LB. because what you're doing is ridiculous. Because on one hand,
What am I
I'm
doing?
saying if you want these women, you should have money, right? Or you shouldn't. If these women choose you, I don't really care. But if we're talking about the exchange, then that's fine. Except
Okay.
you can't want someone to uphold their end of the patriarchal bargain when you don't uphold your end of the patriarchal bargain.
Well,
So we
that's
got
why I
through
spoke to
that. Stop
LB's point when LB asked
interrupting me
me.
because
Oh,
we are
sorry.
not. I'm literally explaining something now. And
Okay.
then we move to the next part where I'm saying, where you are saying, oh, well, I'm not talking about money or no money. I'm saying if they didn't have money and they're attractive, they should have access to attractive women. They do. So that I would never argue with you on whether or not attractive men should have access to attractive women, because that
Well,
is,
that's all that I was saying.
but that's
Because I'm
not
saying
what
whether or not, regardless of their finances, they should have access. That's all I
they.
said.
It's not whether or not they should. It's like they do. And so, if you're making that argument, why would you be making that argument? Like that literally makes no sense.
To be fair, the question that was asked to me, and I think Nika, was should these men who don't earn money have access to beautiful women? To which both of our replies was, if those men are beautiful well, yeah, my reply is I don't care as long as they're in the same financial bracket. But his reply is if they're both attractive, his money shouldn't matter. So we were responding to a question that was asked by I think the lady.
No, I can go back and yes,
That's what
part
I
of the
thought that I was
question.
answering as well.
No, we were literally talking about whether or not people could provide. And even if true, it doesn't make a difference. What I'm saying is that not that these attractive people should have access, is that they have. They do. So
They
like
do, but they shouldn't.
yeah, right.
I'm going
I don't
to object.
Yes,
I
that's what I'm
don't
saying. Like, and they were saying that they shouldn't have it, and I'm saying maybe it's up to the woman to say that he shouldn't have it. I'm not here to tell a woman that she can't tell him that.
well the women is
The
saying
women
they
are
shouldn't.
telling you they shouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
They
You don't
should.
have to
They
tell me
do,
I
but they
agree
shouldn't.
already. You don't have to tell me I agree with you. There doesn't have to be tension where there isn't any.
Because
If I agree, you can't tell me.
attractiveness definitely cannot feed them children.
No, it
So
can't. And that's why when you get that's what happens with Black people, because we are beautiful people. You have hot young men and hot young girls, and then they have a baby, and the baby ain't fed.
am I the only person who considers myself pro-Black but doesn't think every Black person is beautiful? I might be. Anywho.
I don't think every Black person is beautiful, but as a person who works in the beauty and fashion industry, I think that everyday people are far too hard on themselves in terms of what they think of as beauty. And most people who actually think that they know what's beautiful, if they actually ever entered an environment where beauty is really, really critically observed, none of them would ever meet the cut. So it's ridiculous how common people, I don't like to say common people, but people outside of fashion industry, like everyone who works in the industry is ugly. Like you go into the office building, there are old ladies working in production and just regular people. Like Devil Wears Prada, all this, like I call the world now the Devil Wears Prada-ification of everything, because people think that people really are all these beautiful people everywhere, and that like it's actually your glow up that gets you to the next level, when they don't realize that there are all these gremlins working behind the scenes making all this money, that there's a lot of people who are not beautiful who are doing really, really well in the world, and they never ever invested in
There
beauty
is
for the
no way
most
you're
part.
going to convince me that beauty doesn't give you a leg up in the fashion industry. We're not going back and forth on it, but there is no way you're going to convince me that beauty.
Well, you would have to know all the jobs in the fashion industry like I do to know how many of the people in the industry who are not
I'm
public
just saying,
facing
I'm saying
are
a
ugly.
general matter. I'm saying a general. There is no way you're going to convince me that beauty does not give you. I'm not.
Do you think beauty matters in a factory?
Wait. I'm not asking you to convince me. You don't have to respond to this.
I know.
I'm
just saying, objectively, I'm right, is what all of me.
You can be objectively right. There is no way you're going to convince me that beauty doesn't give you a leg up in the fashion industry. There's no
I
way.
object to the use of the words access. It strikes me as super entitled. When I look at the world doesn't owe me access to anyone. Beautiful or average or
Period.
ugly. So I object to any guy saying that they deserve to have access to begin with, because that strikes as entitlement, and that's kind of the abusive part of the patriarchal bargain, is when they can have those kinds of expectations. Now, I think there's some truth to the idea about kind of being equally yoked, that if you're coming from the same zip code in terms of finances, things are probably going to work better. If you're coming from about the same beauty issues, about the same thing. But the idea that there's some kind of entitlement, that's just ridiculous. And
But when I
Period.
say access,
Wait,
I'm
wait.
really like I was thinking too. Generally, I was thinking when you showed those clips earlier. There's this like meme clip. I don't know if they're actually. I think that they're staged. I'm pretty certain that they're staged. But these dudes, they'll like try to get these girls who they'll try to holler at a girl, and then they'll like step into like a really expensive car. Then the girl would like, oh well, actually, I wanted to get your number, blah blah, whatever kind of thing. And I think it kind of just supposed to like it creates this stupid culture where it's like reinforcing this thing like, oh, whereas okay, if you have money, then the girl will talk to you, and if you don't have money, then she's not going to talk to you. And I don't like to believe that like all women are like just like that, like individually focused. Like, oh, like if a guy comes up to you and he's not wearing a Rolly, like, do you like? Because there's a long saying in fashion. They say that to know a man is well dressed should take 10 minutes. A real well dressed man takes 10 minutes, whereas like a man who's some flashy, a lot of them a real man with wealth whispers. I think there's a lot of men who are whispering extremely a lot of money who get
Wait,
overlooked.
stop. I'm sorry. I don't understand how that's responsive to Chris. Because I feel
Well,
like we
that's
should all
that
just
that's
agree with Chris.
the
well,
idea of access means that there's someone there to enforce it, which means it's a right.
oh no
And
no no. I don't
yeah,
mean it in terms of right.
if
When
you
I
are
say
going to
access,
say,
I mean that we have a culture. I'm talking about the current culture today. There's a kind of social culture that says, don't even come up to me if you don't think that you can like provide for me, like, for what you see that you're
Wait,
presented with.
Rita.
Exactly.
Rita,
And
What's wrong with
and what
that?
I'm saying is,
wait.
can I just
The
come up and
chat.
offer a drink?
Oh my,
Or
the
no?
chat is saying, the chat is saying you have to let people finish their sentences because apparently you keep interrupting. So the chat is mad at you. Just let Chris
Sorry
speak, because
about
this
that.
is one of the few. Chris is redeeming himself tonight.
No, I can't tell when we're doing open speech versus like one at a time, but okay.
It's always one at a time. I don't know. What do you mean open speech?
Okay.
I don't understand that. Of course, it's always one at a time.
Yeah, I'm like, I think we generally have a one mic rule over here. Like, somebody's talking, you don't talk, and then like you can talk when there's a pause or a silence, or when somebody asks a question. It's like great small stuff. One mic.
I don't want to
Yeah.
disrespect anyone, but like it's interesting when I don't know what that means. Open versus one at a time. Thank you, LB, because I didn't know what was happening. Go ahead.
That was a
Chris.
lighthearted way of saying that it's not always completely controlled. I guess you could admit that.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting. Go ahead, Chris.
so the other thing is treating women like they're a monolith, and they all have their own motivations, their own sense of beauty, their own sense of aesthetics. And if I want to attract a particular woman, then I'm going to have to learn about her. I'm going to have to figure out what it is that she values. And that's a lot different from just hooking up with someone because they're hot. So, but in both cases, I will agree that there is a privilege to being pretty, is that you can immediately catch the eye. What you do from there is a whole nother matter. And, one thing that Rose said that I thought was really interesting was the idea that in the white community, men hold up women's beauty, same with Korean men. Then that's actually a double privilege for those women. not only are they pretty, but they are also have the privilege of men that will stand up and recognize and celebrate that attractiveness.
Yep.
Ding dong.
Now, let's take that and say in the Black community, because apparently Chris is not going to say it. Apparently, we are not doing this.
We're not.
We are not.
I'm not saying that, but that's what I hear.
No. You're fine. You please don't say it, but I can say it that in the Black community, we are not. Black men
we
are
don't.
not upholding the beauty of the Black woman's beauty. We're not. In fact, we're doing the opposite. It's not even like we're ignoring it. We're doing the opposite. We're degrading Black women for their beauty. Mr. Rucker, what say you?
Look, it comes down to qualification and beauty. I take it with the job I do in the car industry, financing people. You can't come into my dealership with a 526 credit score saying that you want a Mercedes Benz. Then I have to be the bad guy to tell you that, hey, you don't qualify for this. Hey, but do you like Nissan Altimas? People are just shooting their shot just to see what they get.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you because I hate the comparison of women to cars.
I know it's not. I know women are not things, but it just comes down to qualification. So it just you can't just go up to someone that's in a higher income bracket and take your shot and thinking like, oh, if she doesn't accept me, then she's a gold digger. No, she likes what she likes, and she doesn't like you. You don't have to be all mad about it. Maybe you need to look at a woman that's maybe more in your caliber, and don't be offended by that. It's just either you self-improve by getting money or being better in shape, whatever your flaw is. But that's up to her. She has that right to say yay or nay. If she says yay to you because you have money, okay, that's your motivation. But if she says no to you because you don't have any money, just too many men are getting upset and offended by that, and they thinking, oh, I should have her just because I want her. Like, no, that's not how it works. You got to qualify.
Yeah.
Can I ask, how do you know what someone's income level is just by looking at them? You're saying like you can't walk up to a person who looks like they're out of your league, without and how do you know what you should how to pursue someone without asking them
I think he was
what they would like?
I think he was speaking from the men's perspective. Like you when you approach a woman as a broke man, don't be offended when she says no.
Exactly.
Like the scenario, Nika, the scenario you used when a guy will have a car parked somewhere, he'll walk up to a girl and be like, hey, let me get your number. And the girl's like, no. And then he goes and walks back to the car, and then she runs over there like, oh, actually, let me give you my number. It's because he has the resources that can be able to, he has resources, it looks at least as though he has resources that will be able to take care of her. So she's willing to give that a shot. But if you don't even have the resources, you don't have the looks, then why would she give you a shot at all? Now, if you were a man without that car and you walked up to a girl and was like, hey, let me talk to you, I think the best way for a man who doesn't have those resources to prove that he wants to give her his resources is to be like, hey, let me pay for this gas, or hey, let me pay for whatever you're about to buy. And that's going to be a way that the girl will finally give him her number, other than having like an expensive car or a nice watch or something like that. But at the end of the day, this just proves that women are looking for men with resource, period, because that's the only way a woman can be maintained is with resource. If I'm going to work every day in order to come home and make myself look pretty instead of a man going to work so that I could look pretty, that means I'm doing work to be that cute thing on his arm instead of him doing work so that I'm that cute thing on his arm. You guys don't even want women to talk when you're in rooms for the most part. Like if I'm going to a dinner or something with my man who's well off and affluent, he just wants me to look beautiful and be smart. I don't necessarily even have to talk. So why would I be the one financing that beauty when it's benefiting him?
All right. Before we continue, no one has answered the question regarding why Black men do not uphold Black women's beauty. So for the women on here, please explain that to me. You can throw it around in a circle. Mr. Rucker.
Yeah, we can't tell women about beauty other than just saying, "Hey, you're just not my type." Because if we
No,
say anything,
why does it not happen as a culture? Why don't we talk about Black beauty? Why don't we uphold Black women's beauty? And why do we do the opposite in music, on social media, in person? Why is the message consistently about Black women not being worthy?
it's really hard to tell that message out to the Black community without them arguing or being combative about it. Like, we used to have this standard. I don't know what happened. We can't even, not even comparing ourselves to another culture, but I don't know why we just don't have just being presentable and prideful of our looks. But we don't have to insult, but it's just more like we keep putting a microscope underneath the things that make us look bad. Even through a Google search, we just look bad. And we can't, the older generation of our community is trying to tell the younger generation about their looks, but they don't care. So it just comes down to, why are we ignoring that standard? I don't know why. I don't think anyone has an answer of why our standards went down over
I
time.
don't wait. We're
Well,
talking about standard. I think that's a separate thing, though. The question I'm asking is: it seems like there is a very specific attack on Black women's image. There is no upholding, not none, but as a general matter, we don't uphold the Black woman's image. Do you think the Black woman's image should be upheld?
yes,
Could
it
you just?
should. Yes,
Oh,
it
sorry.
should be. We should at least use good examples of upholding Black women's image. At least getting an example, like we like to look at a Michelle Obama. Like, okay, that's a beauty of standard. You may not like her as far as the way she looks. Maybe, it's beauty is objective, but as a community, as Black men, we are harder on the Black woman as far as their looks. I don't know why, because that is pretty sick, and it's like insulting to us. Like, if we insult a Black woman and we insult a Black man, so
Yep.
we just need to focus on, if you're not going to say anything nice about a woman's looks, can you at least highlight another Black woman and say, okay, I just like her, that's the standard. But hopefully we just don't have to insult to get to that point. That's all.
All right, Nika, you seems like you wanted to get in.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say that I think a lot of it is a stem from internalized racism. I think in the last panel that you had, people, or I don't know if it was your last panel or something I was watching, but there is an inability, I think, in a lot of people to, actually it was a different podcast I listened to, but they were talking about how we as a Black community have a problem with acknowledging and seeing beauty within one another. And I think that goes from from male to male, from male to female, from female to female. In like the last panel, when the girl was
But
trying
it
to, she
doesn't,
was.
I mean, it doesn't go from female to male, though. So, like, I think it is a lot of internalized. I do agree with you.
I mean, I've heard people on the panel say that we should no longer have Black male babies. So I think that there are some people who definitely no longer think Black men are that beautiful.
It's not about the
Wait.
physical.
That's
Can
not
we
what that
stop
means.
for a second? I am going to remove you if you attempt to use that to justify your argument that it comes from Black women to Black men.
Well, I guess in other ways, I would say that I think Black women, just like Black men, are susceptible to white supremacy, and so they obviously struggle with colorism and same beauty standard problems that everybody else has. I think Drake is the perfect example of that. I always say, if you want to talk about like beauty standards in men, and how there are a lot of big rappers like J. Cole and Drake, and I always see there are always these light-skinned rappers who come out and all the girls just love them. And to me, it's
Are
like a
you
Sabrina
saying Black
Claudio.
women? Like, I feel like
I'm
I'm in
saying
this.
that
No,
I'm
let's
saying that
stop.
Black men and women
Let's
both
stop.
suffer
Stop
from
talking.
white
Wait.
supremacy.
Just stop.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
not going to go any further with this because I feel
I
like
guess
we're
that's
going to
not
go
true.
into.
No, it's not true. We didn't think Drake was beautiful.
Absolutely not. I told you at least 8 times to not talk over me. So I'm sorry, I can't do it. We are not going to sit here and gaslight me. I refuse to be gaslit. I refuse to be gaslit. We're not going to pretend like Black women prefer light-skinned men as a general matter. We're not going to sit here and pretend like Black women are subject to white supremacy in terms of the partners that they choose as a general matter. I'm not going to allow that. And you're not going to use an argument about what Black men do in the community as and abortion being considered as an alternative, as a justification for Black women generally not liking Black men. Absolutely not. Nope, we're not doing that. So another man on the panel, please explain to me why we don't uphold the Black woman's beauty.
I think I have the answer to that. But first, I wanted to reiterate the super chat I sent a lot earlier. Mind you, it was a $5 super chat, so I will not be going out this weekend. The panel guests seem to have a lack of respect for the people they disagree with. There's a constant interruption of each other. There are attempts to make quick and subtle jabs whenever the person speaking has a natural pause. There's a refusal to let a person clarify their views, and there's this over talking, the long-winded answers to yes or no questions. I think that's very insulting to each other, and I think that's insulting to Demas, and I think that's insulting to the chat who is watching, trying to, I assume they're watching to see a discussion as opposed to some niggatry. So I just wanted to reiterate that. And the answer,
somewhat. You said it's somewhat.
No, it was Nika. It was specifically Nika. Like there.
No. You said you called it something tree.
Oh yeah, it was definitely niggatry. Yes,
I've never heard that word.
The devil works hard, but niggatry works harder. I hear. Now, the answer to your question, why don't Black men uphold Black women's features? I don't think this is necessarily specific to Black women. I think this applies to Black men too. Wait, let me clarify that. Okay, when you look at Black women, look at who they date, regardless of the Black love and Black excellence online. Black women date Black women marry Black women have and uplift Blackness. Black men say the same things online about how they value Black women and your natural hair and stuff like that. But when we look at the data again, they date white women. And then when we look online as well, they uphold white features. And I think you talked about this in your live before about Fresh and Fit when you said Black men have been dominated and they've been conquered by the white man. They adhere to white standards. They have white man talking points. And we're in a patriarchy where a white patriarchy where Black women have gone on to thrive and succeed, and Black men are trying to follow the white. I don't know how to articulate what I'm trying to say, but I think Black men are trying to uphold whiteness, and they see whiteness as value, while Black women, as opposed to that, are still Black centric. So I think it has to be with them being dominated.
Yeah. Do you feel Black women are doing too much? I'm pretty sure you wrote that email. Do you feel Black women are doing too much when it comes to look? I don't know what your question means. Are Black women doing too much when it comes to looks? I don't understand.
It must be about makeup, weave, eyelashes, like the peacock.
Girl, why do men love talking about people's makeup and weave? Like, I hope not. I hope that's not what they're talking. I'm tired of these weave conversations.
It's because we distract them with it. Whenever a woman walks in with her hair laid, her makeup done, her body's looking snatched, we distract men, and men don't. That's how we take their money. That's how we get all the resources out of them. And they hate that. They hate that they're online preaching that they don't give their money to women, but behind closed doors, they're giving their money to the women who went out and got the facial, put on the shea butter, did her makeup and her hair. They're giving us the money. Like the guy who was on here, Nika, that was like, oh, I was dating broke guys and stuff like that, or white guys who have money, because there's not a lot of Black guys with money in our community. That's not every Black girl's situation. All the men that I date are Black men, and they're millionaires. So at the end of the day, there are men there that are going to give you the money. They might be online saying, I'll never give a woman money, but that's not reality for some of us. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So I did have a question. Towards
wait before you say, with someone said I'm not giving money if it's not natural. Where is it
That's a lie.
Lies.
That's a
I'm not giving
lie.
you money if you're not natural.
Men are giving money to women so that they are no longer natural. Men are
No,
paying for
no,
women's
no.
BBLs.
Wait, no. I believe he's broke. I'm sorry. This is where I'm going to go with this.
Prenup.
Is ain't nobody this concerned with money and women taking money? Like, I'm pretty sure the first interaction I had with you was more accurate than whatever this was. I'm pretty sure it's more accurate because, girl, I can't. But if you're rich, if you're a high value man, period, you're a good looking, high value man. The chat said you were good looking. Go ahead. I don't know who I interrupted.
Tell them to bring out $100. Let's see. That's it.
Someone said on the super chat, absolutely not. Do not send it because you're not going to get it back. I do not want that email telling me if I can send it back to you because I will put it out on blast.
I know someone had a question, but after their question, can I make a statement?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Who had the question?
See the chaos. The question was for Mr. Rucker. Do you believe that Black men have any say so in the pretty privilege or standard for Black women? Like, do you understand or recognize that most women of no color are trying to project and put on the costume of Black women?
Yeah, I do see that what white women are trying to do that. They're trying to adapt some Black culture to snatch up Black men, and some of them are trying way too hard, making it really obvious and funny, actually.
Right.
But
So then it goes to why then is it upheld for them, but not for the natural carrier?
I don't know why Black men like all the add-ons compared to the natural. That's
I
that
know
is a
why.
strange thing. Maybe they like the lies.
Are Black men somewhat aware that they are the influence when it comes to what is called pretty, whether it be big butts, pretty face, light skin, long hair, so on and so forth?
Yes, nowadays, yes, what we like is more influential to pop culture. Back in the day, it wasn't like that, but now, definitely.
Mm.
All right. So the men's, Mr. Rucker. Oh, I was reading a thing. We're gonna wrap it up now because I was hoping the men's would give me a template for why they're not upholding Black beauty, and I think it has to do with internalized white supremacy. I do think there is a wanting of proximity to whiteness. Particularly from men in terms of the women that they date. But I don't actually care. I think you can do what you want to do. I just don't understand why you would disparage women and women who look like you and your family.
Can I answer the question?
Huh?
Can
Go
I
ahead.
answer the question
Yeah.
from earlier? Okay. So I'm late to the whole conversation. Like I just came in when I came on pretty much.
You
But
missed my-
so if I'm repeating anything, let me know. But what I see it as is definitely what you said. It's the internalization of white supremacy in their minds. Like they believe it, they buy into it. And to me, like Black men, the way, not all Black men, but the Black men that specifically like put down Black women and idolize other race women, those men to me are no different than the overseers on the plantations or like the house, like, you know, the butler in the big house. Like
no different,
no different because they're doing the same thing modern time. What they're doing is they're saying, hey, look, like I want to be in the big house and I want to be with you. They're putting down their own people. They're like, I'm gonna keep these N-words in check for you. Just let me be in the big house. Like that's all they're saying. They want to be in the bigger white community, and they want to be accepted in their mind, which we know isn't real acceptance, but they want to be accepted. And by putting us down, they're demonstrating their loyalty to white women and white culture. They're like, hey, I don't have to bring all them with me. Just let me in. Like that's what they're doing. And then another part of that to me is just there's no incentive for them to stay to stay loyal to us because in their minds, there's nothing greater than the white man's power and money. Like, so even though Black women are pulling in money, like, to me, if I was like a broke dude, I would be nice to Black women because odds are they're gonna have more. If they're not rich, they're gonna have more money than you. Because I know women that aren't in a certain tax bracket, but they have a constant flow of money. Not gonna say how or why, but what I'm saying, like, women will always have like Black women usually have their stuff together on one level or another, and we could be a resource to them, but they would still choose to put us down to get this other resource because they think it's better coming from that.
Well, it's probably good that they're not using y'all.
Oh yeah, I'm happy.
They are. Unfortunately, they are. Unfortunately, they are. How is it that when you look, you like certain preferences? I don't know if this is a question. I don't know if it is a statement. Like, I don't. It is what it is. I'm just gonna move
can
on.
I make a quick comment on the weave thing and all that?
Yeah.
Okay, so as a Black woman that went to high school and grew up around like all race women, like very mixed school, like
wait, can you hold it for 2 seconds? I need to address this. It's always a circular conversation. It's just a tornado that grows over time and sucks in more sycophants. Fascinating space to girl, let me leave you alone, because if I say something, I might actually hurt your feelings.
I got something to say. I ain't scared to hurt his feeling.
Wait, no. The thing is, this won't. Hopefully, don't be mad when you can't follow the rules and you get booted. Like, just take the L and move on. Like, you don't have to be twerking in the chat for attention. It's fine. I promise I love you, no more or less. It is fine. You are mad. It's okay to be angry. It's a real reaction emotionally. You don't have to act out on it. It's only a child that does not have emotional regulation in this way. When you're mad, sit, think about it, and move on. Ain't nobody got time to be processing your emotions with you. I'm not a therapist. All right. Go ahead, LB.
Okay, so like, in short, Black people who date out but have to put the Black community down in order to date out are just stuck in an 1800s mindset. They think they still have to like do the whole buy-in thing. Then separately, on the hair thing, it really annoys me hearing about all these weaves and things, because back when I was in high school, you know who had the weaves? The white and the Asian girls. They had the weaves. They had the little like the clip-ins, and they had like the little tracks in the back that didn't match the top of their hair. Like, it's like short up here and then it just jumps and then it's long all of a sudden. It like, guys don't ever notice that on a white girl. Like, I'm telling you, next time you're out, and no offense to the white girls, but like, it's usually the younger ones. Usually as they get older, they figure it out. But no offense to the white girls. Like, when you go out next time, just look at the white girl's hair. Look at the back of their hair. The back of their hair be a hot mess going in all kinds of directions and stuff.
Let's not do this. Let's pause. We're not going to drag a race of people. Let
I really
men live with their preference.
But I'm like, how do they not see that, but they see our perfectly blended bundles?
Because you're not white, and that a group like white women is not your.
No, I admire it though. Like, I wish I could.
Welcome, Freckles. Someone had a comment.
Me.
I wasn't dragging. Oh wait, go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say, I just feel like Black men are so close to us that they're able to pick on us. Like, they will tell us that we have attitudes and stuff like that. But then, like, I just saw a video recently of a girl in a gym, and a guy was looked at her for 2 seconds, and she was like, "Do you have a problem?" And it was a white girl. So they just pick on every single thing we do, which makes them feel like, or makes society in general feel like Black women are doing something wrong, when really we're just existing, being women. Women are going to have attitudes. Women are going to wear weaves. Women are going to wear makeup. Women are going to, fluctuate in weight. But why do you have to pick at it every time? Like,
yeah.
No, but I know I kind of went in on white girls, but pretty much what I'm trying to say is, like, all women do things to enhance their beauty. And like Amara said, and like I said earlier, it's not criticized on the same level. Like they talk about our bold eyebrows, talking about like, oh, you have those Sharpie eyebrows. Bold eyebrows come from Indian and Middle Eastern culture. They tint it with henna and stuff like that. And on those women, they go, oh my God, she's so exotic. Look at her brows and her long, luscious hair. But like you see it on a Black woman and you're like, oh my God, look at those highlighter markers. Like weaves, Black and white women do weaves probably about the same. Like my beautician does this white girl's weave on a regular basis. And I was actually shocked because like Black men will have you thinking that we're the only ones that do it. And then like just other cultures, like people thin out their hair, people do things to thicken their hair. Like there's so many different things, and it's not just Black women. Like we're not the only ones funding the beauty industry, but we're the only ones being criticized for buying into it.
It's like they don't want us to feel beautiful. They don't want us to have that confidence and that esteem, because this type of stuff is what happens when we do have it. You know, we're able to talk back. We're able to, you know, stand up for ourselves. And Black men are not strong enough for their women to do that to them.
Well, we shall see. I hope that sorry, I'm not gonna put that comment up there. That is too disrespectful.
Somebody says some of the bundles ain't perfectly blended. That is true. So some Black girls need to work on that too.
No,
like I don't keep wearing weaves because I don't know how to blend it, so I'm not even gonna like. I would look just like you. I tried.
I've actually sat in. I have a new barber, and I sat in there, and these grown men sit there and talk about weaves forever, and it's like I walked into the manosphere, and while they're cutting my hair, it's like, sir, why are you talking about women's weave? And you can tell that they're sad, and these are like low self-esteem people going through the process of like they're going through an emotional process where they realize I am
balding.
Yeah, no, I'm at this stage in my life and I haven't accomplished. This is the feeling I got. I haven't accomplished what I want to accomplish. And instead of like really focusing in the conversation on how do I better myself, it feels like that specific conversation would reveal too much about their own state. So instead of doing that, they focus on women and women here and weave and all of that. And it doesn't make sense to me that grown men were talking about makeup and weave. Like it doesn't make sense that like I don't understand like who sits around and talk about women's weave and here and what these women are doing out in the world. Like that doesn't make sense to me.
It
Like,
makes
at
sense.
all.
It makes sense because unfortunately they were cultivated in a society that tells them if they add anything, then they're less of a man. So they have to go at women who are allowed to be beautiful with the additives. They are saying if you go get a 3-piece because you're balding in the middle and you look like you have a crop field, then you're not a man. And that's why LeBron James is allowed to paint his skull, but he's high value. So it's okay for him to get paint on his head.
Yeah, I mean, what they need to get is hooked on phonics. That's what they need.
That's what they need to get.
But as it relates, what they need to do is get hooked up with some man weave and go and solve their problem. Right.
I will tell you, my fiance felt like the baddest thing in the world when I took him to get his feet and his nails done. He said, I have been missing out on this all my life. Are you serious? And I was like, yes, it's perfectly fine. And every week now.
Yeah.
It's their own toxic masculinity that's holding them back. It's not us.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That part.
It does make sense because some men like them natural. I mean, at this point, no one cares.
First off, can I say something?
Wait, is it to Sincere?
Somewhat, but not directly.
All right. Do not address Sincere directly because Sincere is just going off in the chat.
Significant. I forgot what his comment was, but what I was gonna say is that like when I don't know why guys complain about how a woman presents themselves, knowing that a good number of women, if you're providing finances and you say, babe, I like short hair, she probably didn't go get short hair. Like, I'm not saying that you should do that, but I'm just saying I've seen it happen. Like they
Yes.
like short hair, they go get a shortcut. Like, oh, I want to leave. Like it's kind of like when I'm around my dad, he likes my hair a certain way. If I come with my hair like, because he likes either like your braids be done or you have pressed hair or whatever. If I go around my dad and my hair is not like what he considers cute or beautiful or whatever, he's the type of dude that will like, he's not just gonna talk shit or talk behind my back, be like, why my daughter come around here with her nappy ass head or something. He's gonna be like, here, go, here's some money, go to the shop. Or he's gonna be like, I'm gonna call my friend, you go to the shop and get your hair done. He's gonna provide and he's gonna tell me like how he wants my hair and pay for it. Like, and so like guys just complaining about people's hair, it like, guess what my dad does is like toxic and weird. I don't
No,
think, but
it's not.
also it's nice that he's at least willing to pay for it. Like he's not just talking. He's like, "Hey, go get your hair done." And he'll
No, I don't think that's toxic because
Me neither.
when
Well,
you
I
have issues with the guy, if you don't say it to him, then how's he gonna know to change it? And I don't be giving them money and they go change it. I've had a guy cut his hair. I've had a guy get surgery. So at the end of the day, they're gonna do it if you don't like the way they looking. So
yeah,
if
no,
he
I'm
giving
saying
you
he
money, why not?
entitlement to tell me how to present as his daughter, but like
Yeah.
that to me is weird. But like if it like my thing is like I was raised that if you're gonna talk about, don't talk about something that you're not gonna do nothing about. Like so if you want to, like I was taught not to talk shit about people's appearances if like one, if it's not changeable, and two, if you're not gonna do anything about it. Like I remember making fun of this girl's hair in high school. My mom was like, "Well, shit, are you gonna pay for her hair?" Like, and then she like, cause she didn't want me to be that type of girl that's just like picking at other girls and stuff. But like, I feel that like if you're not about to pay for my weave, wax my eyebrows, pay for my Fenty makeup, whatever, why are you even talking to me about it? So like
Yeah.
for the broke dudes, like if you don't have any money, why are you talking to me about my appearance at all? Like you have no say in this.
And I think that's what it comes down to. I think a lot of men are forgetting that they hold the power. If you don't like it, you can change it. I have never been in a situation where if I was in a room where they were like, I think this would fit you better. Can you afford it? And they put the check in my hand. So I don't think that they are aware that the resources is what gives you the power to make the difference.
Yeah, and it's not, oh sorry.
And definitely with my fiance, he was in the beginning one of those people that's like, I like my woman very much natural. I like her to have a certain
I was
aesthetic.
muted this entire time. I can't believe I was muted. I was like, wait, what is happening?
What conversation to mute it yourself?
I saw your mouth moving too.
Right.
I will say something though. This is not advice. Live your life how you want to do it, blah, blah, blah. I don't actually believe this. I don't believe, like, even if you have the money to change it, let me start. Like, I kind of am a feminist because, like, I wish some man would give my daughter money to, if it's me, then period. But my daughter money and tell her to go do something. No, absolutely not. You're going to put that money somewhere else. But I'm not for everyone has not spoken, I don't believe. And I will let her speak and then go to the after show because it's too long. I'm not for everyone.
Oh, dang it. I have something in my mouth. I'm sorry. I mean food. Sorry.
All right. Well, we're just going to go to the after show and everyone will get a minute to wrap up. Bye. All right, go ahead. Let's start with Mr. Rucker.
Well, this was a great discussion. And I think to wrap it all up, unfortunately, a lot of Black men don't want to pay the cost to be the boss. You cannot go after something that's expensive or high maintenance and then complain saying, oh, I'm broke. Like, you have to just realize you just can't afford this and move on. You have to better yourself. You don't even have to go on dates. And if you go on dates and complain about taking around on dates and paying for dinner and all the time, then you don't need to be talking to a woman, period. It's been like this since the beginning of time. Women like the finer things in life. Some like more than others. You just have to realize that quicker than normally you should. You should realize this by at least by middle school, high school. But as a grown adult, hearing men complain about the cost of dating and women want this, women want that, like, yeah, that's what you want. Women are high maintenance. So if you don't like to pay for things, don't talk. Be an incel. Just there's the complaining about something, or you just don't want to do better at your job or get a promotion or something. It's just these women remind you in so many different ways. Just don't be angry at the woman. Be angry at yourself. So just always try to aim better. I just don't want these men to complain online. Just always aim better.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Patty.
As a certified stud, I understand women and how it feels to be valued for my body, my firm yet malleable. And I personally think we should focus on less on women's beauty and more on their education and finances. And vice versa, I think we should focus less on men's education and finances and more on their beauty. That way, I think women will have more value in their contributions outside of their body and womb, and men will finally be forced to clean under their fingernails, and they won't be able to hide behind the old women don't care about looks if we move towards that imaginary society I propose. And to thank you to the chat who encouraged me to come up despite Cynthia G's presence and my irrational fear that she may take me out my own home. So have a good night, y'all.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes, so that was good. Go ahead. Seed of Chaos.
Thank you. I just think that after tonight's chat, I hope that women realize that, yes, unfortunately, we live within a patriarchy. And if they do expect us to work within this system, that they do have to pay the bill. Unfortunately, pretty privilege does exist, but it can be weaponized for good. We should be able to push pretty privilege upon everyone, not just a certain select few. I hope that Black men recognize the influence that they have and start pushing it towards their own women instead of spreading it.
You. I'm sorry. I know you had a speech and you were doing well, but when you say make everyone pretty, when you say push it on everyone, are you saying make everyone pretty?
Yes, everyone is pretty. Everyone is pretty.
Then there won't be a privilege. Continue.
Exactly. That was the joke.
Oh, it was a joke. Gotcha.
Yeah. So, yep, that was it. So, thank you, Themis, for tonight.
All right. Have a good night. I'm not for everyone. Did you finish eating?
Yeah, I did.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, at the moment, I've got my point. Chris, he took all my points because I was really gonna get on him about that access thing. I'm like, that just sounded so entitled. I've never in my life told myself that I deserve access to anything. Access means you're putting your way into something that isn't allowing you into it, and you're just that's not right. That's wrong. I would never even say to a man that I have access to him. I don't know why anyone would talk like that. That's very weird. I've been going around YouTube, and I'm not trying to get mad or make anybody mad. I'm just really starting to get a very bone-chilling feeling that a lot of non-hetero Black men are very hateful towards Black women. I'm just getting a lot of evidence of that recently, and it's really starting to scare me. It's getting me to the point where I just don't want to be around the male gender at all. So,
yeah.
That's it.
Thank you. Hopefully you stay around me though, but yeah.
Oh, you're always an exception to the rule, Themis.
Period. I'm kidding. Wait, who was that? I think that was I'm not for everyone. Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Have a good night. All right, let's go to Rose. Rose, you and I went into a little back and forth.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't want to jump back in, but
No.
I need to answer my own question. I'll try to be brief, but the way that I see it is Black men want the Black woman's booty. They want the exoticals or the white adjacent or the white woman's bosom, and the Black man and the white man, as they worship his lifestyle and his influence on the world, the white man is always going to be God. It's Jordan Peterson's like Madonna whore complex. They think that we're supposed to be the padding for their fall. The others are supposed to be their access to the upper realms and getting them closer to where they believe they're supposed to be, and that's not working for them. Meanwhile, we Black women who they have not much respect for, we may not be conventionally pretty in their eyes, but hey, kindness gets you into a lot of different doors. Having a good character, being cooperative, knowing how to hold the conversation gets you into some places that a nasty attitude and entitlement won't get you. So
all right, thank you. Themis, ignore Nick. Oh, yeah, no. He's a child having a tantrum right now. I don't really care about him. Chris, go ahead.
So I may not be doing it right, but
Wait, pause. Sorry, before you go. You guys won the debate, and I have not gotten the charity that you guys wanted me to donate to. Just an FYI, please send it to the moderators and have them send it to me. Now continue.
yep, we're actually emailing about it right now, so we'll get that to you. So if it's true, the theory about Black men wanting to be closer to white power, white supremacy, I may not be doing it wrong, but here's a pro tip. Don't insult your own women. I can date out. I have an amazing girlfriend. She's Black. And she's not once heard me ever insult white women or any other women to try to lift her up. It's unnecessary. There's just no point to it. And honestly, my girlfriend has amazing hair. That was the first thing that I noticed about her. And
you can finish your sentence.
Oh, thanks. And but what is really amazing about her is that she is someone that I have to contend with. She does not let me get away with things. She pushes me to be better than I am. And I hope that I do the same for her. And so for me, that's what's way more important. The looks, open the door. She's got pretty privilege. And that's what made her stand out to me. But if the idea is all superficial about looks, and that's what it means to hold white power and white supremacy, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I forgot gay males are still, y'all are dead wrong. Y'all need to go in the corner. I'm not for everyone. What in the world?
Hey, Themis, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing good. This was a very interesting chat live. I just wanted to point out a couple of things based on the conversation that I heard. The sense that I get is the Black men that were on the panel, not all of them, but the sentiment that we hear from the manosphere in general about beauty is intended to devalue the Black women so they have access to them. Do not buy into this idea that they don't want Black women or that they don't think they're feminine or beautiful, because everybody lusts after the Black woman.
Pause.
Everybody, since the beginning of time.
I don't think it's that they want access. I think it's that they don't want to lose access. Continue.
Exactly. They want to maintain that access. Like, it's kind of think of it like a marketplace. If you depress the value, you can buy it cheap.
Yeah.
Right. That's what they're doing. I've had in the past. I've worked for some people. I've had particularly two bosses that have purposefully denigrated me, kept me down to make themselves feel better, to make themselves superior, because I outsmarted them. My knowledge was beyond them. Like, I outshined them. This is exactly what the Black men are doing to Black women, telling them that they're less than so they can feel superior to them. And the Black women would feel like they have no choice, and they would shrink and stay under. Do not let anybody fool you. You can look throughout history, throughout the world, tens of thousands of years of human history that has been recorded. People use different accessories, different paints, different styles to accentuate and to highlight beauty. So there's nothing wrong with wearing makeup. There's nothing wrong with wearing weave. If you're into that, do it. Do not let anybody tell you that somehow that makes you less, because for centuries this has been done both by men and women.
Yeah.
Even the white man used to wear those rolled white hair, wig, whatever, because that was supposed to be like a sign of prestige or status, right? That's accessory. That's
By
you
the
know,
way,
do not let
people,
them make you feel like
yeah. No, the reason I allow her to continue to go is that she was waiting in the back for a bit, I realized, and she didn't get to speak. So I wanted her to be able to
anyways.
finish.
Thank you, Themis. I just wanted to say those 2 points.
Yeah.
This
Thank
is a
you.
trick. Do not fall for it.
Yeah. What is a trick is actually Nika twerking in the chat. That is
Yeah.
a trick.
So anyways, just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah.
Those 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. All right. So we are at the end. Thank you all for coming. Do you guys have any closing statements? It went longer than expected.
I got my last closing statement. Similar to what the last lady just said, Black women are at the top of the beauty standard for me. Like other women don't even fit in the beauty standard because they aren't Black. So if Black men understood that that's how beauty standards work and realized that even though there is a such thing as European beauty standards, there's also a such thing as African beauty standards, then maybe they can start loving us and treating us as if we're beautiful. And then I also wanted to say that society tells Black women that if we wanted to get a good man, we have to be smart, pretty, fit, we have to be educated, all these things. And Black women take that accountability, and we are doing all of those things. You see Black women going to school, taking care of their skin, and then still being judged for it. Meanwhile, Black women will scream to the mountaintops that this is what we want in a Black man, like loyalty, protection, provision, just being respectful to us and loving us the right way. And there's always pushback on that. And I just feel like until Black men are given that example in mass as to how to treat Black women, they'll never know, because obviously their daddies, let me just go ahead and stop right there.
Yeah.
So that's it.
I'm with LB.
Yeah, I would just honestly, there's not much to say about it that hasn't been said. I co-sign all the things, and I really do appreciate the idea of not applying access to people. We can apply access to things, which include services that people do, but applying access to people is weird and entitled and narcissistic in nature. Not saying that the person is a narcissist, saying that the person is displaying narcissistic tendencies if they're saying that they need access to a human, or that not they need access to a human, but they deserve or they require or they're entitled to access to a person.
I was going to recommend everyone get the DSM-5, but don't, because it makes you feel like you have power that you don't. Because I just want to diagnose everyone.
A good book for you, Themis. I'll send it to you.
I have it. Devil's Advocate. You have
5.
Oh, sorry, I just saw you in the back. Do you want to add something before we go?
Okay, I just have one quick sentence because little one wants to cuddle. The reason why Black men don't uphold Black women's beauty is because they want to keep access to something that they haven't earned. It's kind of like white supremacy. Melanin is melanin is one of the most valuable things on the earth. Well, how do you get access to something that's priceless when you don't have the resources to access it? You make the people that own it or have it or, can give you access to that thing, make them think that it's worthless. So I feel like that same sentence applies to beauty. If what is the word she used in Thick? Negging? If you neg the women enough, they will never really think they've hit that standard of beauty.
Wait, are you
And it'll really
referencing the book from? Are you referencing Thick?
Me?
I am.
Oh.
The Devil's Advocate. Period.
I am.
Period. We better be reading together. I love this. This might be one of my happiest moments tonight on this live. Like that was period. I love that. I love that for us.
I'm glad
Actually,
you brought up negging though, because that's something I thought of but forgot. That's a great point.
So that was my answer. The chat was full. The broadcast was full earlier when you brought that question up, but I couldn't answer it, and it's because the only way to get access to something that you can't, I want to say, afford, is to make the person who can give you access to it make them think it's worthless.
oh, you just literally like it wasn't a bad stream. I enjoyed it. Blah 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 blah. I don't care. Blah blah blah. But you just referencing that essay from our book is just like chef's kiss. Like, thank you. Do more of that. You guys do more of that, please. Not us reading
We're getting
together
there.
and not us reading together and sharing our thoughts and it popping up randomly in conversation. Period. I love that. No. You don't understand how happy I am. Period. All right. Well, I'm going to end on this really high note for me. For you guys in the chat, you probably like, what? No one cares. But for me, it is great. And I'm excited about our book club again. Because I really be thinking that, who do I think I am? I really do sometimes think that like people don't actually want to read the work and like engage that way, and people just want easy sort of like consumable content. So like now I'm gonna try to do another academic live stream, like you know how we had the punishment live stream? We're gonna do another one. Not punishment, but yeah. All right.
I was gonna say,
Thank you.
when's our live stream for the book club?
I don't know yet because I'm going to be traveling the last weekend in this month, which is when I wanted to do it, but I'll figure that out. I actually, no, I'm such a nerd. Why is this making me so happy? I'm going to end it before I just start laughing uncontrollably. But like, thank you. I appreciate that. I know why. I don't take for granted that it is taking extra steps to sometimes engage. And the people who actually engage by going and reading and doing all of that, I want to just say thank you because like it does make me feel good.
I appreciate the platform because it's making me take the time out to read as much as when I was younger. So
Yeah,
like it's make it kind of self-caring a bit.
I thank you. I'm gonna end it now because like I love this note. And I will be more intentional about my syllabus for the reading and all of that. Probably next month though. When work slows down because I have acne from stress. So all right. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.